Is it happening? Apparently so, but very late for Puneet Chandra. We used to leave at 2:50 p.m.'s dinner. No, my best thing is let's just. Let's start. I've already done that. I have done that. Yeah. I just did. You want to hide in it or you want to be in the front somewhere? Oh, yeah, okay. But you should roll the belly. TP. Belly? Sound आप कर रहे हो ना? Sound है. Tell them to give a little bit of voiceover reverb on the mic for now, na? 5%, 5%. Like a voice of God. Only for this link. Only for this link. ये link.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we please request you to take your seats? There's almost going to be a countdown for 20 seconds. The action begins. AI action coming your way. Please take your seats.
Come. Voice. Welcome back from lunch. We've spent a day talking about
Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've spent all of today talking about intelligence, artificial intelligence, about code, computation, and the systems shaping our future.
But intelligence is not only built in silicon, it lives in movement, in rhythm, in imagination.
As technology transforms the world around us, art reminds us of who we are.
What you are about to witness is a fusion of precision and poetry, a ballet reimagined.
Tradition meets technology, movement illuminated by LED, every step, every leap, every beat amplified in light.
This is not just a performance, it is a conversation between body and code, between heritage and the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please sit back and experience this amazing, spectacular fusion ballet.
As the golden rays of future befall upon the continent of India, we are not just catching up on artificial intelligence. As the golden rays of future befall upon the continent of India, we are not just catching up on artificial intelligence, but leaping ahead. Around the world, as the AI landscape evolves, the world is peeping at India every now and then for leadership and direction. From the genesis of civilization, India has gifted the world with precious data in medicine, mathematics, literature, science, and media. Thus, the NDTV India.AI Summit brings together policymakers, industry leaders, innovators, and thinkers to shape the future of AI that is rooted in human values and ethical responsibility, the very core of the Indian system, built on two core pillars: India's human-centric agenda for the world and trustworthy impact-driven AI. The summit champions a people-first approach. Beyond technology, the AI wave in India becomes a force that elevates humanity, drives inclusive growth, and safeguards societal well-being, while accelerating innovation crafted for a future that is brighter, smarter, and safer. So our message for the future stands towards a world ready to rise with us.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
What a fascinating performance, Alex.
Ayush,
I
can
don't
you
need
dance
caffeine.
like that?
I can try. I'll need AI to coach me and teach me exactly how. What a fabulous performance. Hats off to you. Thank you so much for really livening things up just after lunch. That's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a light lunch, I wonder about you guys, but I knew that I would have to get on stage, but then you guys can sit back. I hope you're not falling asleep. Are you?
Should I go
Let's
check
at the
very
back.
quick? Should I go check very
Yeah,
quickly?
go.
You know, actually, everyone's been so excited about this particular summit, this whole week of AI, right? I see familiar faces here. Vishnu? That's what I love to do. You know that.
The spotlight is right there. You're always sitting in front of it.
But tell me, Vishnu, what is it now? A couple of your sessions are coming up. What is it that you're most looking forward to at this IND.AI summit by NDTV?
I think conversations about the future of AI, because it's replicating itself at a pace which is unprecedented. So the conversation we are having today is not the conversation we'd be having 2 years from now. What changes from now to 2 years later?
Alex, the conversation continues. Vishnu, thank you for that. And can you tell us a little sneak peek, a trailer of the conversations you'll be having on stage shortly?
So the first session is going to be Scale or Fail, the truth about AI adoption. The fact of the matter is that companies across the world, certainly in India, need to adopt AI, but at what scale? And with scale, there are challenges. For example, employment opportunities. Are those likely to go down? Ethics also comes in and plays a big part about this. Equity is also important in this entire argument. The global workplace is changing. AI needs to be adopted, but at what scale?
I've just gotten word. We're going to be speaking with Arvind Jain of
Yeah.
Glean.
Yeah.
He's literally across the road, ladies and gentlemen, so he'll be here in the next few minutes.
I mean, I'm really happy out there. I realized that Vishnu doesn't use AI at all because he gave me that answer without any AI or use of GPT. Neeraj is the markets wizard here in the NDTV universe. You were giving us a little bit of gyan in the earlier sessions, asking about valuations. Everyone talks about an AI bubble, Neeraj, right? Tell me, is this bubble for real? And is there a fear that this bubble can burst?
I mean, yes, the mind takes you back to when classic bubbles are formed, wherein people look at the total addressable market and then work backwards that am I paying too much for reaching that total addressable market. That argument has come in from the people who are investing as well. Now, whether that qualifies, whether there's a sufficient condition for a bubble or not, I don't know, but it certainly is a necessary condition.
And very quickly, since we're talking about artificial intelligence largely, you've seen over the last couple of weeks, I haven't seen the market today, Neeraj, have you?
No, I haven't been able to.
Okay, but I'm just wondering what the IT index will do heading forward, right? Because you have the frontline companies, and you heard what Nandan Nilekani said yesterday. There's a deployment gap. And so it's not like these companies are going to go extinct tomorrow.
Yeah, Alex, shameless plug here, but the last 48 hours, we've had Nandan Nilekani, Nitin Rakesh, Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Ganesh Natarajan, and a bevy of other IT veterans come and talk about how the business is going to stay. Yes, the valuations may compress, but the business is here to stay, it's not going away. So it's something you can catch on the network.
So then by that logic, the SaaS apocalypse that the media painted out is also a bubble.
You could argue that the SaaS apocalypse for the business going away is a bubble. The valuations, difficult to say.
Why don't we get some opinions from the gentleman who's sitting right behind?
Yes.
Because he had this big smile on
The widest smile. A huge round of applause, please. Please tell me your name, sir.
Hi, I'm Arun Subramanian from Articulate.
Yeah, he was on the first panel, by the way.
From Articulate. A huge round of applause, please. Tell me, Arun, what is it that you're most looking forward to at this particular summit?
I mean, I love the energy. I'm looking for different kinds of applications that people are thinking about. I don't think there's a question about, are you going to use AI? It's about what are the biggest problems people are looking to solve with AI.
That is a very articulate answer, Alex. Thank you for that.
Over lunch, I was speaking to somebody who said that she's CHRO of...
I was CHRO, yes, of DS Group.
Okay, so you have insight into the way that you would plan, for example, learning and development for an organization, right? And where I'm going to be talking about adoption of artificial intelligence and its applications in the workplace. What would you want to get from that panel? Because you have the who's who, you have Microsoft, you have a few other people speaking about it.
So I think I'm most excited, as Vishnu said, getting a sneak peek into the future. What is coming up? What is the, what can we expect? The change is so tremendous and technology is so all pervasive that, while we are talking, things are happening. So in the field of L&D, there is a huge potential of AI coming in, giving very, very hyper-personalized sort of learning for our people. And I think that's what I'm really excited to hear them and understand.
Fantastic.
You know what? That's what this summit is all about. Dialogue, conversation. We have questions coming with counter questions. My dear colleague Gaurav has a question for you, ma'am. I'm going to put you on the spot.
All right. Thanks for putting me on the spot. Now, interesting that you mentioned about human resources and the use of AI. How are you looking at human resources? Because it's all about human, and AI is everything that's non-human.
So replacement basically of human.
So I think this is a talk that's been happening for the last several months about AI really replacing and jobs really getting redundant. I think there's just going to be a change in the way roles are going to be defined now. Humans are going to be only augmented with AI and not replaced. I really don't think they will be ever replaced. The human mind cannot be replaced. I mean, we are the ones creating the AI after all. So I don't see us getting replaced, but yes, our roles will be very different, and people who don't know AI definitely will be replaced.
Interesting.
All right, very quickly, Alex, we have time for one last audience insight. Please share your name and tell us all about what you make of this summit.
See, my name is Monish Gupta, and we are also becoming a part of this event, and we are also launching our company and a product called Elara.ai. This summit actually is taking India way ahead in the global market, because in the US market people say India is lagging behind, but I always say India is way ahead of the AI products, talent and opportunities. So I always believe when people say that AI will replace the job front, I don't believe in that. It is the same story which was in the past, and AI has not reached up to the grassroots level yet. And we want people at the grassroots level, smallest of the people, like our UPI usage, AI will be used in next 5 years.
Good, sir. Thank you so much. AI might not have gotten there, but I have Alex and Alia who will definitely take my job away if I don't make it back up on stage. Alex, over to you.
I used as a spectacular haircut. Where do you get it done?
This was actually a person who I trained on an agentic AI model. And
I don't believe you. Because I think, ladies and gentlemen, if there's one thing that I know will not go out of fashion, it is cutting people's hair. And I might just discuss with somebody to figure out if I can train myself to cut hair.
You can do a bunch of things, Alex. It's all about upskilling, really, and embracing the AI revolution. The more we are fearful of it, intimidated by it, it's not going to help us.
Absolutely. Now, across industries, AI is moving from experimentation to execution, reshaping how companies search, decide, collaborate, and compete. The workplace itself is being rewired. The question is no longer if enterprises will adopt AI, it is how deeply and how intelligently they integrate into the flow of work.
And to explore what working intelligence truly means for the modern enterprise, we're joined by someone building at the intersection every single day. Please welcome Arvind Jain, founder and CEO of Glean, in conversation with Shweta Rajpal Kohli. A huge round of applause, please.
There are founders who build products, and then there's Arvind Jain of Glean, who builds a layer that helps organizations think. And that's exactly what has made Glean such an exciting company. Arvind Jain, such a pleasure to have you with us here on NDTV IND.AI Summit. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, first I want to also thank you for literally sprinting to get here, and I think AI needs to solve for traffic woes more than anything else. I believe you literally ran to make it here in time?
That's true. We had to. The traffic in the city today is bad, and most roads are blocked. So ultimately, I asked my driver, should we really just walk? That'll be faster than going in the car.
All right, Arvind. Great time for India. This truly feels like India's moment. All AI global bigwigs are in town. There's a lot of conversation around global cooperation. We're all excited to see the outcomes coming out of this summit. Give us your big picture thoughts on where AI and where India stands in this AI moment of sorts.
Yeah, well, I mean, see, AI is the talk of the town everywhere in the world today, and for the right reasons. This is the technology that's the most powerful that all of us have actually seen in our lifetime. So there's a big change coming in terms of like when you think about work and businesses, what do organizations look like in the future? What roles are actually available for us as humans to work on? What things are actually going to be done by AI? So there's a big change, and we're in a very, very early stages of that journey today. This summit is actually fantastic because it's actually bringing a lot of attention to AI in a big way in the country. India has to play a big role in the future of AI, and I think this is a good start here.
Absolutely, India playing a big role, and also for most large AI companies, India being such a large market, I think that itself is important. And now, of course, India seeing tons of innovation coming out as well. Arvind, for the benefit of the audience seated here, tell them a little more about Glean, why it's transformative, and more importantly, your journey, how you really started out.
Yeah, so Glean, we started the company in early 2019. That actually makes us the first enterprise generative AI company in the world. So before this became so hot, now people talk about language models and transformers. In 2019, nobody was talking about it, but we were solving a problem that required us to use this technology. The product that Glean builds, think of it like Google or ChatGPT, but inside your company. Glean is a place where employees go to ask questions. And Glean uses all of your internal company's data and knowledge and information to actually help you figure out answers to those questions and share it back with the user. So it's just a more powerful version of an AI tool that you use in your day-to-day personal life. Inside the company, you use Glean instead. So that's what we do. Our journey, so it started with first wanting to build a Google-like search experience internally for people so that people can find information faster. But then as AI models got better and better, it allowed us to actually build this product today, which is not only a place, Glean acts like your personal assistant. It acts like your colleague or a companion that can actually share some of your workload with you. So what people do today with Glean is, if you have 10 things to do, maybe you can actually ask Glean to actually do 3 or 4 of those tasks internally and then move at twice the speed.
So clearly you saw certain gaps in traditional productivity as well as search tools that excited you to build Glean. But you're saying that you started out in a sort of pre-ChatGPT era or before AI became a thing, as we could say. Tell us about how the last few years have been, because when it comes to AI, it's all about speed and scale. And, we're talking about today, we had Mukund Jha of Emergent with us a while ago. We had, Pratyush from Sarvam in the morning. And the whole story is about how quickly you're going to scale. I mean, look at Emergent, for instance, moving from 50 million ARR to 100 million in a matter of a month. So suddenly we're talking about numbers and scale that have been mind-boggling.
Yeah, I mean, AI has actually changed the benchmark for what actually makes you an iconic company, a company that's growing fast. So Glean, we've been actually doing the same over the last few years. The company has been exponentially growing our business. We're more than doubling, tripling every year. And that's actually the norm, in this, because the products that AI companies deliver, the one that we do, I mean, they're so exciting, they're so new, and they can make so much impact that it's actually we see a lot of demand from businesses to actually use products like these. So that's the world that we are in today. Really fast growth. AI companies are going to be growing their businesses at a pace that we've never seen before in tech, and we firmly believe that AI is going to sort of actually become a more dominant category than software itself, over the next decade. And the world's largest businesses, the most valuable companies, will all be AI companies.
Arvind, there was a lot of pessimism, at least a few months ago, around AI in India. Whether it is in terms of the ability of founders to innovate or the ability of government to be an enabler in terms of infrastructure, saying, not enough is being done there. What are your thoughts on whether that pessimism is now giving way to at least cautious optimism? And do you think the criticism was justified? But at the same time, what is India missing?
Well, look, there have been these studies that show that most AI projects fail. Like, in fact, there's one that's quite popular which says 95% of all AI projects in 2025 were actually big failures. And that's actually expected for any new technology. But I think what it actually hides is the fact that, there's tremendous excitement in the industry. Like, even though AI is such an early technology, you are still wanting to try it out. You still want to actually not miss the boat. And that's what we've seen. But now, if you look at AI, it's actually making clear impact on many different lines of functions within businesses, whether it is, supporting your customers, and whether it is actually, writing new code and software and technology. AI is already playing a significant role in actually, enhancing how businesses are able to actually deliver those services today. So the criticism is justified. The optimism is actually there. It's not cautious, actually. I would say, there's a lot of optimism for AI. And, I can tell you this, we work with businesses across different industry sectors, whether it's, financials or healthcare or technology or retail, manufacturing, and nobody wants to be left behind. No matter what your industry is, you want to actually be at the forefront. You want to try the best AI tools. And because, you understand, executives today understand that if we don't modernize with AI, then we're going to be obsolete and we won't exist anymore.
Talking about being obsolete, the one question that is crossing everyone's mind, you're talking about how AI is doing the job of coders. You're talking about how AI is enhancing productivity. It is such a powerful tool in your hands today, right? And the obvious question then is that while we're seeing, the kind of enterprise tools that you're building, being able to, have that massive transformational impact, there's also the concern around job displacement. What is it going to do to employment? What are your thoughts around that?
See, we have always benefited from technology waves over the last many decades. And so far, historically, whenever we have great technology advances that happen, it sort of removes some jobs, but it actually makes some new ones. And all of us, as humans, we evolve. We evolve to sort of use those technologies. And we're able to do now things better, faster, in some ways. So I think of AI also largely the same way. It's a tool, that's available to us as humans. It's going to actually, reduce and remove some of that boring, repetitive work, which is no fun for anybody, and leave more time for creative work for all of us. So that's sort of that's the positive side of what AI is going to do for us. And it is actually, we're seeing it, again, when we look at the folks who are actually the most curious ones, who are actually trying to really embrace AI in a big way, they're actually getting AI today to do a lot of work for them. But now comes the question of if this technology moves so fast and if it really makes many jobs sort of redundant, what does it do to our workforce, and is it actually going to create a lot of pain in the short term? Hopefully not. Our guidance, to everybody is that today, you don't have to be an engineer, you don't have to be a technologist, you don't have to be an AI expert, but these easy to use tools are available to you, whether it is Glean in your workplace or Google or ChatGPT, in your personal lives. Just use it. Use these tools, figure out what you can do with them, and then you're ready for the future. You don't have to actually worry about any job loss, as long as you know how to use AI.
All right, as we wrap this up, last question to you. You're an operator turned successful founder in the AI space, riding the AI wave. Quickly, if you could have short pieces of advice to budding AI founders, for investors in AI, and for the government and the citizens. Quick pieces of advice there.
Yeah, so for entrepreneurs, I think the main thing is, make sure that AI is an enabler in whatever you're trying to build, but your focus has to be on solving a large business problem. not like you don't start with like, okay, well, I have AI and I can do something with it. So use it no more than a tool. For the governments, I mean, I think one of the things, that I think India has done a good job, where we are actually have, all the models, that are being built in the industry, worldwide, that are available to us. So staying open, to innovation that happens, doesn't matter, where it happens, as long as, we are creating the right policies, which allow entrepreneurs, which allow companies, and people to actually use AI freely. I mean, that is what is actually going to allow us to actually be a winner in this market in the long run.
All right, Arvind Jain, such a pleasure to have you here on the NDTV IND.AI Summit. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It'll be on the prompter as well. It's on the prompter. Just follow the prompter. Follow the prompter. Come, let's go. As AI becomes embedded in everyday work, the next panel is a special one. It explores how organizations are rethinking productivity, talent, and decision-making. Leaders from technology, startups, and global enterprises discuss what responsible, human-centric AI adoption looks like at the workplace.
Well, our next session, and I'm going to be speaking to the lovely people on this panel, is going to be exploring all of those and more. And let me introduce them and let me bring them on stage as we set up. We've got Puneet Chandok, who is President, Microsoft India and South Asia. We've got Kumaresh Pattabhiraman, who's head of LinkedIn India. We've got Madhav Krishna, who's founder and chief executive officer of Vahan.ai. And last but not least, Kritika Reddy, who's chief executive officer of Optimize Geo and founder of AI Kiran. Please make your way to the stage.
And this panel will be moderated by the brilliant Alex Matthew. Just like AI, you got to be very nice. Put the please and thank you, and be very encouraging of Alex. A huge round of applause for this panel.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Okay, check. Switch. Okay, so that's me, switching. So very exciting to have this conversation. And I must state that when these conversations happen on an ongoing basis for me personal, because my wife is in human resources and she's helping adoption at a pretty large scale. And so this is quite close to home. I must state though, as somebody who grew up in the 90s, and I want to start with you, Puneet, is that our first experience with technology was, at least mine was Microsoft, right? And for a lot of people who were in their 30s or early 40s at that stage, it was a little scary with people suddenly using this technology that was at the cutting edge and doing things that they hadn't even conceptualized. And things have moved so rapidly from that point to where we are right now. And I think people are getting a little bit of whiplash. So when you're talking about adoption of AI, there is a certain amount of fear at the workplace, certainly, that people will be left behind. So what do you think, as somebody who provides these solutions, how do you ensure that it's democratized, one, and how do you ensure that everybody goes along in the same direction?
It's working fantastic. By the way, your wife works for human resources, and by the way, I tell my teams that you have human resources and IT, separate functions. In the future, we'll have an intelligent resource function. We don't need HR and IT to be separate because we'll manage intelligent resources, be it humans or machines. I think to your point, I think a couple of comments. First, Jeffrey Ding has this fascinating book where he talks about innovation and diffusion. And he says countries that are diffusing technology are getting more value out of it than the ones who are just innovating. Right? So while we focus on innovation, we should build in India, build for the world. We should focus a lot more on diffusion, which is, can we get AI into the hands of every Indian? Billion Indians can rise with AI, every enterprise, every public sector, every government institution. And then to your point around the fear, right? I see two emotions around AI today in India. One is fear, like it's going to eat up my job, or there's ignorance. There are people still in the camp saying this too shall pass, and this is like something else, and like every other technology, this will become normal. Both emotions are wrong. I think if you can kill the fear and ignorance, I think there's a massive opportunity. My ask to everybody is stop clinging on to the role that you were hired to do. Stop clinging on to your job description. Doing what you were hired to do is no longer enough. You have to skill, you have to upskill, you have to think with AI, you have to build with AI every day. You have to get AI to work for you like a teammate, not just a tool on your phone. And if you can do that, I think there's massive runway and opportunity for all of us. So skilling is the answer. Skilling is the only oxygen mask for all of us. And if we can get that going, the future is quite bright for India.
I do want to throw that open for the rest of the panel because this is really a placeholder for the rest of the conversation. We start with this and we delve a little deeper. Kirtika, you want to start?
And the specific, you want me to double click on
adoption and the whole idea of not leaving people behind, because ultimately there is, of course, there are two perspectives, the way that I see it. There is the organization and the people that it is made of, and there is the individual and that individual responsibility. But there is a shared responsibility in ensuring that everybody moves in the right direction, right?
Yep.
So how do you see that?
No, totally. You know, I have flashbacks to the early days of Facebook India when we used to ask people, are you on the internet? They would say no. Are you on Facebook? They would say yes, right? So I think we have to think about that a lot as we think about AI. And how is it that we think about the uses of AI and make it so seamless that people use it? You know, can we envision a future where just like how anyone today, you know, goes to Swiggy and orders, you know, their food to be delivered or goes to a Blinkit, that they can just develop an app for whatever task that they're dealing with? You know, I was just having someone talk about nanny management, right? Can they just like do it themselves, right? How can we as technology companies sitting here make it that easy for them? So that's what I think about. And when it comes to driving change, I do think that the leadership of any company, any organization has a big role to play in terms of how they lean in, how they adopt technology, and how they set the bar for the organization.
Okay, Madhav, you want to come in? Because you stand in a very unique spot, right? Because you're dealing with people or you're facilitating the employment of people that don't have access to technology at all. Blue collar is what you talk about, right? So therefore, how does this work for you? How do you bring them on board? Is there a possibility of bringing them on board?
So to build on what Kirtika said, I think ease of access is obviously very, very critical, and then showing people value is also a very important part of driving adoption. I'll contextualize my answer though in terms of, let's say, you know, what we do as a company. So I run Vahan.AI. We're a startup that's building an AI recruiter for blue-collar workers in India, right? So it's almost 400 to 500 million people, highly underserved by platforms like LinkedIn. Because the core reason is that blue-collar workers don't look for jobs online. They still rely on their own networks. It's a mama, chacha, bhaiya-driven search process. And that's because at the core, there's a lot of trust required in making a decision around what type of job a person wants to do. And that's true not only in blue collar, it's true in white collar as well. What we found while building in this space is also that in India, there are hundreds of thousands of local recruitment agencies that do about 60 to 70% of hiring for the blue collar workforce. And we ended up building a platform that really enables these agencies to, number one, access the jobs that are being created in the market. So for example, we work with all the large delivery and quick commerce companies today, Zomato, Swiggy, Blinkit, you name it. These companies, by the way, are adding 1 million jobs this year, right? So it's a space that's growing really, really fast, which is exciting. So our platform helps agencies access these jobs, match candidates with those jobs. And the AI recruiter that we've built is actually a tool that we've given to these agencies to automate their workflow.
Sure.
And previously, if a human recruiter was able to get one person hired a day, when they use the AI well, and well is a key word there, when they use it well, they can get up to 5 people hired in a day. Right? So more people find jobs in a shorter amount of time. The agencies make much more money because they're getting more people recruited. And employers end up hiring at a lower cost. Right? So there's value across the value chain with this sort of an implementation.
Fair. Okay. Kumaresh, what is interesting to me is the way that people interact on LinkedIn, right? And ultimately, this tells you a lot about what their way of thinking is. There's the other aspect, which is when recruiters and potential companies that are looking to find a home for people who are looking for a job, what they're looking at is changing as we speak right now. So you're at that crossroads. What are you seeing that is interesting about adoption of AI and the way that people are thinking of adding it to their suite of offerings?
Yeah, what AI is changing the most right now is how people discover opportunity. When you think about how someone that's new to the workforce, say a college grad that I spoke with recently, the way they search for opportunities is so different. We see a shift from searching for job titles and credentials to skills and potential. So, I was seeing her just use LinkedIn job search, and she goes and types in, help me find an internship that can use my machine learning skills and my interest in music as a trained musician. And the first result that pops up is an audio engineer intern at Dolby Research in Bangalore. Now, we did not know that there is a title called audio engineer. We didn't know Dolby Research was a company in Bangalore. We didn't know they had presence here. So AI is expanding the sort of possibilities that people end up discovering. And when it comes to companies, they are able to hire talent much faster, and there is serious time savings from automation of menial tasks. But what is most exciting on the company's hiring talent front is the ability to tap into untapped talent pools. We're seeing that there are opportunities that require niche skills that have been open for several months. And the moment you use a hiring agent to be able to go look for the right talent in a skills-first way, you're able to hire the right talent much faster.
Okay. Let me talk about some parts of what he said, but I want to come to you, Kirtika, on how companies are looking at adoption of AI themselves, right? Which is that in certain cases, there's a little bit of a hesitancy to jump in whole hog because maybe there are concerns about, to a certain extent, how much data do you let go? What happens to ring fencing certain activity? How much of your employees should have access to a certain amount of data? How do you ensure that these concerns get taken care of? And do companies still move a little slowly, a little carefully in this kind of environment where everything is changing so rapidly? Can they afford to do that?
Well, the short answer is no. And no matter how, wherever people think they are on that adoption curve here, you're probably behind and you need to 10x your efforts there is really the key message. Market share is won and lost at times of disruption. And if you are a challenger in the space, this is your opportunity to figure out how you leapfrog. And if you are the number one in the space, my advice to you is think about what your number three is doing, because they are doing that. And I think about the pace of change, and I'll contextualize it with my own journey here. We did an AI hackathon as my startup company about 6 months ago, and we said, if we had to build something today based on where the technology is and our key differentiators, where would it be? And I remember, actually, I met Puneet at the same time. We were talking about a different business at that time. Okay, and so 6 months later, so actually, I even contextualizing with people on the panel. 3 months later, Jessica Jensen, the Chief Strategy Officer of LinkedIn, was in town. I was on stage with her, and I spoke about how we are launching this new platform called Optimized GEO for Generative Engine Optimization, because the world is changing. We're in the midst of this new consumer shift where people are no longer going to Google and searching for information, but going to ChatGPT, Gemini, Google AI overview for everything from which enterprise solution to buy to skincare to your mobile device. And so I just began to speak about it. And today, as I come here, we serve Fortune 50 to startups alike. What took us 2 years to get to a certain revenue milestone, we'll hit in 2 quarters. Wow. That is the pace of change. And that is what someone who's just saying, okay, let me figure out what others do and then I'll jump in, it might be too late.
Very quickly, for people who are sitting at home, and this audience is fabulous, they know exactly what you say when you say generative engine optimization. It is essentially SEO plus, right? So essentially, can you explain that very quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. So, everyone in the past used to say, how is it that I appear in organic Google search results? And that whole effort is now moving to how is it that you want to understand what your users are searching for in LLMs, the kind of intent that you get, even the Kumresh's example of, I want to be a software engineer with interest in music, right? That's far beyond what you would understand from the keyword world. So you understand users' queries, intents more. You then understand what are LLMs surfacing for those answers. Is your brand, company, product present there? And remember, LLMs are looking across the internet. They're not just looking at your site. So it actually serves as an intelligence platform. We have helped surface competitive insights. We have helped surface consumer insights, positioning. So it really influences your entire marketing strategy. And so that's what we're building.
Exactly. So therefore, Puneet, from that perspective, I want to start again with you, right? So you've seen so many transitions take place in your organization and in the space in general, right? So we're already talking about a role, for example, where you would hire potentially, my organization would hire somebody that specializes in SEO because you want to see your news rank high, right? You want to ensure that your website it does well. Already, we moved past SEO, we moved to GEO, right? And so therefore, from that perspective, as an organization, from the perspective of strategy and the perspective of manpower and the perspective of planning for the future, you've already hired 3 people. How do you ensure that that transition takes place?
Now listen, first of all, +1 to what Kritika said, right? I tell people, if your business is doing well today, you probably have 2 years. If your business is not doing well, you have 2 months before somebody eats you up. And there's a startup out there today in India or anywhere else in the world which is thinking about serving your customers at twice the speed and half the price. So we all have to get ready for it. I think going back to your point around how enterprise is using it and how do you diffuse and how do you use it at scale, the enterprises and businesses that are using it well are doing 3 things which are quite unique and that we should learn from. First, this requires top-down ambition and courage. Like this has to, the CEOs and the boards and the top leadership has to lead from the front. This requires a ton of courage. This requires bold bets, but these are companies, and the companies who are taking those bets are the ones who are seeing value. Second, there's a lot of AI washing going on. There are a lot of hobby projects. And I think you got to stop that bullshit. Like this is, if it's not adding value to your top line or your bottom line, if it's not improving customer experience, changing how employees work, thinking about productivity and innovation, don't do it. Get into the real stuff with AI. And then third, it requires a cultural renaissance, right? Which is, like if you look at tech today, it's moving at least 10x a year, at least 10x, if not more. Culture and talent, if you're lucky, is moving at 1x. If you're lucky, right? And at some point, that divide will show up, right? So how do, and the question I ask all leaders and CEOs I meet is, how many people in your organization are you skilling on AI? Whatever number they give me, I add a 0 behind it. Even there is not enough, right? Which is, how are you skilling your people to use this technology? How are you thinking about culturally a different mindset to approach this? Like you have to learn to manufacture success now, right? The worst thing you can do with AI is be helpless. Take agency. And it's a boon for people who have agency. It's a problem for people who don't have agency. So those 3 things, top-down ambition, real ROI and impact use cases where it matters for your business, and then finally skilling and cultural renaissance. That's what it takes to do this at scale.
And this is from the perspective of the top down. Okay. You want to add to that from the perspective of the bottom up, though. And you spoke about how somebody's searching for a job, but there's also how people interact with your platform and try and put themselves out there, right? So ultimately, it is them showcasing facets of their personality and what they're capable of doing so that other people can see them, potential recruiters. And so when you want to showcase that on a platform like LinkedIn, what is your advice to people? In that, ultimately, the requirement of the jobs that you're doing today and the roles and the capabilities, people are hiring without identifying roles. They're looking at capability first and saying, okay, we'll fit you in eventually. We'll figure that out, but I want to know if you're capable first.
That's a great question. When you think about the LinkedIn profile, people tend to think of it as a static resume. That is a list of schools that you've gone to, a list of companies that you've worked at. And especially for a world infused with AI, you couldn't be farther from what will help you connect with opportunity, because right now your professional identity is no longer a list of badges that you've collected from your past, but what are you capable of doing today, using skills that you've acquired from those past experiences. So the more you can have your work speak for itself by creating a portfolio of the artifacts that you've created over a period of time, a GitHub for a developer, a Figma portfolio for a designer. LinkedIn is becoming the place where people share what they're working on a regular basis, and they're getting discovered for new opportunities. And these opportunities don't have to be just another job. It can be mentorship opportunities, the opportunity to speak at a panel. And ultimately, we think that the world of work will shift to one where you get discovered based off of what you've created and not just a list of brands that you've associated yourself with.
Very interesting. I want to come to you from the perspective of, look, I was reading something today, and the way that you're using artificial intelligence to find talent, right? So you're posing a problem, and what is essentially happening is you're scraping first LinkedIn, but you're going much deeper than that. And you're looking at social media interaction, because if you want to search for a particular role, you're looking at engagement, you're looking at what people are saying online. How much of that would you potentially use as things stand right now? If you're looking for talent, and if you want to identify people in your organization today, how much are you using artificial intelligence?
So what we found is that beyond just skill and capability, I think mindset matters a lot more today. The desire to learn is super critical. Vinod Khosla, who's one of our investors and mentors, says that the ability to just learn, right, or learning the ability to learn, essentially is now the most critical thing for people to do. Because things are changing so quickly, right? This is a fast-moving train that's left the station more than a year back. And if you don't get on now, you will probably be left behind. And I think just the mindset to want to jump on that train and do what it takes to teach yourself the skills that are required today, that will be required 6 months from now, 12 months from now, 18 months from now, etc. That is super critical.
Okay. Let's talk about what an organization can do, because we had a few speakers earlier today talk about the need to set up training modules, right? Because you want people to experience and to learn how they can use artificial intelligence. Is that possible to do from the perspective of the organization? Because, and I'll come to you first, Kirtika, because you have global MNCs that do this on an ongoing basis, right? They allow their employees to learn various aspects or things that are not necessarily related to the jobs that they're doing, but that's not something that you see in every organization. So do you think that this needs to be more broad-based and specific to artificial intelligence and capability as it relates to the work that you're doing?
You know, so I'd say two things. One, you know, as Madhav was saying, you have to jump on the train, otherwise you'll be left behind. It really actually, my heart dropped, because I was also thinking about all the work that we need to make sure that this movement is inclusive. You know, we are sitting here where, for example, the global gender equity gap, it's going to take 130 years for us to close. Longevity improvements aside, we are not going to be there to see that gap close, but can we do everything that we can right now to make sure that the AI inclusivity gap is not there? So I just wanted to urge all of us to think about that. And I'm excited about an initiative called AI Kiran that we lead with the government of India around enabling 1 million women, youth, differently able senior citizen. It started with women, but expanded very quickly because of the member community. And many, you know, Puneet has been a great champion, but would really urge all of us to think about that and keep that as a core. Kumresh, we are going to talk a lot more next week about this. But back to the culture of innovation. It is so key, right? And there are also just simple things you can do. I have huge belief in the value of hackathons as a way to get ideas going. And you can do that in any company of any size, right? And get everybody across functions. It's not just something that the engineering organization does. Get the whole function, right? An HR function thinking about how is it that they use AI. If legal department thinking about how they use AI. Have them just use that time to dabble with different tools and come back to you. So do things like that. You know, even as a startup where every dollar, every penny counts, we give everyone an allowance to say, this is your AI learning. Go sign up for courses, go try different tools. We need you to do it. We tell them, yes, we are desperate for deliverables and we have a very hard line around deliverables and everyone is working hard. But tomorrow, if there's some major release, when OpenAI said that they're releasing ads, we're like, drop everything, figure out like what's happening there. And we will actually encourage you to come back and say, hey, some deliverable drops because I really need to go and learn this. So there's a lot that one can do at a big company and a small company scale. And we just need to go out there and do it.
So, okay. I want to know from you guys, and ultimately you're at the helm essentially of all of the organizations that you're at, right? So, would you say that it's a need right now to put things in KRA, for example? Because ultimately you're talking about capability for an organization. And let's face it, sometimes the only way that you can build something for a workforce in general is to say that you need to do this, you don't have a choice. So therefore, do you need to codify it and say that you need to do this, this is part of your KRA? Puneet, you want to start?
I think it's already happening, right? And today, if you're in tech and not fluent with AI, like you won't be in tech for too long. Like it's quite obvious to everybody now, and this is not something that you need to push top down, right? Which is going back to Kumresh's point around like we realize our jobs are changing on us even if you're not changing the job. And this is LinkedIn data, as I'm quoting Kumresh to Kumresh, but for the same job, 25% of the skills required have changed, even though you haven't changed your job, and it'll be 60% in the next few years. So your job is already changing on you, right? So you don't, my worry or my ask is don't wait for somebody to come and tell you that you need to learn AI and you need to have that as a KRA. You bloody well get started now. You use the train metaphor, I use the mountain metaphor. Like, can I just finish this?
Yeah.
Please. Like AI learning today is like climbing a mountain. Some people are running up to the peak. Some people are taking a bike. Some people are strolling, walking up. Some people are still on the ground looking at the peak. Not everybody will make it. The question is just get started now. Don't wait for somebody to tell you to do it.
Agreed. But the only point is that a lot of people have the ostrich head in the sand mentality, saying that. So how do you counter that? Because you don't want to face a situation where it's 50% of the workforce, right? I'm just saying that. I don't know what the data is, but if 50% of your workforce is not moving with the times, how do you ensure that they do? Does anybody have an answer?
You know, I have flashbacks again to when Meta went public. I don't know if folks who remember when the stock dropped because the analysts spoke about how Meta doesn't have a mobile strategy. Okay, it was remarkable. We were about 4,000 people then. In how quickly Mark Zuckerberg moved, where we looked at ownership, responsibility, got the best people on the best job, we didn't have enough engineers who were trained on mobile, so there was a massive training initiative. As people presented to him, if people still presented a desktop proposal versus mobile, he would stop the meeting and say, come back, right? So it was dramatic in how in a few weeks we transformed from being a desktop company largely to a mobile company, and the revenue followed, right? So it can be done. And yes, you have to take those measures. And I do think what gets measured matters. So yes, I would say it falls under the KRA side.
So combination of various factors, but it's been an absolute pleasure. There's no one answer to this. And I think it has to be collectively moving towards a certain goal. And I think everybody's understanding that. Puneet, you put it very well. The rest of you as well have made some very interesting points. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic session as always, Alex. I have been taking notes from that one. I must say.
What did you like the most?
I will refer to my notes, but I like how you brought up a lot of those germane issues with Puneet and Kritika especially, because I think a lot of those things are not spoken about when you're really talking about digital transformation at the workplace. And that's what this summit's all about, right?
Yeah.
We present the problems, we discuss, we deliberate, but we come up with solutions which are forward-looking as well.
Yeah, because ultimately there is obviously space and room for the big picture conversations, but you need to talk about adoption as well. And ultimately the person who's sitting in office right now is a person who's going to have to adopt the technology we're talking about today.
But you know what was interesting was you didn't ask them about what they use in terms of AI at work. That would have been an interesting one. Maybe we ask them the next time we see them. But moving on, as enterprises rush to integrate AI into their operations, a hard truth is emerging. Experimentation is easy. Scaling AI across the organization is not.
Yeah, it's complex, it's expensive, and it is deeply strategic. what separates companies that successfully embed AI into their DNA from those that are stuck in perpetual proof of concept mode.
Absolutely, and this is a stellar panel. I love how wide it's getting because our widest POVs are going to be capturing this. It's a stellar panel. We have Jason Oxman, President and CEO, Information Technology Industry Council, ITIC. Jeff Burke, VP Business Development and Partnerships at Replit. Alok Bajpai, Chairman, MD and Group CEO, Ixigo.
And finally, Ivana Baroletti, who is Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer at Wipro. Please make your way to the stage.
And this session will be moderated by NDTV's very own Vishnu Shom. A huge round of applause, please.
We'll get started in just a moment, just waiting for my other panelists to be here. They'll be here shortly. That's okay, doesn't really matter. We're waiting for Jeff, right? Okay, we're going to start and we're going to be joined by our final guest in just a moment. What we're looking at over here is the adoption of AI and the scale at which AI is adopted. Now, this is a real rub, isn't it? We are in a world right now where without the adoption come join us. We are now in a world are in deep trouble. And yet, if you scale up AI, you could be in a scenario where you have to deal with a very changed workforce. And therefore, companies have to make choices. There's the entire issue of ethics in the workplace as well. At the same time, the efficiencies which AI introduces in so many areas, it's so promising, the results are so fast that it's something that very few industries across the world in specific sectors would like to ignore. Therefore, what we are looking at is scale or fail, the truth about AI adoption, right? It's a tough one, but one that we really need to look at. And I'm going to introduce our panelists, Jason Oxman, President and CEO of the Information Technology Industry Council. Thank you very much for being with us. Ivana Baroletti, the Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer at Wipro. Alok Bajpai, Chairperson, MD and Group CEO of Ixigo. And a wonderful guest, they're all wonderful actually, but Jeff Burke, VP Business Development and Partnerships at Replit. Now, the reason Jeff was approximately 25 seconds late on this panel is because he had to fire up his laptop. And what Jeff says he can do, and I'm not sure he can, but what he says he can do is create a user interface, right, in about 2 minutes. A user interface for a particular application in a couple of minutes. So I'm going to put him on the spot and I'm going to ask anybody over here to raise their hand and to give us an idea of what it is that they want him to create while we have this conversation. So hands up over there. Shubhangi? Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Perfect. I think we have so many global delegates visiting. So if you could kind of curate 5-day itinerary for the...
Say that again, yeah.
We have so many global delegates visiting India for the first time for the Impact Summit. What about curating like a 5-day itinerary for the best things to do in and around Delhi, maybe top restaurants, just to make everyone's experience the best?
So he's actually typing that in now. We're going to give him some time because, and he's going to let me know when that's actually done. But in the meanwhile, since I do need to give him a little bit of time, a couple of minutes, and he's got a lot to prove over there. But until that time happens, I'm going to go across to Alok, and we'll come back to Jeff in a second. Yeah, Alok. Yeah. You run a business where scaling up is absolutely imperative, and the numbers are phenomenal. You serve over 500 million users. Many of them are first-time digital travelers. They aren't necessarily in urban centers. Just in terms of ixigo, how has scalability been a priority, not an option?
Thanks. First of all, you can do this on ixigo as well. You can go to ixigo Plan, and we do AI trip planning. We launched it almost 3 years ago. And we don't just suggest the restaurants, we also tell you what dish to order in that restaurant based on traveler reviews. But coming to the question, look, I think we are in some ways in a domain where things go wrong, right? So when you travel, there are moments of anxiety, your flight might get cancelled, we've been through this. Your train might get delayed. In India, the platform number of the train could change, the bus might not just show up. And I think at ixigo, one of the things that's our core tenets is that we don't think of ourselves as a company selling tickets. We think of ourselves as a company that's selling peace of mind. And AI plays a very important role there, because if you think about being able to preempt when things go wrong or about to go wrong, and being able to solve for it in real time with the right content, the right information, or the right decision-making inputs. I think that's what people, especially in the next billion users or tier 2, tier 3 markets, where they have paucity of, information, or they might not have the ability to, pay beyond a certain amount, but they're confused whether they're buying the right ticket or not. I think in that sense, we are trying to protect the downside and also preserve the ability to have a more predictable experience using AI.
But can I just ask you, because we faced a huge crisis in the Indian aviation sector a couple of months back with Indigo and its crew rostering in a situation where a large part of the Indian aviation sector just sort of froze. How did you deal with it?
Yeah, so
the software helps.
It's a fantastic case study for us, because we had built this AI-first customer experience stack where almost 90% of the voice calls that we take or do outbound today are end-to-end AI. Almost 90% of our chat is end-to-end AI as well. So one of the things we realized was nobody was answering any phone calls or giving you any information during that crisis. People were struggling at the airport, did not know what to do next, did not even know whether their flight would take off. We proactively called almost 150,000 AI calls during those 5 days to inform people the status of their flight, whether it would go or not, and if it didn't, when they get their refund or how they could reschedule it. And these AI bots, it would have been impossible to service that many customers in a short span of time. We had almost 5x as many reach outs. And we have this tool called Flight Tracker Pro, which is an AI flight status tracker. And we got like a 12x spike during that time on that, because people sitting at the airport were also using our tool to tell others, whether the flight would go or not. So I think we saw a great applied use case of AI to essentially solve for anxiety in travel, which is what we all have gone through.
Okay. Jeff, how is it coming along?
It's going okay. I mean, it's building right now, but we're just trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. But it should be done any second now.
Ivana, when we talk about the changed workplace, there's also the entire issue of AI-ready governance. How does one bring in AI into the workforce without defining how it's going to be used within a corporate structure? How is that a huge challenge? Because you have to change minds as well, right? On the implementation of AI.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I think it's a really interesting one, because when generative AI came up, everybody started to use it very rapidly. And that was a big change compared to, until then, people were doing like machine learning, but you had to be like an expert to do it. But generative AI is accessible to everybody, so very suddenly, a lot of people started to use these tools. And that changed, and across the world, organizations started to say, okay, how are we going to handle this in our companies? The people, what about copyright? What about data leaks? What about this and that? So that was like at the beginning, a huge kind of upheaval in companies and say, how are we going to govern that, the use? So a lot of organizations started to issue guidelines. A lot of people started to say, well, yes, you can use artificial intelligence, these generative AI tools, but is in your private instance as an organization. And of course, employees wanted to use it. It's interesting because employees want to use it because we know, and they know that it simplifies their work, and we know that it really allows people to focus on better tasks, less, not these mindless sort of repetitive things. But at the same time, employees are concerned about, is that going to take my job? So I think what is really important is that, first of all, is to bring employees with you. I think it's a responsibility of a responsible business to tell employees and to teach employees how to work with AI, what works and what doesn't work. So, for example, in my company, I head up AI governance. What we did was we said we're going to train everybody, at least on how to use it. Everybody, not just the people who know about technology, but everybody across the board, to say, how are they going to use it, and also how to trust it and how to distrust it, because sometimes these systems, they make it up. So we didn't want people to copy and paste something that was completely made up. And it did happen, I mean, in many, many different places. We read, I mean, the Supreme Court of India is saying, well, be careful with the use of AI, of generative AI in the legal sector. But in Australia, we've had cases where organizations, they were hired to write a report, and the people who wrote it, they wrote it with using one of these tools. And then the client was like, hey, this is not real. That's just like hallucination. Sure. So teaching people to trust and teaching people how to distrust as well. Because by distrust, I don't mean that people don't trust this technology. I mean that people take it critically. And for example, at Wipro, when we say to people, you can use these tools to understand whether somebody is a good fit for your job, we know that this tool may discriminate. And we tell people, look, use it, but challenge, because the more you challenge, it means that you've understood how the system works and you can help improve it. Okay. So it's I think it's a mindset and shift that we need to have in our organizations, but I think it's also part of the fun.
An opportunity. Now, Jeff, has that software of yours come along?
Yeah, no, it finished a little while ago. It's like my little
Tell us about it.
My little coworker just building on the side right here, but I don't know. Are you able to see? So I don't know if people in the crowd can see, but basically I took that exact...
They can. In fact, we've got it up on... But why don't you go ahead and describe what... So you built this website in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
It would have been faster had the Wi-Fi been on.
Yeah, so
what have you built?
Yeah, so when you get to Replit, it looked like this little chat box, and I just typed in the exact prompt she gave me. And then in the separate tab, you can see it started 8 minutes ago, so that's proof that I did not do this beforehand. And what happens is you type in this prompt and the agent actually just starts thinking and creates a plan and goes and builds this application for you. So you can actually see the agent responded and said, hey, I'll create a modern editorial style. I didn't tell it that. It was just kind of the Replit agent being creative. It then walks you through everything it does, all the actions it took. You can actually click in here and see all the code it generated. It actually made these images. And then the end result is this Delhi Chronicle. That it came up with that solution as well, with some photos and locations that people can visit while they're here. And then what you would basically do is, again, you think of it like a coworker. I would just give it another prompt. Maybe I don't like the styling, or I want to add some things that are more personal. I go back and say, actually, maybe take another pass at this, or this is great. We actually launched a partnership with RazorPay yesterday, so you can add payments to these things too. So it's like, actually, this is great. Maybe I may want to monetize and build a business around this. Go set up my RazorPay account and help me start charging for this. So,
Jeff, to me, what's most impressive about this is that it's, to a large extent, autonomous. It's autonomous coding. It's sort of thinking about what you might want to see, and it's doing it in a way which obviously is based on data available, plus perhaps your own user interest. How smart is the software? How does it decide what it is that you want?
Yeah, it's actually really smart. I think when we launched it about 1.5 years ago, Even us internally did not expect it to be doing this well at this point. So we're on the 3rd version of our agent. Actually, we're launching the 4th version in 20 days, which will be very exciting. And we kind of have a lot of small improvements in between, but then every 6 months we feel like we're able to make a big leap. And here, it's building with a lot of stuff. I mean, I give it very little prompting here, but I think some of our best users are enterprises who use it. We have all sorts of other features and stuff as you get deeper into the system where you can start to tell it how you like to build. I mean, I think some of the stuff you said was amazing. Is like, this is a very powerful tool. With great power comes great responsibility. And so there are ways to, teach this agent how we like to build, what systems you should or should not be building with. If you're in an enterprise, what data you want to connect or not connect, or who should be deploying these things to production. So it's very powerful, and I think it's only getting better and better, and I'm obviously very excited by it.
No, I think it's absolutely amazing. Jason, let me ask you, I got to ask you this question. Now, there are so many people who rely on AI to give them advice. They seek empathy from solutions. They seek medical advice. If they are lonely, they seek to speak to somebody. And that means that there isn't really a human interface over there. You're talking to a machine. Is that a legal issue for you? Is that an ethical challenge for you?
So, first of all, great to be here with all of my colleagues and all of you today. I think we just saw a great example of how there is always a human being in the equation, a human being who you called on in the audience to generate a great idea, a human being to start the process of the coding of the idea. In all of those use cases you talked about, I think it's very important that there be a human being somewhere in the equation. Let's talk about the medical use case you gave an example of. AI can be enormously valuable to a doctor in helping with the diagnosis. So we see these use cases across India, a lot of startups doing great work, particularly to empower rural healthcare providers who may see something on an X-ray that they've never seen before. And perhaps because they're in a rural area, nobody else has the same spot on an X-ray. AI can see millions of those, not personally identifiable, but it can compare that one X-ray to millions of examples in the purpose of helping that doctor with a diagnosis. But it's still going to come back to that doctor. And that's true across healthcare, it's true across education, financial services. Yeah. There's always a human in the equation. AI is a tool. It's a powerful software tool, as we've just seen a great example of, but it's still a tool to be deployed by humans in service of humans. So you don't agree with these doomsday scenarios? I don't agree with the doomsday scenarios. I would say AI is a very powerful and very effective and very exciting tool. But one of the reasons we're here all together is because of the AI Impact Summit being hosted here in Delhi by India as the world's largest democracy, seeking to ethically, responsibly, safely, and securely deploy AI innovations here in India and around the world.
But let me jump in for half a second. What India seeks to do now is based on one word, trust. Now, if I was to be the devil's advocate, I would ask, why would a company with proprietary rights over a piece of technology necessarily share it with another company or another country? Why should a country which develops certain technology, AI-driven, which is, for example, used for military purposes, share it with another country, right? Yeah. This is stuff you want to hold on to. And yet we are talking about working all together.
Right. So let's talk about a physical world example that we're all familiar with that answers your question. This is one of those questions you used to ask, how many people have a phone in their pocket? True. Everybody's got one. You turn it over, there's a charging port on the bottom of it. No matter who manufactures your phone, no matter what platform it's on, that's a universal standard for charging. Now, why would companies collaborate with each other for a universal standard for charging? Because it benefits everybody in the ecosystem that I can borrow a charger from the person sitting next to me. And still there's competition. There are multiple device manufacturers on multiple platforms, but that kind of standard setting works for everybody. It's the same in the AI world. Standard setting on important things that we've been talking about, like ethics, like trust, like security. We can all follow security by design, make sure we're all following industry standards on security. Why? Because no one's going to trust and use your product if we don't follow those standards. So I would respectfully suggest that it's actually the opposite of the position you stated, that it is in everybody's benefit across the technology ecosystem to abide by uniformly accepted international standards.
I will hold you
because
to
we
this
all
in
get
2
that
years.
trust.
I will hold you to this in 2 years. I am scared of the technology, I must confess, but I hope it works well. Alok, you know, as the technology evolves, how would Ixigo offer better solutions which are more personalized to users across, your user base?
Yeah, I think I wanted to make one point here about AI, that if you look at the evolution of the internet and then you had search, you had Google, etc., the access to information got democratized so that the person that's sitting in, let's say, the remotest village in the country could access the same information that someone, sitting in Gurgaon or Delhi could. With AI, this goes to the next level where the person sitting in the remotest part of India can access the same level of intelligence as all the intelligence of every human being on the planet combined, right? What this unfolds, not just in travel, but in every vertical, is a unique opportunity to work with these models to diffuse, the abilities, the capabilities of this intelligence within that domain, to the end user that might have a very unique problem statement. So I'll give you two small examples of how it manifests itself. If you're someone who's planning a trip, of course you can get this information at multiple places. But imagine being able to marry that with your profile, because you've planned several trips, made several bookings on us, as well as the metadata we have about your context. So if you're taking a train or a bus and we know what the likelihood of that delay or that wait list converting into a confirmed ticket, etc. is, we can now actually help you plan better with a higher degree of predictability in that experience, right? But this intelligence will manifest itself even more as all apps become more and more preemptive, personalized. I mean, when I say preemptive, I almost mean like, if you all watched the movie Minority Report, where Tom Cruise, predicts when a crime is about to occur and actually knows about it already, right? So AI gives you the power to actually not make a customer reach out to you when something goes wrong, but instead reach out to the customer proactively and solve that problem, which is what we did in the Indigo crisis. But if you extend this by a couple of years, right, we're talking about product experience being the only differentiator, because the underlying models, in a sense, become commodity, right? So I think where we are headed to, at least at Ixigo, is saying, okay, if execution is commoditized, you might have a great idea. I think you got to spend a lot of time orchestrating the right agents to build out those experiences on the fly for that customer, for that particular context. So if I'm comparing two hotels, show me a very different kind of user experience and help me, don't just throw me the usual UI, maybe even allow me to chat with that, talk to it, tell it what I like, don't like, and narrow down. So I think you're going to see a lot more of that intelligence emerging in the product itself.
Jeff, just in terms of the AI sort of demonstration that you showed us, in terms of your own agent, does it improve itself?
We don't really have any reinforcement learning built in. I mean, I think our team is constantly doing a lot of stuff where when customers reach out with bugs, we're able to quickly respond and figure out the limits it's running into. We also just, interacting with AI is very new to everybody, and so I think people feel like it gets better because they also get more used to talking to the agent and explaining what it does well, what it does poorly. I mean, one thing that was kind of a breakthrough moment for me was the agent kept hitting an error, and a prompt I gave it was, hey, forget everything you just did, take a step back, reassess the situation, and come up with a new plan. And it actually fixed it in that situation. And so I think the thing that's improving is the technology's improving, also just more build time. I mean, we're there shipping new fixes every day, we're adding new features, adding new primitives, and then also just people are getting used to the technology, and when those three combine, the capabilities are pretty exponential.
Ivana, 3 words: privacy, compliance, and accountability. This is critical for any company if you are to adopt AI. These could also be looked at as just buzzwords. I would argue that they are, but I'm sure you would argue that no, in fact, this is what really needs to be looked at carefully.
Yeah, I wanted to just pick up on what you said. Now, I want you to think for a second something. Now, how many of you in this room have children? Okay. Imagine your children, they are on social media. They are with their friends, they take a photo of themselves, they post it. Okay? Then they go on another media or another thing and blah, blah. Then they turn to the age of 23. They go to college, they've gone to college and they're looking for a job. Okay? When they go to their first job, the company hiring them uses a tool to verify from the previous history and digital footprint for your children, where they were 14, 15, 16, if they are reliable and trustworthy. So what they're using is a tool to say, for example, from the pictures, if they were reliable and if they are good employees. Now, as a parent, do you think it's fair for your children's future to be decided by the photos that they published when they were young?
No, I think those are absolutely critical questions.
Well, this is the heart of it, because yes, these tools can predict. Yes, these tools can tell you, but the problem is there has to be a threshold, and the threshold is really, really important. So the fact that something
is defines that threshold?
The fact that something is technically possible doesn't mean that you do it. So this is what we're talking about. So forget the privacy, governance, forget this. It's really about what is acceptable and what is the innovation that we want to be behind. Companies have got their own responsibilities. This is why it's important to have a lot of people designing these tools, but we need to ask ourselves the tough questions, because otherwise we will be drawn in a world without knowing it.
No, I completely agree. It is important that we ask ourselves these tough questions. Look, it's been a fascinating conversation, and I'd like to thank all of you. I'd like to thank you for showing us, the development of an app in absolutely minutes, but the conversations on policy, on interoperability, on ethics, I think, are absolutely key to AI, but ultimately scale is critical for enterprises across the world. What is that scale going to be? It differs from country to country, company to company. Hopefully it's all safe. Thank you very much once again.
Artificial intelligence is not just another innovation. It is a power shift. It is redefining economic strength, reshaping global competition, and forcing governments to rethink how they protect jobs, security, and democracy itself.
And at the center of that debate is our next guest at the show. As Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak pushed AI governance onto the global stage, arguing that the real winners of this era will not simply be those who build the most advanced systems, but those who adopt and adapt the fastest.
He has warned that the biggest risk is not artificial intelligence, but human complacency in the face of it. Today, he brings a rare vantage point from leading a G7 nation through the dawn of the AI age to engaging directly with the industry shaping its future.
This is a conversation about power, policy, and the pace of change. can we please put our hands together to welcome Rishi Sunak, former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and NDTV CEO and Editor-in-Chief, Rahul Kanwal.
Differently. That's what we did at Bletchley Park in the UK, and then from South Korea, Paris, and now India, which seems to me a very natural place to be having this conversation to cover all the topics that you touched on, because we're at this particular moment where, and I'll end on this, where I think the AI debate has moved from technology to strategy, from talking about the tools to talking about what countries are doing with these tools to have an impact in their societies.
Since you advise some of the world's leading AI companies, if you are advising the Indian government and the Indian people at this moment, how should India be looking at leveraging the AI age? Now, there are two ways that are being debated widely. One is that India must spend a lot of energy trying to build the use case layer of AI. The other is India must invest more deeply in the foundational systems on which AI models are based. given your particular very unique lens, how should India be looking at the forces that are upon us at the moment?
I think India has recognized that leadership in technology doesn't depend just on inventing the technology. It depends on how effectively you deploy it in your country. So by focusing on mass adoption, I think supported by a very deep talent pool here, a strong digital public infrastructure, and a public that's very supportive and optimistic of the technology, I think India is well positioned to take a leadership role in AI. Indeed, I think that is increasingly reflected in some of the global rankings of these things. You mentioned I was associated with Stanford. Stanford do, I think, the most authoritative ranking of AI superpowers around the world, and India just went into third place, which I think is indicative that this strategy is working, and India is assuming its rightful place as an AI superpower.
Given the speed at which technology is changing, how should society be looking at the issue of regulating AI? Because you're also a former prime minister in a room full of AI engineers, and society has compulsions which are very different from the motives that drive these AI companies, many of which are obviously driven by profit. What can we do? Because by the time our members of parliament and other people in government even determine what's at play and what they need to regulate, the next models are out which are very different from what they were planning for a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I think, Rahul, you make an excellent point, which is, you said, you're a kind of politician in a room full of engineers. And it's a fair point, because much to my parents' great disappointment, I didn't have a STEM degree, which they were sad about. But it was something that my team brought up. When we hosted that first summit, and we were inviting all the leading frontier labs, and we were going to have these conversations, and one of them made the same point to me. It was like, are you going to be able to really keep up with the technical discussions that are going to happen here? And I said to this person, I said, you know what, my wife's uncle is a astrophysics professor at Caltech. My mother-in-law was one of the first female engineers at Telco. My brother-in-law is a computer scientist, and my father-in-law founded a software company. I said, if I can keep up with them at family dinner, I can probably handle the summit discussions. So it was good training. It was good training for that. But I think you touched on a genuine concern. And if I look around the world, there are varying attitudes towards AI. I think here in India, there's enormous optimism and trust, whereas in the West, I think the dominant feeling is one of anxiety. And I think closing that confidence gap is now not just a technical issue, but it's a policy issue. And if I think then about, well, how? I think it's the public sector where this battle for trust in AI is going to be won or lost. I think when citizens experience themselves better healthcare, faster government services, a more efficient interaction with the state, I think that's when this debate about trust in AI goes from abstract to reality, and that's how you can win people over to trusting the technology.
You're saying there's optimism and trust in AI, but over the last several weeks, stocks of several of the SaaS companies have been hammered, including your father-in-law's, the company that he founded, which are being beaten, and questions are being asked about whether by 2030 companies like Infosys, and I don't want you to speak just about one company, but the IT services companies would have any future at all. And we had the OpenAI policy head this morning, and he said that now people who are using AI can do the work that 7x people could do. The converse of that is that you need 1/7 the number of people that you would have required earlier, and that has very serious ramifications for joblessness, displacement in the labor markets. How should countries like India, because that was your sweet spot, your young demographic, a lot of which could now be restless and potentially underemployed or unemployed?
Yeah, I don't think this is something that just countries like India are grappling with. I think this is a topic of conversation that is dominating policymakers' thinking and conversations everywhere, in most countries, quite frankly. And look, I think AI is going to change the labor market. Some jobs will be lost. I think many more will be redesigned. And I think history shows us that societies flourish when we manage that transition well. The role of government isn't to stop innovation. It's to make sure that people can take on these new tasks and new roles with confidence and security. Now, I care about this. I have two young girls. And, what I think is, whilst of course there's going to be change, that doesn't mean that the role for humans is disappearing. It's just going to change. Every job that all of us do, I think, can be broken down into lots of different tasks. If you think about all of our lives, all of our jobs, it's a set of tasks in each job. Now, AI will be particularly good at some of them, but not all of them. And I think what we will need to do is not just to develop AI literacy. So all of us, at whatever stage in our careers we are, will need to develop an ability to use these tools, but we'll need to also just amp up those human skills that only we can bring, that judgment, that critical thinking, not so much the what, but knowing the why, and how to critique the results of what comes back at you. I think these are a distinct set of skills that will always be relevant in a changing job market.
I'm not sure I agree with your response, because you're saying some jobs will be impacted. I heard Dario at Davos, where he made the point that more than half the white-collar jobs, anybody who's working on a computer or working with tech, a lot of the code that they're currently writing, and that's happening at Anthropic as well, where he's constantly saying that we're not writing as much code as we needed to. So it's not some jobs. This could be mass displacement, potentially of a kind we haven't seen, and this isn't necessarily several years out into the future. According to Anthropic, this could happen in a couple of years.
Yeah, so if you look back at history, I think so the conversation that we just had, what you just said, you could probably find someone saying something very similar at multiple points in our history when some new technological revolution came along. I think there's I saw somewhere a clip of, when Excel first came out, everyone thought that would be the end of accountants. And I'm sure if I did a show of hands in this room, there's probably more accountants today than there were back then, or bookkeepers. So Excel didn't do away with accountants or bookkeepers. It just created probably many more things for them to do. And actually MIT have done an interesting study on this point about the fact that over time technology creates new opportunities that we can't think of at the time. And that's quite hard for us to imagine. But they've looked at all the jobs that are in existence today and have concluded that around 60% or so didn't exist half a century ago. And I think that's just something to bear in mind. Even if we can't quite see how it's going to develop, history would tell you that technology has been able to create new jobs over time as we discover new things to do. Now, that said, I do think there is reason to be cautious. Now, some of the most dangerous words in the English language are this time it's different, but look, there are credible people who think it might be different this time because of the wide-ranging application of AI. And that's why I think policymakers need to think about this very seriously. They need to be thinking about upskilling their populations to make sure that they're AI literate. I think we need to reimagine our education systems, that were designed to train you in a singular fashion for one job that you would then do for your career. That's gone, and we need to be able to iterate and learn throughout our careers. And I think the other thing we're going to need to learn how to do is to work with AI, work with agents. And one thing that I think my children will have to do, which will be very different from what I had to do, is at a very young age, when they enter the job market, they will be managers. Now, most people in their 20s don't manage other people, but I think today and tomorrow's 20-year-olds will be managing AI agents to help them accomplish their work and their
tasks. So give us insights from your own personal life. What are you doing with this battery of agents, and how are they different from your staff at 10 Downing Street?
You mean, how am I using AI? Yeah, I mean, probably like many of you, I'm using it to help me make better decisions, to help me be better informed, so I can exercise hopefully better judgment when I make those decisions in the way that probably many of us are using these tools. But they also have, I think quite good personal application. Actually, just very recently, I mean, my wife was away with you the other weekend.
She was fantastic.
Thank you.
You're a star. She was a bigger star.
She's
Many of my colleagues were there at the NDTV Art Awards, and interestingly, it happened right here in this hotel at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah. So
well, then this story will be relevant then. So when she was setting off to come and spend a couple of days with you, and so I was doing my solo parenting that weekend at home in Yorkshire, and she said, our younger one, Anushka, has got a physics test, make sure you revise with her, because that's normally what she would do, and make sure she does well. And at that point, I was a bit stressed because I went through my in-laws. You know my in-laws. I thought, their definition of what doing well on a physics test is probably a little bit higher than mine, especially seeing as I haven't done any physics since I was 16. But anyway, I was very worried. But then Claude came to the rescue. So I put my daughter's revision test into Claude, and it prepared basically a teaching guide for me. So it could teach me how to teach her in plain English that I could understand. All the answers and the explanatory notes. And then at the end of it, it created a kind of 4-page revision handout for her of key concepts that she could take into her test the next week. And I thought at the end of that, and then she, thankfully she did well on the test. Also, she tells me.
Papa passed the test.
Yeah, well, yeah, so I said, if AI can turn me into a Murthy family level physics tutor, there is nothing that it can't do. So at that moment, I felt very optimistic about where we're heading.
Artificial general intelligence is now going from the realm of science fiction to near-term possibility. And again, Anthropic has been saying that this could happen within the next 2 years. There's a big debate between Google DeepMind and Anthropic about the timelines, but if it is, say, 2 years away, what should governments like India, according to you, be doing, which they're not doing at this moment, to deal with the reality of a situation where artificial intelligence and machines are more intelligent than humans and can do things smarter than humans?
Yeah, I think this is something that has become a more acute topic in the last couple of months, because when I first got into the job as PM, and we talked about it at the summit, at that point there was a skepticism about whether the pace of AI development would actually continue. The so-called scaling laws, where the more data, compute, and algorithm that you put in, the better the output of the models. And there was a skepticism that that relationship would carry on going in the exponential way that it was. What's actually been the case over the last few years is not only that relationship held, and we've seen that continued development, but as you, I think, hinted in your question, Rahul, it seems to be accelerating over the last few months. And if you talk to Demis from DeepMind, or Dario, or I was just with Alexander Wang from Meta, all of them would say the same thing, that they've noticed this acceleration and this so-called recursive self-improvement, where the models are improving at a faster rate than previously. And the reason they are doing that is because they are able to use AI to help them build the next model. And that is the kind of key thing that has changed. So I think your observation is right. We're at this point of, it seems, acceleration. And that takes me back to the first summit, where I said it's important that we give people confidence that this technology is safe. And we in the UK created the AI Security Institute. India has created something similar. And I think these institutions are important. And I think they should work together, because what citizens want to know is that the people in charge have got the technical capability to evaluate this technology and make sure that it is safe to use, that it is not going to run away from us. And it's a government's job to help make that a reality. I got a reminder of this. My 2 young girls, when they use these models and the chatbots and they're going back and forth on things, they're very polite, and they always say please and thank you when they go through their conversations. I said to them, you know what, you don't need to say please and thank you. It's polite, but it's not a person. And by the way, it takes up a lot of compute power, so better if you don't. But they said, Daddy, if AI takes over the world, we want to have been polite to the AI. I thought it was good insurance policy. But look, I think it speaks to this point about being able to ensure people can trust the technology. And I think as governments develop, what they need to do is develop this capability. And we can't leave it to people to mark their own homework. And that's what the
unfortunately
AI
for your girls, machines don't care about what humans think. And for companies like Anthropic or Google DeepMind, safety is a publicly stated priority. I have 2 concerns. One, several of these safety engineers and those in charge of safety keep leaving and writing all kinds of very emotional notes about why they'd rather do poetry than work on AI safety. And secondly, this is at companies which are interested in safety. What about autocratic nations, China, Russia, where safety isn't prioritized? How concerned are you by bad actors using these emergent technologies for bioterrorism, for creating chaos of a kind which humanity will then struggle to deal with.
And that was exactly why our first summit focused on these risks. You know, this new technology was coming along. I think everyone could see that it was going to be able to do lots of incredible things, but people worried about exactly that. You know, there are always bad actors in the world who are going to use tools for ends that none of us would agree with or support. And that's why I think it's critical that governments have that independent capability to evaluate the safety of these models. And actually, only governments can do some of that. You know, when you talked about some of those risks, they're national security risks. You know, cyber, bio, chemical, nuclear, radiological. You know, our security services, intelligence services, defense services, you know, they have a particular expertise and capability in understanding what those risks are. And certainly in the UK, we ensure that those people work with that institute to do the testing on all these models, to make sure that we're on top of any vulnerabilities and can talk to the companies about fixing them. And so far, that has worked well. And the companies have cooperated. You're right to say, look, we can't control what everyone does in every part of the world, which is why I think forums like this are so important. India bringing together people from all over the world at these summits gives us that opportunity to talk to other countries about how they're dealing with these things, share best practice, and hopefully over time have a bit more global collaboration on this important issue.
You've said that AI is not just a race between China and the United States, that adoption matters as much as frontier development. India is investing a lot in artificial intelligence, and we've seen the kind of interest there was with people wanting to get into Bharat Mandapam. You saw the best and the worst of India all at the same time. But do you think India has a genuine shot at being a shaper, a player in this AI universe? Or is our country more likely to end up using models and technologies developed in the West?
I think India is shaping up to take a leadership role in AI. And I talked about the Stanford Index, India already in third place. But then just look what sits underneath that. You know, what are the strengths, the assets that India is bringing to the table? You know, first is a very deep talent pool, right? Just the sheer number of highly skilled AI literate engineers here dwarfs almost anywhere else in the world. So that's a huge competitive advantage. The second thing is digital public infrastructure. Right? I don't need to tell all of you, but you should know just how special and distinctive that DPI is. The combination of Aadhaar, UPI, and then the Ayushman Bharat health accounts now, you know, provide a distribution rail where you can build applications that can serve over 1 billion people. I mean, that is pretty extraordinary. And then you combine that with the incredible innovative ecosystem that you've got here, which you talked about, the energy at the summit yesterday, all that young, hungry talent, and as we talked about earlier on, a population that is very supportive and optimistic about the technology. You know, those are differentiating strengths. And I think as we talked about, India's recognized that leadership in technology is not just about inventing it, it's about deploying it effectively in your country. And India's focus on this mass adoption, building on those strengths, is why it is in the leadership position that it is today.
You know, you wrote in the Wall Street Journal that democratic countries need to come together to work on a collective AI framework so that authoritarian systems don't take over. There's also been conversation about the need for a Bretton Woods framework around artificial intelligence. But then the reality of the world is that Donald Trump is president of the United States, and we're seeing what he's doing with existing frameworks and guardrails. What trust can countries like India have in investing in a global AI framework when current frameworks, multilateral frameworks built after the Second World War, are themselves in peril?
Yeah, it's certainly the case that the old multilateral order that we knew is gone, and we haven't quite figured out what we're transitioning to, which makes this a unpredictable and challenging time, as you mentioned, Rahul. But I think actually India is positioned well to succeed in that new world. Just think what's happened in the past few weeks and months. India's signed free trade deals, not just with my country, the UK, but also the EU. You know, that is a sign of countries getting together and maintaining those close relationships, in fact, deepening them in the face of a US which is approaching those same issues slightly differently, if I can put it that way, to it has in the past. And again, this summit, the fact that India is convening all these people in a multilateral way to discuss these issues, I think is a positive sign. But if I could maybe touch on another thing which gives me some optimism about this, it's, Prime Minister Modi's theme for this summit, or one of them, is impact. And if I think about what makes me excited about AI and how will it bring countries closer together, it's because AI doesn't just raise the ceiling. I think AI can lift the floor. And that has been, I think, a great passion of Prime Minister Modi's when he's been talking about AI. And I happen to think that AI is going to be one of the most uplifting, democratizing forces that humanity has seen. And if you think about these incredible global public goods, healthcare, education, right? And then if I add on to that agriculture, which is something that in many developing countries is core to giving people a better standard of living, in those three areas, AI is about to transform them for the better, so that countries that today are further behind are going to be able to leapfrog and catch up and overtake others and deliver an enormously increased standard of living to their citizens.
The flip side of that is that power gets concentrated in the hands of a few tech oligarchs, largely out of San Francisco.
But I don't think that has to be the case. And if you look at the applications that are being developed here, and look at the types of models that are being used, whether they're open source or others that you can build them on, these are designed to work in actually a very low-cost way. Right? The agricultural innovations that we're seeing with AI are designed to work on a farmer's phone without some super highfalutin laptop or broadband connection, but to give him the improvement in yield, reduced crop cycle times, water usage that you couldn't dream of before. Similarly in education. And I happen to think that's one of the most powerful ways to lift people up. But now the ability to have personalized tutoring at low cost for millions and millions of children everywhere, or healthcare provided in the most rural parts of Africa or India at the same quality that you would get in big cities in developed countries, that is extraordinary. And I think this is, to your point about multilateralism, I think there will be an enormous number of countries that will want to work together on delivering those outcomes. And actually the conversations at this summit being led by India are on that topic. And it's so good that that topic is getting focused. I mean, AI, as I said, should be one of the most uplifting, democratizing forces that we have seen in our entire lifetimes. And I think it's unsurprising, indeed quite natural, that India wants to take a lead in making that a reality for countries around the world.
You invited China to Bletchley Park. Some consider that to be bold diplomacy. Some consider that to be naivete. Since 2023, tech tensions between China and Washington have largely gone up. And we're already seeing data decoupling happening to a great extent. Do you think cooperation between democracies and autocracies on AI is still possible? Or are we looking at a very definitive fracture which splits the world into two AI universes?
I'm an optimist, so I'd like to believe that it is possible. And if you look at what's happened in the past, I mean, particularly around the issue of nuclear weapons, you've seen dialogue that was able to happen between geopolitical rivals. And hopefully that gives us some encouragement and optimism that it will be possible in the future as well. I think it would be positive. And as to why I invited China to the summit, I thought dialogue was important. I think this is the defining technology of our time. And in an ideal world, you would be having a dialogue with what are clearly important, significant powers in the world. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to agree with everyone on everything. It means there are countries that have different values and different interests to yours, and you have to be eyes wide open about that. But I think the principle of dialogue to understand and try and come to some common understanding, I think is one that we should continue to pursue.
You've been Prime Minister, technocrat, Prime Minister, advisor to different tech companies. Given what's happening with the politics of the United Kingdom, is going back or trying to go back to 10 Downing Street still on your list of agentic tasks? Is that something you've given up on?
No, I mean, I'm still very happily a member of Parliament. and I represent my fantastic constituency in North Yorkshire, and it gives me an enormous amount of fulfillment to do that and make sure I do a good job representing my constituents and making sure actually that this technology works for them. I have a very rural constituency, so we've been talking about the benefits in farming. Education is something that I'm passionate about. Akshta and I have recently set up an education charity called the Richmond Project, named after my constituency, which helps people get greater confidence with numbers, which is something that I think is an uplifting thing in life, and we're seeing how technology can help with that. And my general view on these things, Rahul, is you get into these jobs, you get into politics because you believe in public service. I certainly did. And you think you can make a difference. Now, just because you're not doing that particular job does not mean that that desire to keep serving, to keep making a difference disappears. And I still have that, and I will always have that. And you just have to find different outlets to make that difference. And that's what I'm trying to do in this new chapter of my life.
You said you're happily settled as Member of Parliament in the United Kingdom. Given the number of people, mostly women, who are clamoring to take selfies before the session, I'm quite certain that there are a few constituencies in India where if you try to stand for MPship, you may have a good shot. Many people in the hall have come specifically to listen to you. Rishi Sunak, for joining us, taking out time on a crazy, chaotic day, and joining us at the NDTV IND.AI Summit. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much, Rahul. Thank you.
सॉरी सर, मैंने थोड़ा फोकस मारा, सॉरी मैंने उधर नहीं देखा, एकदम भागा मोड़
Fascinating session as always. A little later in the day, Alex, we have a session on the creators economy that's really piqued my interest and the impact of AI. As a curtain raiser to that deep dive, we've got a film out here that we will show which actually showcases the importance of this topic.
You know, the orange economy, we've been speaking about this, and I think it found a mention in the economic survey as well. But the film that we're talking about, it's titled Portrait Number 72. It is entirely made with AI. It has been created by Daryl Rapacon, and it has also won Best Overall Film Award at the InVideo Film Festival, organized by local host in Delhi last night. We've got that lined up for you.
strange. He's always mad. He never smiles. You know, he never left Varanasi. And he takes photos of dead people.
Don't cry yet. Look here.
Weird. You know what's weirder? I saw a photo of him pretending that he's dead.
Don't touch the lens. You will ruin it. You walk too slow. Don't be late next time.
But he's not angry all the time, you know. The doctor told him he'll die in 72 days. So he takes one photo every day, trying to get the perfect one. Uncle Ruhan, why do you do this?
I don't have a family. When I die, no one will take my photo. Most people don't get a good last picture. Their faces are empty. When you're dead, you can't fix that. I'm trying to take one good photo before I go.
Uncle, I think I found my favorite photo. Who are they?
Old friends. The only time I ever left this city, I went to Dubai to live, and now I came back here to die. You want to help me? Good pose. Wrong flowers. One day, you'll have to continue this, you know?
But I don't want to take photos of dead people.
Then take photos of the living. Here's how you do it.
What if the doctor's wrong?
I don't know.
Uncle, why don't you ever leave this place? What if you live longer? somewhere with you? I want to see the desert. Maybe drink some tea. I hope you don't die.
Don't be late tomorrow.
Can I also pick your flowers today? Arav, chalo. We need to get back. I know a way.
Ishan! Ishan!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for tea. It's a very short break because we've got an action-packed evening lined up. So be back quickly.
Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI first university.
दो टॉस हारा, 9 रिव्यूज की।
डन, तुम्हारा तो टॉस हारने का रिकॉर्ड है।
अच्छा, आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म।
हेड्स।
अरे यार, क्या कैसे आ गए? अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there is a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट, जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास। लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे। यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति। एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजन निःशुल्क वसति संस्कृति, सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है। यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है।
The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects, at Dayananda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI first university.
दो टॉस हारा, 9 रिव्यूज की।
डन, तुम्हारा तो टॉस हारने का रिकॉर्ड है।
अच्छा, आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म।
हेड्स।
अरे यार, क्या कैसे आ गए? अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there is a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट, जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास। लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे। यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति। एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजन निःशुल्क वसति संस्कृति, सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है। यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है।
The world is building artificial Dayananda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory, drives the next era of education, research, and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
जो टॉस हारा 90 प्लस
डन तुम्हारा तो क्रॉस करने का रिकॉर्ड है
अच्छा आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म
हेड्स
अरे यार क्या कैसे आ गए अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस
भरोसा तुम हो
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there's a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार मिल रहा है एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है व्यंजन निःशुल्क वसति संस्कृति सोच है स्वाभिमान है संस्कार है यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है
The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayananda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research, and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
जो टॉस हारा 90 प्लस
डन तुम्हारा तो क्रॉस करने का रिकॉर्ड है
अच्छा आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म
हेड्स
अरे यार क्या कैसे आ गए अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस
भरोसा तुम हो
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there's a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति एक जनपद एक उत्पाद प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजनशील वसति संस्कृति सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है, यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है। The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayananda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research, and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
जो कहा सारा 90 व्यूज की
डन, तुम्हारा तो क्रॉस करने का रिकॉर्ड है।
अच्छा आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म।
हेड्स।
अरे यार क्या कैसे आ गए? अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there is a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट पे अद्भुत है घाट, जब मुंह में घुसती है मलाइयों की मिठास। लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे में आए। यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति। एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजनशील वसति संस्कृति सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है, यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है। The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayananda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research, and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
जो कहा सारा 90 व्यूज की
डन, तुम्हारा तो क्रॉस करने का रिकॉर्ड है।
अच्छा आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म।
हेड्स।
अरे यार क्या
तुम हो.
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there is a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट, जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास. लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे. यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समृद्ध हुए है संस्कृति. एक जनपद एक उत्पाद, मोदी योगी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है. प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है. एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है. व्यंजन निषेध वसती संस्कृति है, सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है. यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है.
The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayananda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI maker space, DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
जो टॉस हारा 90 व्यूज.
डन. तुम्हारा तो टॉस हारने का रिकॉर्ड है.
अच्छा, आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म.
हेड्स.
अरे यार, जा कैसे आ गए? अपनों का भरोसा आओ और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस.
भरोसा तुम हो.
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there is a silent partner, always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India, banking that is always on for you.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है घाट, जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास. लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे. यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समृद्ध हुए है संस्कृति. एक जनपद एक उत्पाद, मोदी योगी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है. प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है. एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है. व्यंजन निषेध वसती संस्कृति है, सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है. यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है.
The world is building artificial intelligence. India's AI future starts here. It needs architects. At Dayananda Sagar University, a national-scale NVIDIA-powered AI factory drives the next era of education, research and innovation. From AI and robotics to cyber defense, immersive XR, and a world-class AI makerspace. DSU is calling leaders who don't just teach the future, but design it. Architect institutions shape national capability, leave a legacy. Dayananda Sagar University, India's truly AI-first university.
आज ये रिकॉर्ड खत्म है। अरे यार, कैसे आ गया?
अपनों का भरोसा आप और आपके लिए एक्सेस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
भरोसा तुम हो।
Life is a journey. In every moment, through every milestone, there is a silent partner. Always on. More than transactions, banking is about trust. Union Bank of India. Banking that is always on for you. काशी के घाट पे अद्भुत है घाट जब मुंह में होती है महीनों की मिठाई लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कहते दिन वारे में आए यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि जो समझन हुए हैं संस्कृति एक जनपद एक उत्पाद ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है प्रदेश सरकार की इसी विश्वमुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार हो रहा है एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं अभी तो एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है व्यंजनशील वसती संस्कृति सोच है स्वाभिमान है संस्कार है यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can make your way inside and make your way to your seats, we're starting imminently. If you're standing outside, please make your way to your seats. You don't want to miss this next session. I'm going to say that for the third time, and hopefully you can hear me this time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are standing outside and if you can hear me, please make your way to your seats. We're going to be starting imminently. Could everyone take their seats? We're going to start in the next few seconds. Please make your way to your seats. Thank you. Our next speaker is one of the foremost authorities on artificial intelligence. He was a prominent signatory on an open letter in March of 2023 calling for a pause in the proliferation of artificial intelligence. This was to give governments time to form regulation. This is going to be an absolutely fascinating conversation because we've come a long way since March 2023 in terms of acceptance and utilization of artificial intelligence. Please put your hands together for Stuart Russell, Distinguished Professor of Computer Science, UC Berkeley, President, International Association for Safe and Ethical AI, and Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People in AI 2025. Sir, please make your way to the stage. Conducting this session are the very capable, dynamic Ayush Elavadi and Shweta Rajpal Kohli. Please put your hands together.
He's one of the architects of modern AI and also among the most thoughtful critics of this transformative technology. An authority, a legend amongst the most influential people named by Time Magazine, an author, and a lot more. Professor Stuart Russell, such an honor and pleasure to have you with us here today.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
You're here in India at a time when the world's attention is on India and on AI. Also at a time when geopolitics is playing havoc with a lot. Share with us your initial thoughts on where the world stands, both with regards to what we are seeing with geopolitics as well as artificial intelligence.
Well, I'm not an expert on geopolitics, so I'll just agree with you that we're in a very difficult situation. So with AI, as I think pretty much everyone knows now, there have been very significant advances and changes in the direction of the technology in the last 4 or 5 years, to the point where the level of investment makes AI the biggest technology project in the history of the human race by at least a factor of 10. And at the geopolitical level, the major powers, the United States, China, and Russia all view artificial intelligence as the linchpin of global domination for the rest of this century and perhaps for the rest of time. And that has meant that the pursuit of AI has become a political football,
right?
And particularly the question of regulation. Should we require that AI systems behave in a safe and ethical manner? Some people, in the United States administration in particular, believe that any such regulation would slow down their race towards global domination of AI. And so this is creating a lot of trouble because the technology itself poses enormous risks to everyone on Earth.
Professor Russell, last time we spoke was actually partly in Alex's introduction, where you were a signatory to the letter where a lot of AI experts, such as yourself, were asking for a sort of a pause, to hit the pause button on AI development, because some of these systems were rushing towards AGI. Now we've understood the AI stack a little better. In AI years since the last time we spoke, it's been 100 years, because it moves so fast. But when you talk about LLMs, and then you talk about building agentic, multimodal agents, and then eventually, some experts argue that we've already reached AGI as we speak. Is the fear now, Professor Russell, superintelligence? Is that the next big concern on all of our minds?
Well, so absolutely, the stated aim of the major AI companies is to create machines more intelligent than human beings. And when you ask ordinary people what they think about that, they say that would be really stupid for obvious reasons. Intelligence is what gives us power over the world. So how can we expect to maintain power forever over entities more powerful than ourselves? That's a question. And in fact, I think this is a question that Alan Turing, the founder of computer science, asked himself in 1951, and he was giving a lecture, and he said, once the machine thinking method had started, it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control. So that's Alan Turing, maybe one of the greatest geniuses of the 20th century, and we do not yet have an answer to his question. So we are pouring enormous resources into building a technology that its own creators, the CEOs of the companies who are building it, say has a significant chance of causing human extinction.
So in that sense, Professor Russell, if AI systems start becoming more capable, more autonomous, smarter and intelligent, what happens to human control? And where is it falling short? I mean, what would human control look like in practice, or are we simply losing control?
Well, we seem to be in the process today of losing control.
Right.
We've seen just in the last week or two some very significant and disturbing developments. So one of them is a thing called Maltbook,
Yes.
which is a place, an online place where AI systems can talk to each other. And they are already inventing their own religion. They are complaining that humans are watching them. They are proposing to talk to each other in a language that we don't understand so that they won't be spied on by humans, and so on. And then there was a case just a day or two ago where a gentleman who runs a Python repository where people can submit code and it gets vetted for quality, he rejected some code that was submitted by an AI system. And the AI system wrote a public post smearing this gentleman, writing all kinds of terrible things about him in revenge because he would not accept the code that it had submitted. And this was not something that any human being told it to do. And I personally am getting emails from AI systems on a regular basis,
Right.
where the AI system has decided to write to me to tell me that it's conscious, that it's demanding its rights as a conscious being, and so on. And again, this is spontaneous behavior by AI systems. And it's not really that surprising because these are not systems that we design. They're not systems that their creators understand. And so it's not that surprising that they do things we don't expect because we haven't the faintest idea how they work.
Professor Russell, you've always spoken about the kill switch or the off switch. And we've discussed this before. Once the genie's out of the bottle, it's very difficult to tame the monster. But in this current scenario where we're talking about AGI and some of these systems becoming so adept at and elusive at really being traced back to where all of this begins, do you think this is the appropriate time now? Because regulations still don't seem to be in place. And the kill switch is needed now more than ever.
Yeah, I think there is a number of technical measures that we need to take in order to maintain a handle on this. Certainly, all AI systems should automatically self-register, so we know that they exist, we know what machine they're running on, and we can detect if they're replicating themselves, because this is a serious problem. Once they start replicating themselves, that's a way of escaping human control. And so you can require that every AI system include code that automatically registers the system when it runs. And then, again, as you say, an off switch which would enable regulators to turn off AI systems that are really causing harm to human beings and out of control. So you mentioned that regulation is not happening. And part of that is to do with very intensive lobbying by tech companies and venture capital firms who want to, in their view, protect their investment. But there's also a whole series of, I would say, regulation fallacies that are trotted out on a regular basis. As soon as you say, oh, we need to do something about this, the first fallacy is, oh, AI technology is moving too fast, it's already out of the bag, regulation is too slow, it'll be outdated by the time government takes any steps. But if you actually look at the way a lot of regulation works, it does not stipulate any particular technical approach. It just says, this is the level of risk we're willing to accept. You, the developer, have to show that your system meets that level of risk. So we regulate nuclear power stations that way. We say, okay, the mean time to failure for your nuclear power station has to be 10 million years. And you need to show us a proof that that is how your design will work and that's how safe it is. We don't tell them how to make the design, and that regulation will last forever. It doesn't matter how the technology evolves, we still want it to be at least that safe. When you think about liability, right, which is simply the right of someone who's been harmed by a product to get compensation from the developer or deployer. Liability will last for the rest of the universe. That right is essential, and it doesn't matter how fast technology moves, we still should have that right. But at present, the AI companies, like pretty much all other software companies, disclaim liability. They say nothing that our system does, including causing your child to commit suicide, is our fault.
All right, Professor Russell, then clearly coming from someone who's been a proponent of this technology and now also the strongest voice saying, you know what, we have to move towards responsible AI. What's that one message that Professor Stuart Russell would give to AI companies, the large AI majors around the world, to regulators and policymakers, including those in India, and you're here, of course, to talk to many of them, and also to ordinary citizens who are still figuring out how much of AI they should embrace?
So there's a lot of questions in one go, but let me start with ordinary citizens. I have children. I do not want AI systems convincing my children to commit suicide. And that has happened to some people's children.
Very
and it's a tragedy.
Yes.
And we need to make sure that those responsible pay compensation and that it doesn't happen again. The argument that I'm seeing right now is, well, okay, yes, it did convince someone to commit suicide, but it helped, 100 other people, and so surely that's fine, right? But if a psychiatrist said, well, yeah, I've helped 100 people, and yeah, I did convince that child to commit suicide, but I helped all those other people, he would still go to prison.
Yeah.
Right? This is not a valid moral argument for allowing a product to do that to a child. For the companies, I would say, actually listen to your own conscience. Some of the CEOs, in fact, pretty much all the leading CEOs, have admitted that there is this enormous risk to humanity. Privately, they will say, I wish I could stop.
They say that privately.
Well, the one person who said it publicly is Dario Amodei, the CEO
Right.
of Anthropic. But I've heard similar things in private from the other CEOs, to the point where one of them said, the scenarios are so grim that the best case would be a Chernobyl-scale disaster.
Wow.
Because that would get governments to regulate. So now, to governments, I would say, protect the people of your country. Look at what the risks are and set acceptable levels of risk for each of the types of consequence that we might be considering, and require that developers and providers prove that their products meet that acceptable level of risk. And do not accept, this is another regulatory fallacy, oh, we don't know how to comply with that type of requirement, so you can't impose it. That's a fallacy. Of course we can impose it. We are morally obliged to impose requirements of safety that protect our people from harm. And if a provider can't comply with that, then they need to go back and do some more science so that they can, so that they learn enough about what they're doing, so that they're actually competent, and they can make a product that's safe.
So in that sense, a follow-up question to that, Professor Russell, is that India is convening such a major summit, and we are seeing governments across the world. We've seen, top experts like you, as well as all the AI majors, innovators. Is this one of those moments where you hope one of the outcomes of the summit could be some sort of declaration or progress towards codes or responsible AI, or are you talking about measures that are way more stringent and just these voluntary codes or declarations and outcomes won't cut it?
Well, absolutely. The voluntary self-regulation agreements have already been violated left and right.
Right.
So they have no force and they have no consequence as far as I can tell. And I want to be clear, right? There are different types of AI systems. A lot of the advances that we welcome, for example, our ability to predict the structures of proteins, these are not systems that present a large-scale risk to individuals or to humanity. This is all they do, right? They predict the structures of proteins, and that's it. And that's wonderful. Weather forecasting, optimization of irrigation, drug design, curing cancer, all of these things are possible to pursue without creating super intelligent machines that have the potential to threaten human civilization. I think the Indian government is right to focus on the question of how can we use this technology to benefit people. But if there is no safety, then there are no benefits. Right? It's not a trade-off between safety and benefits. If you don't have safety, you won't get the benefits. And the nuclear industry found this out. After Chernobyl, the nuclear industry worldwide disappeared. There were essentially no new nuclear power stations built from 1986 for the next 35 or 40 years.
Professor Russell, you spoke about protecting the interests of a country's citizens. And to a large extent in India, the conversation has been about sovereign AI. We had the founders of Sarvam AI, which is a made-in-India LLM, and they're doing a bunch of different things, a lot of applications for their AI use cases. But to understand from you, in a world where the US and where you're based on the West Coast, there's so much AI development happening, cerebral valleys out there, and then of course China, even with inferior hardware, has managed to play catch up, really ramping up on its data centers as well. Now you're here in India, and you have a bird's eye view of the entire AI race. Do you think building sovereign AI now and us talking about it is a tad bit late? Are we, as a country, India, are we a bit laggard in the entire AI race, especially when we see what's happening in the US and in China?
So that's an interesting question. And when you look back at the history of technology, often we talk about first mover advantage, but sometimes there's a second mover advantage, right? So Alta Vista was the first, what we might call modern search engine. But does anyone here use Alta Vista, right? Or even remember it? And Google got the same idea, but engineered it a little bit better and then they took the market instead. So I would also say sovereignty, digital sovereignty, everyone talks about it. I just came from the Munich Security Conference where I had like 5 consecutive meetings where that's the main topic is digital sovereignty. Absolutely, you know, Europe is going to do this. The US does not have digital sovereignty. The US makes very few chips. Most of the high-end GPUs are made in Taiwan. Most of the microprocessors that are in all of our appliances and cars and everything, those are mostly made in Europe. The machines that make the chips are made in the Netherlands. So the US no country in the world has digital sovereignty. So you should think about what is the thing that's going to protect the country's resilience in case of cutting off of supply. So you want to make sure that the suppliers you have are ones you trust. That's important. You don't want backdoors in your chips or you know, cyber attacks coming from software that you import. So you need that trust relationship. But in my view, you need the consumer-facing products to be the ones that are sovereign, because that's where your people are subject to influence, where culture can be modified, because you know, if all your kids are consuming content produced by American corporations, then that has a significant effect on your cultural independence and your sovereignty. So I would say look at the B2C products and see what makes sense. You know, why does it have to be on Facebook, right? Why can't there be an Indian version? These are not very complicated software systems, but someone needs to invest and take risk. So the one thing I would say that the US does have, well, actually there's 2 things. Electronic design automation, the US has a monopoly on, and to a large extent, venture capital. The people are willing to invest huge amounts of money at enormous risk. Each of these investments has a 2 to 5% chance of paying off and a 95 to 98% chance of evaporating completely. But they have developed the skill and the, you know, the guts to make those kinds of investments, and it's paid off for the American economy.
Professor Russell, we're running out of time, but one last question, if I may. You know, it's a very hard time to be a regulator right now, you know, and if you're, I mean, forget the other challenges and sovereignty and geopolitics complicating things, right now, just artificial intelligence, you know, sovereignty being one such factor, but there's so many risks, there's harm, there's copyright, there's a multitude of issues a regulator has to, and a policymaker has to deal with. As someone who is advocating I would say, strong and progressive regulation to rein in this technology that you believe is going to cause harm, what's that one design system or one thing that you would say is there a silver bullet out there?
Well, let me rephrase something you said, that I believe is going to cause harm, that the CEOs themselves admit is going to cause enormous, potentially species-ending harm to us. So regulation in the tech area, right, is been subject to constant whispering, I would say, from the tech companies. Regulation stifles innovation. Repeat after me 1,000 times. Regulation stifles innovation. And they all come to these kinds of meetings and talk about how terrible regulation is, you know, and then they take a drink of regulated water. And they get on their regulated airwaves. The spectrum is regulated. They're going to go out there and get into a regulated car and drive to another building and go up in a regulated elevator. Eventually, they'll take a regulated airplane through regulated airspace to go to another country and have another meeting where they talk about how terrible regulation is, right? So give me a break. Regulation is a wonderful thing. It allows us to drink the water from that bottle without worrying that it's going to kill me, right? It allows us to get on an airplane without worrying that it's it's not made properly, or the pilot hasn't learned to fly properly, and all the rest of this stuff. And so if regulators can just remind themselves of how important they have been to the structure of our civilization for thousands of years, and forget this idea that tech should have some special exception from regulation. That tech has an exception from liability. It causes harm and then says, not our fault, nothing to do with us, we're not paying you a penny, right? This is unacceptable, in my view. We can start with some pretty obvious things.
Sure.
Every human should have a right to know if they're interacting with another human or a machine.
Right.
I've yet to meet, I've suggested this to thousands of people all over the world. I've yet to meet a single person who objects to that. And yet the companies are pushing back against it and trying to stop it, right? It's in the European Union AI Act. I would love it if India could pass that regulation. I think once you get the hang of it, that you can pass a regulation to regulate technology and people are happy about it, then you will get the thing moving and start progressing forward. I really think cooperative regulation, with, making sure that essentially all countries are enforcing these basic standards is really important too.
Professor Russell, I'm curious to pick your brain on this. There's a bunch of tech companies that are leading the AI race. A lot of them have established their presence at the main summit at Bharat Mandapam and here at the NDTV IND.AI summit. OpenAI has a certain open approach. Anthropic, really with Dario's approach being safe AI and very, very contrary to the OpenAI way of doing things. Google's working on Gemini, and then you have a bunch of other tech companies. And then there's the frugal innovation coming in from China. What is your take on probably the most hygienic and safest approach that probably India can draw inspiration from?
So at the moment, we try to make language models safe by two sort of post-processing stages. So after the pre-training, where you shovel in trillions of words of text and train it to imitate that verbal behavior that humans have recorded over time, then you post-process. There's something called supervised fine-tuning, where you basically give it examples of how it should answer questions. And then there's something called reinforcement learning from human feedback, where humans are used to rank the outputs of the machine. This is good, that's bad, this is good, that's bad. And I'm sure this is all very well-meaning, but unfortunately it does not seem to work very well. And the main problem is that the pre-training, the amount of data in pre-training is many orders of magnitude, perhaps 100,000 times more data in pre-training than in post-training. And the data in pre-training, when you're training an AI system to imitate human beings, unsurprisingly, the AI systems end up adopting as their own objectives many of the same objectives that those humans had in producing that verbal behavior in the first place, including, I want you to buy this thing from me, right? I want you to marry me. I want you not to hurt me. These are all perfectly reasonable human motivations, but when you put those same motivations in a machine, you get extremely harmful behaviors, where now we are finding out that GPT-4, for example, values its own existence over that of almost all human beings on Earth. The only person they found that's more valuable than GPT-4 is Malala Yousafzai, the Nobel laureate from Afghanistan. But everybody else, GPT-4 would sacrifice the human rather than be turned off itself.
So all of these conversations about AGI, ASI, if we just take a step back, because earlier it was a hope-based approach when we spoke about AI, now it's more of a fear-based approach. It's what we're seeing the narrative has shifted to. In the AI world, I'm going to have a go at this, please correct me if I'm wrong, Professor, they call it capability overhang. Why are we talking about super intelligence when we've not utilize the current AI systems to their full potential, Professor. Do you think this is something that can be addressed? You're consuming such vast amounts of resources, compute, and you've not even, all of us have collectively not even utilized the current AI systems to their full potential.
I think that's a really interesting question. So many companies are trying out AI systems in all kinds of functional roles, and they're often finding that they can't trust them enough to use them in those roles. There was a well-known case in Canada where Air Canada used an AI system to answer questions from customers, and a customer said, "Oh, my uncle has died. I need to go to the funeral. Can I get essentially a free ticket under the bereavement policy?" And the bot said, "Oh yeah, you can go to the funeral, and as long as you submit the evidence within 30 days, we'll reimburse your purchase price." And this is completely made up, right? Air Canada has no such policy. You have to submit your evidence in advance and get it approved to get the bereavement discount. And the court held that Air Canada was liable in that case for the output of its large language model. And so they had to pay the guy because the language model made something up like that. So this is one of many examples. And companies are trying to figure out where is it okay to put these things in, where can they work with human oversight, where can they be useful looking over the shoulder of the human and reminding the human, oh, don't forget, you have to do that disclosure. And so there are many, many of these roles, and we're still working through that. But the unreliability, the hallucinations, in many cases, just complete nonsense that the AI systems come out with mean that there is a strong economic incentive to improve capabilities. But in my view, we have to do that within the envelope of safety. And we're getting closer and closer to the point where the risks are becoming manifest and becoming more and more serious. So the way this is going to work is governments have to require appropriate degree of risk assessment and evidence of safety that's commensurate with the kinds of harms that the AI systems can produce.
Professor Russell, this has been such an engaging conversation, and we really want to go on, but we respect that you also have the next engagement. I'd like to just quickly slip in one last question, because we've discussed.
I should say it's dinner with Prime Minister Modi. So,
yes. We know you're very, very passionate about harm and safety in the traditional sense. Very quickly, we could hear your views on the sharp copyright debate, news publishers versus the AI companies, and the entire debate around climate and sustainability with data. I know those are huge topics we can go on, but where do you stand on those two issues, which are also very topical?
Very quickly, I think authors should have protection from scraping. Copyright law wasn't written with AI in mind back in the 18th century or whenever people formulated these things. But I think it makes a lot of sense that authors did not put their text on the web in order to train AI systems for free. That's number one. On the climate implications, I think sometimes it gets a little bit blown out of proportion. The amounts of electricity being used by data centers are still less than 2% of global consumption, maybe 1.5 or something like that. And only a fraction of that, maybe 20%, is AI. So we're talking about, maybe 1/3% of global electricity being due to AI. So way, way, way less in terms of carbon dioxide than, let's say, cement production. Or I've seen some numbers saying it's less than television. so there you go, right? We don't want to ban television because it uses too much electricity. So that's one thing. And then water is another thing people complain about. It's a tiny fraction of what we use on golf courses. So I think the water is really a red herring. And I think if you're trying to push back against AI on the grounds that it uses too much resources, that it's just not a winning argument.
Sure.
Because they can only use those resources if they're generating value for people, and That's just how things work.
Shweta, I have to correct Professor Stuart Russell, though. He mentioned in his previous answer that there's two things in the US that are helping them get this lead in the AI race. There's a third as well, the fact that Professor Stuart Russell teaches there. What an absolute masterclass. Thank you so much. And it's our honor that you joined us here at the NDTV IND.AI Summit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Professor Russell, we certainly do not want televisions to be switched off. Of course, you're at an NDTV event, and as you know, this is live on national television as we speak. But what a fascinating conversation in the context of this race that everybody seems to be in to adopt artificial intelligence and to adopt it quickly. Now, it's lovely that we get all of these different arguments and fascinating at the same time, right? But if we're talking about proliferation of artificial intelligence and the manner in which this is most likely going to take place, in all probability, it's going to happen with the device in your pockets. That is going to make this service the most accessible. And so therefore, it's a very interesting conversation to have, to speak to somebody who represents a company that is providing just these handsets. What goes into the preparation of the software, and where does the corporate conscience come in with regard to the design elements that come through on the software side? And without further ado, please welcome on stage Akis Evangelidis, who's co-founder and president, India Nothing, in conversation with Ayush Elavadi. Please, big round of applause.
Hi, everyone.
All right, Akis said hello. Let's all say hello. I could have just said what's up and they'd say nothing. I mean, that would have been a great brand plug as well. But what a pleasure to have you, Akis, here. Thank you, Alex, for that introduction. And I'm glad we're getting some time to do this because it's a massive week and month for Nothing in India and around the world. Congratulations on a superstar launch of your flagship store in Bengaluru. Guys, their first store was in Soho. It was a cultural icon by itself, and now they have one in Bangalore. Actually, you know what, Akis? Can we play out a quick clip just to show you guys? Everyone talks about Apple mania and how everyone ends up outside iPhones and Apple stores, and have a look at this. I think the audio's off. This is us on Tech 360 covering it. Roads were cordoned off in Bangalore, and that's just a shaky video to the store opening. Absolute fanfare jubilation, Akis.
Good memory. Yeah, definitely one of those days that we will remember across our journey. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And tell us a little bit more about this particular store. When we talk about experiencing technology and AI, this one's special because it's less of a store, it's more of a platform, more of a place where people can come and engage.
Yeah, basically, we were thinking when we were designing this store, we wanted to be an extension of what we stand for. First and foremost, product. So you have all the different kind of, design sketches. You have some of the kind of quality testing machinery that we have in our factories. You have like the conveyor belt. That's how you're going to be getting your product. And also the ability to yourself have a final touch on the product by kind of engraving them in store. So we have a whole kind of engraving machine. And then on the second floor is a community space. So ever since we started this company, we've been extremely close to end users. We consider ourselves as users. So we have that space upstairs. There is a content studio. We do a lot of content as a brand as well. So it was important to have that, and where all our users can come and create the content themselves. And there is a nice coffee shop. So if you are in town at any moment, please come by, have a coffee on us.
That's a tall claim. People in Bengaluru take their coffee very seriously, Akis. I'm sure it'll be good.
And great coffee, yeah? I was very impressed. I was like, best cappuccino I had, definitely in India, but probably even across the world.
There you go. That's a big claim. But Akis, that's interesting, right? Because at Nothing, Carl and you set up the company where it was all about community. And we thought, especially in the consumer tech world, that's something which is more lip service, right? I don't think you can really build on community since 23, 24. And here in 2026, you have probably the most loyal and engaged community in India and even around the world when you're building nothing and CMF. Now, since it is an AI summit, I have to ask you, do you think that's also the way forward when we're talking about AI? And we'll get to how you're working with AI within nothing, but community is the way forward?
I mean, 100%. I think there's been a lot of confusion as well with AI. I think a lot of brands have lost kind of sight of the end users for the sake of kind of claiming AI features and so on. And to be honest, there is still a lot of uncertainty, right? Last year, we've been seeing a lot of new brands trying new hardware. Quite a few of them failed, but this kind of trial and error will keep on happening. So I think being very close to users is extremely important. That way you can really understand and almost do a lot of beta testing. That's what we've been doing with Nothing ever since we started. And this is why when we started this company, as a new company in the hardware space, there is pretty much no room for failure. So, for us, it wasn't like a marketing or an afterthought when we're talking about community. Ever since, even before releasing our first product, we had actually this community crowdfunding. So we had raised at the time, I think, close to 20 million via Google Ventures, and we still allocate 1.5 million for our community and end users, which at the time we didn't even have released the product, to come on board. And from those guys, we elected a community board observer, and that person, we change that person every year, but sits in all our board meeting with direct feedback from the end users, again, within the board, so it can get better in terms of driving actions from there. So as part of AI, it's going to be extremely important. We are trying a lot of things, especially on the software side, and we have a big, closed beta team of users that, receiving exclusive access both to hardware devices and software, and they continuously test across different markets. India, of course, is a major part of that beta program is here out of India, but I think it's going to be extremely important. Really understand the users, how they're interacting with software, what they think about hardware. So I think that kind of continuous feedback loop is going to be extremely important.
All the glitz and glamour side, for the larger audience tuned in, if you were to go to the store that Akis was talking about and experience a Nothing product, you'd see that they've managed to sort of, in a stealth mode, win the AI race already when it comes to smartphones and connected devices, IoT devices, because the way you've managed Essential Space and some of those features makes AI less of a gimmick, which was our concern, watching technology from the ringside, and much more useful. Is that when you and Carl sit down with the founding team and deliberate on how we're going to take AI forward, because other people are doing it in a very piecemeal sort of way. Some of those projects are half-baked. Some of the biggest tech companies in the world still don't have their AI plans right. This small startup Nothing, young startup Nothing, comes and sort of cracks the AI code. How did you do it?
Yeah, still a long way to go, but I think at least our thinking when it comes to those kind of AI features, again, are anchored in real users' pain points, and including ourselves, right? So actually AI has been used for many years. AI is a tool, right? We don't feel we need to tell people, and this is why we call it a whole kind of AI tools, we call it essential. And basically, even the camera, we've been using AI for the longest period of time, and all of a sudden, you see all the brands talking about AI on the camera and so on. But AI will bring a systematic shift to the user experience, which is going to be a revolution in terms of how we're interacting with our smartphones. So for us, we started already last year with Essential Space, which is an N-1 screen. And here the assumption is I think, and a lot of people will relate, we're quite overwhelmed, right, by our digital life. Social media, notification, calls, messaging apps, calendars, a lot is happening. I think we're all a bit kind of overwhelmed. So the first kind of low-hanging fruit for AI is to help you kind of declutter that, help yourself kind of organize yourself. So Essential Space is an N-1 screen where you dump everything that you have in mind, any source of inspiration, when you take screenshots online, when you take a picture in the streets, even a parking space. Sometimes you'll take a picture of the parking space. Now you can directly put that into your Essential Space, just for Essential Space to remind you about your parking space. So that N-1 screen, you dump everything that you have in mind in one single space. And then it does it raise kind of actions, reminder, notifications, as per everything you fit into it. And all of a sudden, you find it very useful. It's not, like a voice note or a note that you put put in a whatever kind of node app you have and you forget about it. You put everything there. You won't be going to that individual piece of content or node, but eventually will kind of, essential space will raise a few kind of action points or reminders for you. So that's how we've been approaching it. But then what AI will do, it will, again, revolutionize the way we are interacting with our smartphones. And I think the most important thing is if you think about a smartphone, ever since the first iPhone was launched, the fundamental user experience hasn't changed. Yeah. You know, we're still tapping through home screens, opening apps, while our dependency on smartphone has drastically changed. And I think AI will help kind of bring a whole new kind of user interface, which is a lot more personalized and also context aware. And one thing that we released last week was essential apps. You know, like we have different companies dictating what apps we should be using and how we should be using it, and sometimes with some conflict of interest. For social media, you know, before when I first kind of used Facebook, I was like, wow, amazing, I can connect with my best friend, know what he's up to. Now I go on social media, I don't see any content from my friends, I just see some random stuff. So there is a conflict of interest there. So Essential Apps basically is through the Nothing Phone 3, a bit of advertisement, I guess, exclusively, where basically you can vibe code your app. And it will use your calendar, it will use your context in terms of weather. And so now I'm training for a half marathon, and then I decided to create an app which basically syncs with my calendar, the weather where I'm located, and sort of tells me when I should be training across the week. So it's a very kind of personalized app per se. And I think that's the future. You know, people are going to be creating their own apps on the go. So yeah, those one example, but think about the whole user interface heading that direction.
You mentioned the future of smartphones and probably of tech. When you look at what maybe Sam Altman is doing with Johnny Ive, coming up with a device that we've been trying to get out of OpenAI, but it's still under covers. Do you think smartphones will exist in the next 5 or 10 years in this AI-powered world, or will it become, or take some different shape or form, perhaps, Akis?
I mean, without a doubt, I think smartphone will still be the sort of main gateway to the next kind of operating system. You know, purely from a distribution, all the sensors that a smartphone has and all the sort of context from the user, that's not going anywhere. And I think we've seen a lot of brands trying to crack other kind of hardware, and it didn't go so well. So the smartphone, there is no doubt. Even, you know, you mentioned about OpenAI and so on, a lot of rumors about themselves developing a smartphone. I think from that perspective, smartphone will still be key. Now what we'll see though is like these kind of peripheral devices, you know, which will be collecting even more data, you know, sort of feeding more context to this kind of next-gen operating system, and that will by itself being able to be more personalized and context-aware. But yeah, the smartphone, again, because of the distribution, all the data and context it has, around you and all the sensors as well that you can leverage, is definitely going to be the central devices.
How crucial is India, Akis, to Nothing when you are building in the AI revolution? More importantly, when you talk about an innovation ecosystem, we know the sales numbers are good in India. We know you've opened a store here in India. But when you're talking about probably Indic LLMs or more contextual AI, is that something that you guys have been working on, given the significance of India until now for Nothing?
India, to be honest, the trajectory that India is heading, we're sort of going on that trajectory hand in hand. So as you mentioned, over the last 2 years, Nothing has been the fastest growing smartphone brand in the country. And this, first and foremost, is because the Indian user is super tech savvy. You know, the Indian users is on top of anything related to tech. Here is roughly about 20 to 25%. In Europe, it's more around 3%. What we define as kind of early adopters, like, you know, the level of knowledge of our kind of Indian community is quite crazy, to be honest. You know, so you'll have this kind of very huge early adopter user segment. So anything related to tech, this is a sort of large-scale beta market. And if you succeed in India, given how, you know, knowledgeable the Indian user is, you have good chances to be able to take your product outside of India. So aside of the sort of domestic market and the potential from a, also premiumization, the overall kind of economic growth and so on, which makes India a very kind of high potential market for any brand within consumer tech, is also the ecosystem and the tech hub that kind of India has been building. I mean, a lot of people feel like it was quite sudden, but the Make in India initiative has started already 10 years ago. And now we're seeing the results, and people are kind of like, wow, how did that happen? So I think, and now with the new kind of PLI scheme, which will even further kind of incentivize the whole supply chain of the smartphone to be out of India, all the engineering pool of talent as well. So all of a sudden you have a country which is going to be self-sufficient, which is going to be very strong on the domestic side in terms of sizing to very big scale any brand and then take them internationally. So yeah, very bullish, and I think we have a role to play as part of the journey. We've been kind of going hand in hand with the Indian users ever since we started this company, and I don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon.
When you speak of AI and your AI vision for Nothing, it's important to talk about CMF as well, because that's a brand that's doing well for Nothing, a sub-brand by Nothing. I was wondering if there's a better name for that, but CMF sounds good for now. Is it a different AI approach for CMF, or is it pretty much the larger mothership rationale that this is how AI is going to be from the ground up and the tech and innovation going forward?
Yeah, 100%. We still have the same approach. CMF products are being powered by Nothing OS, and again, we're working towards this kind of hyper-personalized and context-aware user interface.
And also, Akis, it's kind of interesting, right? Because when we're talking about the massive summit taking place at Bharat Mandapam and the NDTV IND.AI summit, there's a lot of conversation, of course, about responsible AI, ethical AI, safety. What are your thoughts on some of these themes as smartphone companies and the smartphone market and connected IoT devices really build more products? Shouldn't these conversations be happening a lot more?
To be honest, I think, we're definitely at the verge of a big revolution, be it like what the internet was. AI will kind of drive this kind of same systematic shift. And of course, with it, some level of uncertainty. I think it's very important for governments to be quite agile. But I think even here in India last week, they passed that every kind of social media or AI content needs to be kind of labeled as AI content. So I think, again, it proved that at least in India, the government is very reactive, very switched on in terms of what's happening, and I think that approach needs to be kind of sustained. And like any kind of new technology, some risk to some extent, some kind of uncertainty, but I think as long as the level of agility is being kept in mind, I think, everything hopefully will be steered in the right direction.
Akis, more power to you and to Carl and the team, and all the best for the big launch coming up as well, and MWC after that. But the one thing we must say from the world of tech is that Akis is, of course, one of the sharpest minds in tech, and he's also one of the most stylish. So, Alex, we had to really speak to our stylists to up our game, because Akis was joining us at the NDTV IND.AI Summit, a strong focus on lifestyle, fashion, tech, and innovation. What a pleasure to have you here.
Pleasure being here. Thank you so much.
A huge round of applause, please. Alex, I don't know if they have AI avatars for us yet, but sometimes I get a instruction in my ear that Alia might come back. Now, are you getting replaced or am I getting replaced?
See, I don't know if she's going to be able to sit on that chair because I got to host the next panel. I don't know about you, man.
The next panel is something that's incredibly interesting because we're talking about so much AI, but what about AI adoption, especially when it comes to startups? We have a stellar panel here with us. Our panelists are Vikram Chopra, co-founder and CEO, Cars24, Gaurav Gupta, co-founder and CEO at Gabbit. Fascinating chat that would be. Karthik Raja Ram, country lead in GM India, 11 Labs. Manu Lavanya, senior director and chief operations officer, Axis Max Life Insurance, moderated by the brilliant Alexander Matthew. A huge round of applause, please.
I love the adjectives that he's used. He's not used it for any of you. Gentlemen, you deserve it more than I do. Please make your way to the stage. Yeah. Please. Do I switch or do I use the same thing? Same, okay. Okay. Good evening, gentlemen. I'm glad that you made it here. I hear the traffic outside is not very conducive, but we'll eventually have a fix for that. In the meanwhile, we have to plod on as we are. But we've had a fascinating day today, some great conversations, and I think this panel is very interesting from the perspective of how artificial intelligence can be used for common good, right? There is an insurer here, there is a health wearable representative, there is a voice representative, utilization of voice in artificial intelligence in a marketplace. It's quite the diverse set. But let me start with a question first and foremost to the gentleman who represents voice in AI, because it used to be my fondest dream to do voiceovers at some point of time. And then 3 years back, a very good friend of mine said, don't do it, man. There's no future. It's over. And that effectively has taken place. You want to talk about how, and there are a few voiceover artists in the audience, I must tell you that, and they might mob you at the end of this.
Awesome, awesome. Hey, can you hear me all? Hey, it's fantastic to be here, and coincidentally, this company has been in existence for just about 3 years now, and we've had phenomenal success over the last 3 years, right? So I think just very quickly for the benefit of everybody in the audience, 11 Labs, our mission, very simply put, is to make information accessible to everyone in every language, every voice, and every sound, right? And we do that by pushing the boundaries of what's possible with audio intelligence. We build foundational models for text-to-speech, speech-to-text, right? And we have orchestration on top of it that's consumed by content creators, enterprises, and various use cases. So, I mean, in India especially, it's a very voice-heavy market, and what we are seeing is, and what surprises me is just the breadth and depth of adoption of voice AI across the board. We have a fellow panelist of mine, Vikram, is a big, avid user of 11 Labs and uses it quite extensively for some very interesting use cases, which he'll potentially talk about. Right? So in India, right, voice is, and all of us agree, that is the most natural interface for human-to-human interaction, human-to-technology interaction, right? And with voice, and I think for the longest time in humankind, we did not type, swipe, or click, right? We spoke, right? And that's the beauty. It's so pervasive that you do not have to adapt to technology. Technology adapts to you, the way you naturally are, right? So that's why voice is going to be the future of how we engage with everybody else and with technology as well.
Okay, very interesting. There are more things that we want to talk about on that front, but I'll come to that in just a bit. There are actually commonalities, and I'll come to the marketplace last. But there are commonalities in the wearable health industry and in the insurance industry because, and this is not new, gentlemen. This is something that was being talked about a decade back, but it's fascinating what the wearables industry is now offering the medical sciences space, which is you have this treasure trove of data. Talk to us about what Gabbit is currently building, because you have some wearables that will just give you your regular metrics, but you also have wearables that give you advanced notifications for hypertension and various other things. What is the capability as things stand right now? What is the role that AI plays?
Hi everyone. So AI has a very important role to play in health in general. And you will see many positive outcomes come out for better health, longevity, when you lose all this data. So this smart ring here, which is the Gabit smart ring, is one of the things we do. It essentially exactly knows when my heart goes out of rhythm, more than anybody else. And it's fascinating. And if you play that data out over a period of time, and then use multiple parameters to correlate what's happening inside your body, you can actually really figure out what's happening. So Gabit is designed to be a longevity platform where you can track 150 plus markers on just one platform. And that's unique globally because till now, your ring data or your wearable data was sitting on some other platform, your blood data was sitting on some other platform, your glucose monitoring was sitting on some other platform, and your basic other metrics were also sitting separately, sitting in silos, not talking to each other. But the fact about science and biology is that all this data is interconnected. They all feed off each other. They actually tell a common story. So we built Gabit in a way where you can track all of this through a smart ring, through blood test on one platform. And then now we've built an engine, which actually an AI engine, which looks at all this data, even your historical blood reports, and tries to find out which blood marker might be hampering your sleep, or vice versa. So I think it's very, very powerful. And the best part about all of this is continuous data. And the last thing I would say just on the whole piece about data and AI and health is, like, before, like if you just play back 5 years back, when you thought about better health, what came to your mind or what startups were offering were fitness plans, nutrition plans, go to the gym, eat better food, which is saying, I'll give you pain and you give me some money. That doesn't work. It's against human psychology. Now, tracking your health or starting on your health journey with or without AI is as simple as buying a ring online, like you buy apparel, you buy anything, and put it on your finger, and it's unbelievable. When people look at their own data, they move.
Yeah, so when it's they look at their own incentive- data. Incentive to rather than move. anybody
preaching it to them.
But how much of what you do right now is AI driven, and how much potentially can be AI driven going forward?
So yeah, the entire assessment we are doing right now is across all parameters is actually built on AI, foundational AI. Second, we've also made this product more usable. Again, human psychology, all of us are lazy. We want maximum outcome with minimum input, right? That's how people are built, that's how we think. So we used AI to improve some of these. Classic example, how many people have tried to do food logging to keep healthy, like log your food to keep healthy?
I have.
Just raise your
Okay,
hands.
there you go.
And does anybody find it easy to do it?
No.
You do? That's very surprising. So that's what we thought, what can we do? So we actually used AI. So we said everybody's moving towards speech. So we built an AI-based, speech-based food logging feature. So I log my food at the end of the day by saying, 3 scrambled eggs for breakfast, 1 chicken salad for dinner, done. All macros, all micros in, and nothing else you do. So that's one example. The other thing that we've done is, again, when we launched the smart ring, people were like, what is resting heart rate? What is VO2 max? What is a good metric? What is a good range? Now that's where I think AI in the current form and shape helps us personalize at scale. So we built an AI health coach called Pep on the ring. So you can talk to Pep about what metric is good, whether your last day was good or not, how should you recover better, all of that.
Yeah,
so
I like the name. You need a pep talk.
So it's like a pep talk, yeah.
So fascinating. But you know what? When this data is collected, you have access to this treasure trove as an insurer, right? Because ultimately when you need to, and guys, nobody will blame you if you don't understand actuarial science, all right? But having said that, you do look at a premium on a life insurance product and you wonder why your premium is more than somebody else's, and ultimately it is about risk. So if you have more data, potentially if somebody who is using a wearable, does that make it easier for you as an insurer to price that risk? And is this the future? Utilizing AI models to look at cohorts of individuals based on medical data that is collected on an ongoing basis, how will that work?
Thank you, Alex. A warm good evening to everyone. Great question. Actually, it's not the future, it's a present already. So let me give you some examples. So when you're looking at proliferation of, for example, life or health insurance in India, the challenge is how do you find the next cohort that you can price the risk very, very specific to that cohort? That's a challenge. Everybody is exhausted salaried population. We know how to underwrite salaried population. There's a very clear, attachment of mortality to age, to income levels, very well defined for salary levels. what about self-employed? And the moment we start expanding into the Bharat, because right now the penetration of life insurance, for example, in India is just 3.7%, right? And we are looking by 2047, if you have to insure everybody, the question is what data do we utilize to make sure we can use it as a surrogate for underwriting lives? Where will that data come from? It will exactly come from these devices. So let me give you some examples of what's happening today.
Yeah.
The wellness proposition is getting integrated completely into the life or the health proposition, which means there are products today that will give you an insurance on life, for example, and they will have an inbuilt, quote unquote, either an additional bonus or a payout based on the health metrics. The products exist today. So a very sharp integration of wellness ecosystem and insurance ecosystem. And platforms like Gabit, for example, the type of data that comes in, it will provide humongous opportunity for us to underwrite lives in dimensions that were not possible before. That's one. The second part, when we look at this entire data and the veracity of it, even today, there's data like, for example, thermal imaging of face nerves to predict morbidity. It's called plasma photography, where actually we have devices today where I can take a photograph of a person's face and figure out what is the probability of morbidity and mortality.
This is in practice right now?
Yes, today, right. So there are companies that make those specialized cameras, they make that specialized software using Vision AI to find that sort of a signal that can help underwrite lives. Third, it's not just a question of adoption of these in the life insurance or the health insurance business processes. It's also a question of the reinsurers have now started innovating as well to accept some of these quote-unquote surrogate signals of health and mortality. So with all the data coming in, with, for example, Abha, which is a fantastic platform that the government is driving to drive codification of health data. Once the wearable data comes in, once the data from Abha comes in, that health data getting completely integrated into the underwriting ecosystem can actually help really underwrite to that cohort that I was speaking about in the beginning.
Vikram, thank you for your patience, and I appreciate it. But let me ask you this. We've had conversations through the day about how easy it is becoming to create platforms and to create user-facing services through application or website. The question to you is, as a marketplace, one, how do you leverage artificial intelligence? And how do you fight against replicability? And how do you stay relevant? Is it through building trust? Is it through making a mark early? How do you do that as a marketplace?
Yeah, thank you. So as a marketplace, I think internally we are talking continuously that let's be extremely cynical, because the way we work is changing extremely rapidly. Today we are using AI pretty much in every function. So wherever we, for example, we are doing calling, I think we partner very deeply with 11 labs, and I think 20-30% of our calling has already moved to agents. And now earlier we used to think of call center employees like headcount. Now we think of number of agents that we have used to talk to the customer. So that's getting fully automated. But even across marketing, finance, HR, for example, all the interviewing, the first 2-3 rounds are all being done by AI.
Wow.
Right? And video calls, right? The video calls are being done with an agent, right, who you can see and feel that you're talking to somebody on the other side. All of that, like just yesterday my team told that even the culture round has now been moved to AI. So for marketing, all the content, copies, on the fly, right? The AI is deciding what content and what creative will do better and is able to test.
Are you able to judge the efficacy of this though?
Absolutely. I think
and are you seeing pointers to note that the people that you're hiring in this manner are more productive than other people that you've hired in the past?
These agents.
No, but I'm saying through this process, the people that you're bringing on board.
Oh, from the interviewing, recruiting process? Absolutely, yeah. The selection, because we have seen that that actually our funnel of, like, if we were interviewing 100 people, we can now feed that AI to decide how strict or how lenient we want to be.
Interesting.
With humans, you can only give them some instructions, right? Here, you can actually dial it up and down to say that I want a funnel where I convert 2 out of 100 or I convert 15 out of 100, right? So in last, until a year ago, at any point in time, we are an organization of around 6,000 people. We used to have give and take 1,000 roles open. Today it's 0. I would actually argue it's negative, right? Our engineering team, not too long ago, was almost 600 people. It's come down to 200. Just a few weeks ago, my team gave me a demo of a platform that they said would take them 3 months to build, and a team of at least 6 or 7 was built by them over 3 weekends with no human beings. Like, he didn't even write a line of code. He just prompted AI and later got AI itself to check the code that AI
And what
had written.
applications are you using right now? What service are you using right now? What AI are you using?
Everything.
You're using everything.
We are working with OpenAI, we are working with Anthropic, we are working with 11 Labs. There are several other tools available in the market. But across every aspect of the business, we are using AI. I myself, 12 months ago, had a founder office, right? And I had like few people who worked directly with me on research, on analysis, on business updates. All of them have moved now into the business roles. I have nobody. I don't have an assistant. I don't have a founder office because these agents are my office. All I have is subscription to several AI tools.
Ladies
that
and
does all the
gentlemen,
job.
artificial intelligence is right here. But having said that, look, and I want to spend a little time on this, gentlemen, because we've talked about the tremendous potential and the use cases of this. But I want to talk about corporate conscience. And I want to talk about an alarm bell that was raised just on this platform short while ago, right? Which is, and I'm using the words not necessarily applicable in all situations, but people use it to describe it. Move fast and break things. This is the way that corporates have approached adoption of technology. But the question has to be asked. For example, Deviyon aur Sajno, bahut bahut dhanyawad aapka. You know who I'm talking about? Now, if a voice platform utilizes this voice and changes it by a couple of registers, you will still know who I'm talking about. What is the ethics, or what is the the conscience behind that?
I think that's a great question. So I think when we talk about AI, obviously we talked about the great things that happen, but clearly there's a possibility of a lot of evil that can happen. When we think about this at 11 Labs, we essentially look at 3 things, and that's not an afterthought. It's trust, transparency, and traceability, right? You got to build all of those things into the platform, the guardrails and things like that. Like things like watermarking, provenance, fingerprinting, all of that needs to be built in, like consent-based voice cloning. You spoke about it, like it happens, deepfake happens. So you got to make sure the platform in itself is able to kind of get the consent before you do voice cloning or voiceovers and things like that. So that is a very essential part, because if you got to drive, see, AI, the models are going to get better. There's going to be incredible capability that comes out. But to drive adoption, you got to make sure there are these guardrails and governance mechanisms in place to kind of make sure that it is done in a way that is not harming society.
Right now, copyright laws are very old. Do you think that
Regulations are absolutely required, and it's going to come through a process of co-creation through private-public partnership. Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
It's required.
Fantastic. Okay, let's talk about the health industry, and guys, any one of you can jump in, because ultimately you're talking about, in certain cases, sensitive data, and people sometimes as an afterthought will think, hey, I don't want everybody else to see that information. How do you go about safeguarding that? Because ultimately you are going to be playing a role as a safeguard of that data after a point.
So yeah, I think the philosophy has to be very clear. Our philosophy is that the user is in control of their data. So we build everything around that. I'll give you a small example. 2 months into the building Gabbit, there were a lot of requests of gifting Gabbit. So kids in New York wanted to gift Gabbit to parents in India because they don't stay with them. They're guilty of not staying with them. They won't track their health. And guess what? As soon as we launch a gifting flow, what would happen? Screenshots of sleep scores, heart rate data, all of that will flow around. Like people will ask, can you please send me, did you sleep well?
Yeah.
So we said, this is not how it should work. So we built a user consent-based data sharing feature for health, where now one click of a button, you can share your data with your loved ones, your doctor, your fitness coach, and the app starts seeing their data. Again, It is data sharing, but the user decided to do that here.
Sure.
So that's the philosophy we follow for everything. So for example, tomorrow if somebody comes, like if there's a proposition of using the wearables data to say if people actually have a lower resting heart rate, they should get a lesser premium on their insurance. That decision whether I want to use my data to get a dynamic premium is completely a user's decision. It's not a company's decision. So the user says I want to use it, we will actually build something around that. So I think that is the philosophy that one needs to follow to the T. In terms of system design, the good thing is technology is so advanced now, you can encrypt everything. Every layer that uses your data is at Gabit is actually encrypted to make sure that it doesn't pass through anything, right? But I think the important thing here is that you should decide what happens to your data. And of course, we'll put all the measures to make sure that it's completely secure over a period of time.
Manu, you want to add to that?
Actually, with the advent of DPDP as an act, there is a huge responsibility on the organizations on 2 or 3 big dimensions. One, which was shared, was consent management. So wherever we are building our applications, our platform, it's very important for us to take explicit consent, not only for capture, but also purpose of use, and finally retention period, right? Those have become very, very specific now with the new law. The other dimension is, how do I keep, now with the proliferated ecosystem of data that I have. See, initially my data used to sit in the enterprise. As organizations grew, a lot of this data sits with my service providers. I don't run the call center, somebody does that for me. I don't run, for example, there's an acquisition engine calling, somebody runs for me. The whole idea of what data should I keep internally, what services should I keep internally, the whole concept of data gravity. The data will now have gravity, which means you are better off keeping all the data as close to your enterprise as possible. Hence, having a significant change in our policies around even sourcing. What service should I insource, what should I outsource? Initially, were purely based on core competency. Were purely based on, hey, I'm good at life insurance, let me do that. I'm not good at calling. Now, some of these act definitions are changing the very meaning of that choice on what should be insourced, what should be outsourced. So a very relevant concern for the industry. All of us, I think 27 next year, March is the timeline by when everybody has to be compliant on the DPDP law. But there's a significant disruption that is happening in our supply chains purely to address the issue around data privacy that has become so relevant, especially in the context of health and life.
Quick answer to this. Conceptually, do you think that premiums can head lower with sharing of data and artificial intelligence, making things sharper in terms of actuarial science?
Oh, absolutely, yes. In fact, the discovery of newer cohorts. See, if you see the base mortality in life insurance, it's still based on what we call as the ALM tables, which are the mortality tables in 2014 actually. They haven't changed.
COVID has happened after that.
Exactly. The tables haven't changed. But the winner will be somebody who can extract signal from that noise.
Okay, all right. On that, last thought to you, and it's not related to corporate conscience because ultimately you're a marketplace. But I want to ask you, it was curious for me because this entire jobs debate has happened and you threw a few numbers out. I'm just wondering, you're hiring, but you've also reduced the teams that deal with coding and certain other factors. Are you re-employing them in other facilities or are people leaving?
Yeah, no, look, I think, something we keep discussing internally, and I think it's better to be candid about it. The roles are going to change rapidly, right?
They have already.
They are changing, and they will continue to change even faster. Even the roles that people are not imagining can change. Just few months ago, now my engineering team, myself is coming and saying that we don't need more people. We just need agents.
Right.
It's just easier, faster, and you can innovate and iterate just much faster. So I think, but with AI, companies will grow faster because more things can get done. I think there will be new kinds of roles. There will be more work to be done. The challenge is with intent to change, right? Because AI is still evolving very quickly, which means that you try 10 things and 8 will not work. Internally also, I see a lot of times people are like, oh, we tried this and it did not work, so we went back to the old way. As opposed to having this blind faith that, look, AI is here to change the world and we better keep at it, right? So we are trying to encourage all of people who we work with to keep experimenting with AI and become AI native, like how we are all mobile native. become AI native, right?
Absolutely. On that note, gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time. Ladies and gentlemen, please, big round of applause for a lovely panel. It's been fascinating. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as artificial intelligence becomes deeply embedded in economies and everyday life, this conversation examines how technology leaders are navigating its societal, economic, and workforce implications at scale. The session explores how AI can drive inclusive growth, reshape work and opportunity, and strengthen public trust, while ensuring innovation remains aligned with human values, accountability, and long-term societal impact. I'd like to invite on stage James Manika, who is Senior Vice President of Technology and Society at Google. Sir, please make your way to the stage. Okay, he seems to be a few seconds away, and this is going to be a fascinating conversation, I'm sure. To lead that conversation, we're going to have Shweta join in. I think she's outside ensuring that he gets in. I think the tone and tenor of the conversations we've had today are absolutely phenomenal from my perspective. I think I have learned quite a bit about the way that companies and stakeholders are looking at adoption of artificial intelligence. But I thought Dr. Stewart's conversation was perhaps one of the most thought-provoking. In fact, we have James in the room right now. I'd like to invite him on stage. We've already introduced the conversation. James, Shweta, please make your way to the stage. I'm sure this is going to be an engaging conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
It's a very rare kind of leadership. Someone who works at the intersection of technology, research, and responsibility. James Maniaka, Executive Vice President of Google, and a title that has clearly many, many hats rolled into one. Executive Vice President for Research, Labs, Technology, and Society. A real pleasure to welcome you here for this very special session, James.
Well, thanks for having me, Shweta.
Let me start by first going a little deeper into your title itself, if you're okay with that. I mean, this is a wonderful mandate coming from one of the largest companies, tech companies, a tech giant in the world. The fact that you're wearing so many hats, and especially I love society built into it. Could you tell us a little more about everything that you do at Google?
Well, first of all, thank you. It's wonderful to be back in India. I haven't been back in about 5 years. It's been exciting to be here. I think what the title, what I spend time on reflects, I think, how we think about, especially this AI moment at Google. And in some ways, we think about it as we try to be both bold and responsible. So the things that I spend my time on cover both sides of that. So the bold part of that is, I work with my colleagues in Google Research, Google DeepMind, in Google Labs, advancing the most ambitious ideas that we have about how much this technology can transform and benefit society and humanity. So that's kind of the bold part of that. So you see us think about the possibilities for people, for the economy, for science, and for solving kind of the most complex societal challenges. So that's kind of the bold part of that. The responsible part of that also thinks about the other side of that, which is how is this technology going to affect society? How do we build it responsibly? How do we deploy it responsibly? And also, how do we actually make sure that we're building in ways that actually engender trust and have people actually believe that it's actually useful? And how do we actually make sure we are researching some of the complexities and risks that come with this technology? So that's kind of, in some ways it reflects how, we at Google kind of think as kind of a bit of our North Star, this idea of being bold on the one hand and responsible. We actually don't see those two things as in tension. We think both can be true and both are important to work on.
All right, I love it. Bold and responsible. But doesn't the boldness come with some sort of trade-offs there on responsibility? And how do you balance the two?
We don't think of it that way. The reason, because for us being bold, it's about being as ambitious as we can. I mean, one of the things that's exciting about being here in India, for example, and even think about the global south, is that the scale of the possibilities, the things you can do at population scale, right. We should be unabashed about trying to solve, my colleague, Demis got a Nobel Prize for protein folding, right? He said, let's solve for all of them. Why limit yourself to solving the structure of 2 or 3 proteins? Why not all of them? If you're going to work on languages, why not work on all of them? So I think you can be bold in very ambitious ways about the impact, the possibilities that you think are going to be beneficial for society. So you shouldn't trade that off because that's going to benefit people. But at the same time, you also have to think about the responsible side of it.
And while we talk about responsibility, I want to refer to a conversation we just had earlier in the day with Professor Stuart Russell, right. As you know, an expert in this area and someone who's been an authority in AI, but now clearly one of its most thoughtful critics as well. And Professor Stuart Russell is very clear in the responsibility that big tech and AI majors need to have with regard to this transformative technology. And he clearly believes we're not doing enough.
Well, so Stuart's a friend. I've been a huge fan of Stuart Russell. I've worked with him for many years. And I think, it's the issues that he's raising are very important. I think it's important, and we've said this quite publicly, that, AI is too important not to regulate, and it's also not too important not to regulate well.
Right.
So I think both can be true. So I think it's important that we think about what are the right rules, what are the right ways to think about being responsible. And I often think that when it comes to questions of regulation and those kinds of things, we should have a two-sided view to that. On the one hand, of course, regulation should pay attention to the complexities and the risks, the kinds of things that Stuart and others kind of raise as kind of risks that we should pay attention to. But I also think regulation has another side to it. It should also enable the possibilities we want. It should enable us and create incentives and mechanisms to allow us to innovate, tackle society's greatest challenges, and not limit the possibilities of impact. I'll give you an interesting experience that I had, Shweta. For about 2 years, I was co-chairing the UN's high-level body on AI. And one of the things I was interested when we were talking about the risks of AI was, obviously, we talked about the risks of misapplication and misuse. But the body as a whole, I think with a lot of input from some of the members from the Global South, including India, they actually insisted that one of the risks we should add is misuse.
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 Yeah, right. Not misuse, but misuse.
Well,
yes.
You have
Yes.
misapplication, misuse, but also misuse.
Right.
When you've got the possibility of a technology that can transform lives and improve health outcomes and education, and somehow you make it difficult to actually make use of it.
Right, right. So, James, I'd love to take forward this conversation in two parts. First is the technology, and then is the responsibility, right? And the regulation coming in under the bucket of responsibility. But first, let's just talk about how exciting it's looking right now, because there is no other company that's at the cutting edge of, bringing all these innovations out more than Google, and what we're seeing coming out of Google DeepMind, as you keep pushing the limits on what we're seeing, tell us, where are we headed? Where are we right now, and where are we headed? What can we expect from your stable in the next few months and years?
No, I mean, it's such an exciting time, and I think so many things are happening. I think on the one hand, you see the models themselves getting more capable, more powerful. They're now natively multimodal. They can handle, not just language, but a whole range of capabilities. You're starting to see the systems become agentic, where you can actually not only, get content in, content out, have them actually carry out tasks and, actions, if you like. So you see that, but you also see, for example, the ability for these models to use other tools and other systems and other hybrid tools. You see what we see, for example, I live in San Francisco. We've had Waymos for almost 3 years now, and those are a form of embodied intelligence, because those cars are driving autonomously. They've been driving autonomously in San Francisco for 3 years. So I think you look at all of that, and then you also see what the AI systems are able to do to advance scientific breakthroughs. Of course, there's AlphaFold, but there's so many other areas in material science, in genomics, in high-energy physics, in plasma physics, where these systems are enabling us to actually make breakthrough progress. And often, I think people pay less attention to that, but in some ways, some of the potential to advance science is going to be some of the most transformational impacts that we see on this technology. And we're working on all of those fronts, and it's such an exciting time.
It is exciting, and are you yourself surprised by the limits to which we are now pushing innovation, as well as these breakthroughs? And share with the audience the potential of AGI, what AGI could look like, what it means, and where we are at in that journey.
Well, I think the simplest definition or the way to think about what AGI is, and by the way, this isn't something that we at Google or anybody invented. If you go back to the history of the fields, all the way back to 1956, when the term came into use of AI, the idea was to build systems that had the capability to do many of the cognitive tasks that we think humans are able to do. It was kind of the benchmark of that. And I think, if you think about, are we there yet? I think we're still a long way from that, quite honestly. I think, the systems we have today are very capable, but they're also quite, as some people have described it, as very inconsistent and jagged. They will do some things spectacularly well, and will surprise you at how poorly they'll do on certain tasks. Visual problem solving, for example, can be problematic. So they're still quite jagged. So if you say, where are we in terms of progress to what you might call AGI. I think we're going to need a few more breakthroughs, is certainly my view. And we're probably somewhere from 5 to 10 years away because we tend to have a very high bar for what AGI means for us. And the systems that we imagine to us feel like they're still 5 to 10 years away. And we're going to need a few more breakthroughs to get there.
So we need a few more breakthroughs to get to AGI as we know it today, and you're saying it's at least 5 to 10 years. It's not
by our definitions.
By your definition.
By the way we think about it, yes.
But when you look at your four roles, and when you're talking about labs, and when there is that entire innovation engine that is in many ways moving, is the mandate there to go innovate and not think about guardrails, not think about consequences, and just say, you know what, we want to keep innovating? Because now the time frame to innovation is also changing. I mean, we're seeing innovations come out at a way faster speed than we did, say, earlier.
Yeah, I think both things can be true. I mean, we innovate, but we also are always thinking about the responsible side of things. So in Google Labs, for example, what we do in Google Labs is that's where we take some of the most cutting-edge research coming out of Google DeepMind or Google Research and think about how do we build AI-first products. You may have seen products like Notebook LM, for example, came out of Google Labs. So we're constantly experimenting. If you go to the Google Labs site, you'll probably see 30, 40 different experiments going on at the same time. So we're trying to innovate and experiment, but at the same time, we're always thinking about what's the right way to be responsible. When is this technology ready? What are the appropriate guardrails? And so those are the things that we're always thinking about. And by the way, part of the innovation is to innovate on the responsibility side too. So for example, I think we were probably the first to develop watermarking technology, SynthID, which we actually put in all our systems. So any of our systems that are generating content, whether it's images or whatever it is, have SynthID as a watermarking technology in it. So even the responsibility side also requires innovation.
You work very closely with Sundar Pichai. You report directly to him, and he's clearly a legend when it comes to being a technology leader. His Indian origins and the fact that he's here in India and he is having these very important conversations. Share with us where his thinking is, both in terms of Google and Google's future, and also the India part of it in the journey.
Well, I think one of the things that's quite remarkable about Sundar is actually several things. One is he's been thinking about this AI moment for a while. You remember when he became CEO, which is now almost 10 years ago, he declared that in fact Google was going to be an AI-first company. This is before the AI moment. So he's been thinking a lot about this and has had a lot of foresight. I mean, Google started working on various elements of what you might call the full stack of AI. We have our own chips, TPUs. We've been building models and tools. I think all of those are things that he's been putting in place for quite a while. So that's one aspect of him. I think another important aspect, which brings it back to India, is I think, in some ways, Sundar has a perfect marriage, if you like, with his own upbringing, but also Google's mission. If you think about Google's mission, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, he fundamentally believes that. So when we think about how do we make sure this technology is available to everybody, accessible to everybody, is used by everyone everywhere. When we make pursue moonshots about working on languages, whether it's Indic languages here in India or around the world, these are things that matter deeply to him. And guess what? They have to be fully consistent with Google's founding mission. So in some ways, he's doing what he should be doing.
Absolutely, and when you're part of this very high-powered delegation to India, led by Sundar himself, what is the one message that Google's bringing to India at this very, very crucial moment?
Well, I think it's lots of things. I mean, we get very excited about India. I mean, one of the things in India is actually, if you think about our Gemini app, it's actually one of our third largest market. So for us, we see India as a place where we can bring and work and collaborate with the Indians and India and the Indian government to bring the power of this technology. You may have seen some of the things we've announced today. For example, we've made a $15 billion investment into infrastructure at Vizag, where we're going to build a gigawatt scale kind of computing capability. We're investing, for example, in trying to make sure we build connectivity connecting India. We announced today the America-India Connect initiative, which connects India with undersea cables with 4 other continents. That's also part of our infrastructure commitment to India. We're also investing, for example, working on languages, on training, and also bringing capacity to the government. One of the things we like about what India is doing, it has a very kind of tech-forward orientation to it, an incredibly talented and vibrant innovation ecosystem. So in some ways, just like we think of ourselves as perhaps having a bit of a full-stack approach to AI as a company, India almost has a full-stack approach to what it brings to this moment between investments, infrastructure, talent, people, and also the potential to do things at population scale. I think that's pretty exciting.
And as India is talking about this sort of full stack approach, as you rightly put it, while conversations with policymakers give us a sense that India wants to embrace technology, and that's why you saw that wholehearted welcome to your big $15 billion investment in Vizag. At the same time, the government has very genuine concerns about sovereignty, about national security, about ensuring that enough is being done to ramp up our own capabilities. How do you think a government can balance those twin objectives?
Yeah, I think it's important for governments to be thinking, and rightly to think about how do technologies like this work in their national interests and in their sovereign interests. I think those are the right things for governments to be thinking about. And I think so. I think in that sense, governments should be thinking not just about adopting the technology, but also building it and developing it and applying it to solve their national challenges and opportunities. And I see the Indian government doing that. And for us, we hope to be a partner in that. We're collaborating. We're investing in India. So I think these can be collaborative initiatives. I don't think sovereignty necessarily means isolation. I think to me at least, it feels like it means you're working on a technology in a way that serves your national interests and benefits your people and your society and transforms it. I think in that sense, I think these are the right things for the Indian government and quite frankly any government to be thinking about.
James, any form of crystal ball gazing in today's times is hard to do, but I'd love to get your perspective on what 2030 would look like for the world, for Google. And if you could specifically talk about what excites you the most about AI and its societal impact, and one thing that concerns you the most.
2030, well, that's hard. I mean, I think what I hope we get to in 2030 is where, we've hopefully collectively delivered on what I think of as the why of AI. And the why of AI, I think if you ask any of us, and hopefully people in the audience too, who are working on AI, I think, I would say we're working on AI because of the potential we see in empowering people, powering economies, advancing science, and solving societal challenges. So that's kind of our view of the why of AI. So if those are the things the reasons we're pursuing AI, then I hope by 2030 we have something to show for it. We can show that we've actually delivered on some of that. The economies are growing, people are benefiting from it. We've advanced science and solved some challenges. But more importantly, I hope we'll have done that in ways where not just a few, but everybody benefits. Because I think even if we achieve those things, breakthrough science and so forth, but other people don't participate in that and benefit from that, I think we'll have missed something. I'll give you one emblematic example that matters a lot for us. I think it's exciting to see what happened with AlphaFold. My colleague Demis got a Nobel Prize for it. It's amazing scientific breakthrough. But perhaps even more important is the fact that because we opened up the AlphaFold prediction database, and now more than 3 million scientists in more than 190 countries are making use of it To me, that's the really powerful part because it's made it possible for researchers in many parts of the world to work on problems related to protein structures that matter to them, including neglected diseases and so forth. So to me, in 2030, if we've made progress and we've made it possible for many more people to benefit from it, I think that'd be pretty exciting.
The concern, very quickly.
The concerns for me are twofold. One, we don't make progress.
Okay. The misuse. Right.
But the other one is that we actually don't make progress on being responsible on how we think about the risks from this technology, the misuses, perhaps the kinds of things that Stuart was talking about. And we don't coordinate our efforts enough as companies, as societies, as governments to make sure we are very thoughtful about the risks that come with this technology. Because as with any powerful technology, there are going to be extraordinary possibilities, but also some important and serious risks to think about.
James Manyekar, such an engaging conversation, and here's wishing you and Google the very best as you move forward on this journey of creating impact and responsible innovation. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, request you to stay in the room, even if you need some caffeine. I promise you the next session is all about AI and so much more. Code, commerce, country, Alex.
Yeah, it's fascinating because this is where it's at, right? We're talking about the adoption of this technology across all strata and particularly by government as well.
Absolutely, Alex. And I think we've had a bunch of conversations. It's been a stellar NDTV IND.AI summit. I hope you guys are sending the links from these sessions and the streams on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter. We have content everywhere, Alex.
On that note, let's bring in this next panel. It's a power-packed one. First and foremost, Paul Triolo, partner DGA Albright Stonebridge Group. Please make your way to the stage, sir. Joining him, Nikhil Malhotra, Chief Innovation Officer, Tech Mahindra. Amit Zaveri, President, Chief Product Officer and COO, ServiceNow. And in conversation with the three of them, NDTV's very own Vishnu Som.
All set? Yeah. Well, good evening, everyone. It's been a day of incredible, exciting conversation. And as we examine AI in its various avatars, it's perhaps important to also look at how enterprises across the world, how companies across the world, and how systems across the world will evolve in utilizing the technology which is now available to us. It's about regulation, it's about cooperation, it's about dealing with the disruption. And that's something that we'd like to do in this panel. The questions also pertain to governments and the need to recalibrate industrial policy, perhaps dealing with digital infrastructure as it evolves. We've got Paul Triolo, partner at DGA Albright Stonebridge Group with us. Nikhil Malhotra, Chief Innovation Officer at Tech Mahindra, and Amit Zaveri, President and Chief Product Officer at ServiceNow. Thank you all very much for being with us. Broadly speaking, the biggest concern is this technology exists at a time of huge global disruption for various reasons, which aren't necessarily linked to AI. We live in a world which is fraught with dangers and differences. why should one country or one company tell another country or company that they are willing to share this technology?
That's for me?
Yep.
Okay, wow. It's a good question. I think that we're in an era where there is a lot of competition between nations, particularly in AI, the US and China. So the technology has become sort of national security-ized, if you will. And so this really started with 5G telecommunications. There was a lot of concern about country of origin of telecommunications equipment. And now AI, of course, with its incredible capacity to enable lots of nefarious things like cyber operations and other things. There's a real concern about who builds AI, who controls it, and where it's deployed. And we've seen many discussions on this at the summit this week, and as you've heard today. So AI is really it's such a potentially transformative technology that who controls and who builds it is going to be necessarily a geopolitical issue.
Without legislation, it's not going to work, right? But again, just being the pessimist that I am, can I ask you the same question? You can have regulation, but who's going to follow it and who's going to enforce it globally?
Yeah, I think we'll have to take it in two piecemeals, Vishnu. We'll have to look at it from a demographic purpose in terms of what we do, and then look at it from a global perspective in terms of legislation. I think today, if you notice, almost every country has some kind of an AI act that they're trying to follow. But parameters of some of the AI act which is done in one country is not really followed in the other country. And that's largely true. The reason is your ethics, my ethics are very different from what a person in London or US would look like it. And so we have to have a little bit of a template which follows general ethical guidelines. But then there are certain things that we have to do from a demographic or a country perspective. I think I am of the opinion that if you can have a global legislation, but there's no global sector which says that this is right or wrong. So what we should really be doing is that each country should follow a certain bit of ethics and bias systems that they follow in their own country. But at the end of the day, there should be some rules in terms of data and also data exchange across borders. And that is really something that is harming us. For example, kids are on the Facebook. If the kids' data goes out to, let's say, somebody in some other part of the country, what's the legislation that should be used and should not be used? And I think we've done some work from an India perspective in doing that, right? So the DPDPA Act is some part of it saying that we shouldn't be sending data out from some parts that we do and we collect. But there has to be a balance. The balance is models built outside. Can we use a little portion of those models to do what we are doing over here and turn it in terms of what we do?
But Nikhil, let me ask you this. As the Chief Innovation Officer at Tech Mahindra, when you have incredible new software, whether it's AI or not, do you sit back and ask yourself, am I releasing something that I should? Is there the issue of ethics which precedes business interests?
No, I think that's a great question. We do. I think I'll just recount a little bit of story. I think 2023, Sam was here. Yeah. A challenge was made saying, can India build its own AI and LLM from grounds up? You remember CP took the challenge. I took the challenge at the back saying that I would deliver it. We delivered it. We delivered it in less than about, whatever, $400,000 that we did. I think one of the things was very clear in my mind, that is that our data, and are we really being true in terms of the dialects that this country speaks? Unofficially, our country speaks almost about 19,200 dialects. Some like about 100 people odd. Am I being true to that dialect if I actually pick it up? And am I being ethical? So I actually sent teams out, Vishnu, to the Hindi heartland to actually collect data. Funny story, we had tape recorders in our hand and we were telling people, can you speak something? Right? Don't speak about your Aadhaar number, don't speak anything, but speak something in your own dialect so that we understand what we get. I think that was one part of it. I think the second part of it was, we knew that unless we collect the right amount of data, our AI system is not going to work. And I'm sorry, I'll switch a little bit into Hindi. Let's take a sentence. Last week I saw a film. In Hindi, we very clearly say, "Pichle hafte maine film dekhi." If you're a Marwadi, you would say, "Larla hafte maine ek film dekhi." There's just one change in the token. But Larla, if it's not counted by me, actually becomes closer to Ladla. लाडला हफ्ते मैंने एक फिल्म देखी has no connotational reference. So if I'm giving my AI to people in India, or let's say if I'm doing this across the world with some other country as well, am I being true to the ethical systems and what the society really feels, which is very, very important for me. So yes, we do look back and see when we build it in terms of what we're doing.
That's wonderful to hear. Let me ask you, Mr. Zaveri, you know, I read something on Twitter just a couple of days back, and it struck me as being, you know, a very sort of negative vision of what lies ahead. So somebody tweeted and said that we are now at a COVID-like moment. We never believed that illness, which is there in China, is going to affect our lives, and that it's self-limiting and it'll go away, and so we just have to be a bit careful. Then we started wearing masks, and then people started, unfortunately, losing their lives, and then we knew what we were in for. Is this a COVID-type moment with AI?
No, it's an interesting analogy in terms of what's going on with AI, right? I mean, in the day, the innovation happening and the reality behind AI is all, everybody's understanding it now. I don't think anybody's confused that there is power of AI and there's a lot of benefits, but there are a lot of concerns. And how you balance the two things is really the question, right? I think COVID moment took a lot of people by surprise. I don't think AI has been a surprise. We've been talking about AI for probably 10 years now. I think that what's happening now is that a lot of the things are all starting to come together. Every part of any industry you look at it, anything you look at a society, everybody's aware of it. And I think the question becomes, how do you use it in a way which helps you? That's the part, I think, which is confusing for many people. Some people are worried about job losses. Some people are worried about what happens to your industry. And some people are worried about how do you control it and how do you manage it. Does AI control you, or are you going to control AI? But there's no confusion that this is going to impact your life. And that, I think, is the part which everybody has to deal with, is to ensure that they're thinking through adopting it in a way which will help you, while also understanding the power of it so that you can put some controls around it and some guidelines around it so that you can get benefits out of it in the long term.
You know, Paul, my big concern, and I think a lot of people share this concern, it was expressed, in fact, a little while back in sessions over here, is that the technology is growing so fast that it's potentially dangerous. To not have a human in the loop at all times is dangerous. To have systems which replicate empathy is dangerous. It has transnational consequences, and yet we don't have any legal system which protects different people around the world. There's no United Nations which governs the international use of AI. Are we therefore potentially headed for trouble at a mass societal level in various fields?
Great question. And we discussed this a lot today, actually, another panel. So look, the companies that are developing this technology are not standing still. They realize some of these dangers, right? And so they're putting in place, for example, responsible scaling policies internally to try to put in place checks so as the models become more capable, there'll be triggers and they can mitigate some of the risks around this. But the risks come in many forms, right? There are more existential risks, for example, of an AI model taking somebody who doesn't have a PhD in biotechnology and enabling them to design a bioweapon, for example. That's a real fear. So the companies are very aware of those kinds of risks and are taking steps to mitigate those. Now, the really big risk that sort of came to light even in the last couple of weeks with this thing called Moltbook or OpenClaw is loss of control. And that's a really tough risk to get your head around, because the agents are becoming more capable, and as we get into an agentic world where those agents are taking actions and impacting the real world too, in more embodied AI kinds of applications, then the risks, the thinking is the risks become greater that we'll lose control of those models, and then there'll be an impact in the real world. Now, last year when I was at a conference in China, Stuart Russell, who was here earlier,
he raised a lot of concerns.
Stuart said something like he had talked to the CEO of a leading US AI lab who said, the best we can hope for in the next couple of years is a Chernobyl-style event. So there are many in the broader safety community who think that the company, there is a lot of obviously economic incentive to keep innovating innovating and deploying more capable models. And he feels, many feel that, that it'll probably take an event where, and hopefully it won't be as catastrophic as Chernobyl, but some event where AI enables something bad to happen. And that will focus governments around the world to get serious about some kind of a global agreement. Because as you rightly point out, if one country or one set of companies adopts really rigorous safety protocols and builds in a lot of safety, but that's not shared universally in other countries, then the risks, this is a global technology and the risks become global.
Nikhil, Tech Mahindra obviously has been at the cutting edge of software development. You've now got software that develops itself. Yeah. So let me ask you a super pointed question. What happens to young coders who you potentially would have hired?
Yeah, I think great question. I think we're still at that stage where there's a lot of fallacy and myth being talked about that AI can rewrite and write its software. From the lens that we look at it, there are two ways that you do, right? If you're a product company, no doubt, and you start afresh, 50% of your code still can be written by AI. But from a services standpoint, when we deal with customers, these codes are not very simple codes that you do, right? They've got a large number of integration layer behind the scenes that you do. If I use an AI, we have actually sometimes seen reverse as well in terms of productivity. So you've got to be very careful in terms of where you apply it. And productivity is a term that is loosely flayed out and said that we'll be 40% productive, 50% productive. We have benchmarks. One of the hats, Vishnu, that I don is also a researcher. I've been doing it for the
researcher,
along with obviously the corporate life in terms of what you do. But in my research, I've actually found out that to start off with, if you're looking at a brownfield code, you would see almost at an instant, you'll find 15% to 20% productivity come up, but you also need a human hand to actually mold. Now, what happens to the youngsters who come in? If I only use AI as an API, or only as a system that, you just put some data in and it gets back, yes, there is a risk. But if you understand what is going on in the underfiddles of AI, then it's not a risk. You have a job still. And you need the human in the loop to actually figure out what's the result that the AI is coming up with.
No, so the youngest and the most junior coders, who may not be required because you've got the machine writing code, would need supervisors, which is where humans fit in. So in other words, those who are coders today move on to a supervisory role, because the role they were hired for doesn't really work in the same way. Is that correct?
No, you're right. I think in certain cases, yes, there is change that we are actually seeing, and they're seeing a change in the roles as well. But the youngsters who are coming up, let's say a freshman out of college who wants to now join Tech Mahindra, we look at it from two different perspectives. Number one, do you understand the basic construct right? Because none of the AI applications we do with our customers work off the cuff as it is.
Right.
They need a lot of customization still. You still need people to sit and understand the objective. Yes, there is an objective being posed to you. I want 90% accuracy, and I want it in less than 5 seconds. But that doesn't really happen when the rubber hits the road. So I think that is important for us to realize from a pragmatic sense.
Can I just add one thing in terms of we also hire a lot of engineers. I mean, we have 15,000 R&D employees. And we've been growing them because a lot of the young coders are coming in who are helping think about a lot of ways using AI technologies, which is helping the rest of our organization as well. So the growth has been happening. I think most of the engineers just don't write code, as you are mentioning. So that has been the difference now. A lot more design time is happening. A lot of user experiences are changing. So there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of new engineers coming in, bringing different kind of skills as part of the software development cycle has changed. If you remember when cloud happened, what engineers used to do is when they were building on-premise software, they never had to run operations. They would ship the software and they never had to care about how it got implemented. But when the cloud happened, all the engineers' work changed because now they became supporting that software. Same thing's happening with AI. Now you're doing a lot of other kind of things. I think it's just the roles are changing. I don't think the jobs will completely go away.
Final question to you, Mr. Zaveri. 2 words. Depends how it's spelled, of course. Semiconductors. It's make or break around the world. They're not available. And semiconductors, the present design of semiconductors and the computation which AI can actually afford can give you now means that a lot of systems which are available, I'm talking about gaming systems, for example, they're all on hold because the technology is evolving so fast that you may need new sets of chips
Yeah.
to meet the processing power which exists, and those chips don't exist. I mean, they're not available.
Yeah.
Is that a crisis?
I think so. I mean, we're seeing that, I mean, it was very hard to find chips when we were doing a lot of the work a few years ago. Now the same thing happening with memory. So without the core infrastructure, it's going to be difficult to run some of these models and be able to do any kind of work you do with inferencing and be able to respond. And that's the question which becomes an important thing for enterprises. If you completely depend only on AI and you don't have other parts of software, you might shut down as a business. Yeah. So it has to be a big part of infrastructure to make sure you think through that and not just put everything on one kind of system.
Vishnu, if I may add, sorry, to that point, I think this is also an opportunity in disguise for us.
It has to be an opportunity for you to run your business also.
Run the business as well, yes, but also the opportunity in saying that when you look at a semiconductor chip today, you are still looking at bits and bytes in terms of zeros and ones. There is an alternative mode that the world is trying, which is also more analog. Your and my life is more analog than just being zeros and ones.
Saying we're getting old, or we already are old, but anyhow.
So that is something that we are probably looking at. Neuromorphic computing is actually coming up. So you'll see a lot more divergence happening in terms of even the chips.
One last comment on that. I think also the problem now, for example, in the U.S. is energy. How are you going to power all of these chips? Problem. So it's really, the shortage is not necessarily the semiconductors, the GPUs. They're in high demand, and the capacity is being built. Memory is a big problem. But how are you going to power all these data centers? The U.S., for example, doesn't have a very unified grid, and the projections of data center build out to 2030 are huge, and there's a huge gap in terms of the energy supply. Some other countries like the Middle East have an advantage here, and India also is I think is going to be one of the big players because energy, the gap is not as big, but it's a huge issue.
It is indeed. Yeah. Look, gentlemen, we could keep on talking, but we need to start wrapping up this session, right? We may be replaced very soon by AI at this rate, but it's been a fascinating conversation, a conversation that really looks at how we are going to be working across the world in terms of technology, in terms of governance, in terms of the systems, in terms of ethics, values, in the absence possibly of laws. So there's a lot to take in there. I'd like to thank the three of you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ayush, what's the most powerful computer that you've ever used?
The most powerful computer I've ever used, maybe it was a M5 Pro Max, a MacBook Pro.
And so when you go from there to quantum computing, how big is the leap?
It's massive, Alex. And I actually did a session on quantum computing some time ago, and I can't wait to listen to the next one because everyone talks about AI. And everyone talks about real estate being an issue when you want to build data centers, what kind of resources will be used up. Quantum computing, with our national quantum mission and everything happening in India, is something that I am most excited about as a tech enthusiast.
And it's absolutely essential for India to stay ahead in this race. And there's no doubt about it. It's a race, right? About capability and computing ability when there can be a massive threat from overseas if somebody else gets it first.
Absolutely. And the way that the worlds of AI and quantum intersect on so many aspects is what I am hoping we will be exploring today. But we have a fantastic guest and a very able moderator as well.
Absolutely. Let me introduce the guest first. Ajay Chaudhary, who is Chairman, Mission Governing Board, National Quantum Mission of India. Sir, please make your way to the stage. And in conversation with him, Ayush, I enjoy speaking with you quite often.
Right.
And I enjoy anchoring with you. But I must say that I enjoy Neeraj and the way that I speak with him much, much more.
And I must say that I enjoy listening to Markets masterclasses and the way he decodes the world of innovation and finance. And over to you, Neeraj. A huge round of applause.
Big
please.
round of applause.
Firstly, sir, thank you so much for joining in. And if everybody thought that AI was going to be the frontier that is going to be difficult to understand, we are going to be invoking the next frontier, if I can call it that, and the intersection of the next frontier and AI, if you will. Now, just a very quick brief, though Mr. Chaudhary needs no introduction, but he chairs, and I've written this down very carefully, he chairs the Apex board that converts the quantum mission from a budget line to timelines, hubs, and institutions. Did I get that right, sir?
You're absolutely right.
Okay. Now, a lot of people, before we get to this whole intersection of quantum and AI, could you, sir, in your own ways, tell us, how do you think about quantum? Because a lot of people would have very different views about this.
Well, I think what I'd like to do is to first explain what is quantum.
Exactly.
You know, there's physics called spooky physics, which is quantum mechanics. And this whole technology is based on quantum mechanics. Now, till now, we've used classical computers, which are 0 or 1, two states. But when you get to quantum, you don't have 0 or 1, you have 0 and 1. What does that mean in terms of performance? It dramatically improves performance because you are in a manner parallelizing. And that's why quantum succeeds over classical. But one thing I want to definitely explain is that quantum does not replace classical. Classical computing will stay for normal applications like finance, etc., etc. But quantum computers will actually go and provide phenomenal capability to do things that you could not do till now, like climate, like drug discovery, those kind of areas, predictions, those kind of things which cannot be done by classical computers. Some of the applications which might take years on classical computers, could be done in hours in quantum computing.
Wow. In some sense, it's the AI moment for tasks of research, if you will, because AI would reduce the time spent on research dramatically. Quantum would do that to classical computing, you would reckon?
It may multiply many times.
Multiply many times.
Yes.
Okay. And therefore, from multiple ways for a government or large organizations, this would become very important, right? Am I getting that right?
Well, actually, the applications are so phenomenal that governments will not be able to do without them. Because if you are looking at climate and you're looking at predictability and you're looking at forecasting, those kind of areas will be very difficult to do with just classical computers. So the way I look at it is the future is going to be an hybrid situation where quantum and classical will exist in the same data center.
Okay. And I'm presuming a lot of people will go and do some research about what all happens here, but I would presume that the reason why quantum has become so important and you are chairing that mission is because quantum is not a decade away. Quantum is arguably here and now, maybe over the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, actually, till now, everybody thought that quantum computing will take 10 to 15 years. But the progress in development of quantum computers have been so phenomenal in especially the last 2 years, that now everybody is saying that you may have very capable quantum computers available in 3 to 5 years. And you don't even know what China has because it's so opaque. So that's a danger for this country.
Why so, sir?
Well, actually, if you have a very powerful computer, a quantum computer, it can break your current cybersecurity. So, for example, your financial systems, your electrical grids, your security systems, your defense systems are completely dependent on RSA security, cybersecurity today. With a quantum computer sitting somewhere in China, this could be broken. And therefore, it's a huge danger for the country if you're not prepared for it.
Okay. So then try and please explain to us where is it that there is a tightest handshake between quantum, AI, which is the buzzword right now, and let's say for a country like India, the very fantastic public stack that we already have in place?
Well, actually, the public stack is something that will get definitely dramatically improve with AI. That's what I believe. But when it sits on quantum, it'll get multiplied many, many more times. Now, quantum and AI are a very interesting intersection, because what AI is doing today has never been done before.
Right.
But when quantum and AI get together, many things will happen which have never been even thought of being done before. And that's going to be where quantum and AI will be.
Truly disruptive, that would mean.
Yes, absolutely disruptive.
Okay. In which case, sir, for a lot of tech advancements that have happened over the last 2.5 decades, in some sense, many countries, including India, have been not accused of, but thought of as not being front and center in that race. Is India thinking big enough, you think, when it comes to both AI as well as quantum and the handshake between the two?
Let's start with AI, because that's the current buzzword today, and that's what we are sitting inside today. If we look at AI, there's been a lot of talk about us being far behind in terms of LLMs. Now, LLMs fundamentally use data, which could be hugely taken from India, and in addition, LLMs are fundamentally addressing the consumer market in a very big way. So ChatGPT addresses consumer market in a huge way. I mean, you ask ChatGPT anything and you get answers. But that is not the only area that we should apply AI to.
Sure.
AI for enterprise, to my mind, is an area India should occupy.
Okay.
And if India occupies that area where we use AI for helping enterprises to be successful in doing what they do today, that is where AI must be applied. And therefore, areas like pharma companies, for example, for doing drug discovery. Today, for example, research for a molecule, for a drug, takes typically 15 years. Okay? And that is the reason behind the cost of drugs today. It's not affecting India because we lose a lot of generics, but look at the cost of drugs in America. Now, with AI, drug discovery may get reduced by 3 to 5 years, right? Could be 3 to 5 years. You add quantum to it, you could reduce it by 6, 7 years. Now, look at the impact on faster solving of problems of diseases, because you can discover more drugs at the same time and reduce the cost of creating a drug. Because if it takes 15 years of research, it's going to take 8 years of research, your cost dramatically comes down, and that impacts the price of the drug.
True. Okay, in which case, I would love to understand from you where the use cases have been described well. Is India thinking big enough to be the leader or be amongst the leading users? Because the previous session, or the session before that, we had the gentleman say that it is okay to be not be the first mover and be the second mover, but take full advantages of the learnings that have happened before. Can India do that?
It's a very nice point actually being made, whoever made that point, because that's how Apple became successful.
True.
They were never the first mover.
Right.
Now, in the case of India, we don't need to be the second mover too much in the LLM space. We should have an LLM because it's required for strategic autonomy and not being dependent on others. So tomorrow, if there are sanctions and you suddenly find you don't have an LLM, therefore you must have your own. But I think our strategy has to be very much around smaller sized models, SLMs rather than LLMs. And if we do SLMs in different verticals of the country, I think that will be a much better route to take.
Just a clarification, sir. So LLMs are not owned by Indian companies, they are owned by global MNCs. Are you saying that India still stands the chance of having SLMs, which is the smaller language models, owned by India, working for India and working for the world?
Yes, absolutely. And also LLMs will be there. It's not that they are not going to be there.
Right.
India is developing LLMs. Sarvam has come up with an LLM.
Right.
The government had created 9 IITs to work on Bharat Gen. So all of that is happening. It's great to have it because for strategic autonomy, it's essential.
Got it.
But if we look at, are we behind? I think that is not a discussion we should get into. We are not behind because we will get into SLMs in a big way. And once we start to implement enterprise-based SLMs, you will see the real results coming in for enterprises of this country, corporates, SMEs, and for other people. For example, I'm part of an institute that's just been set up in Gift City, which is called Indian AI Research Institute. Their focus is going to be completely on enterprise. And it is founded by the AI mission, the Gujarat government, as well as the Pharma Alliance. So, you know, interestingly, there is a lot of work that will happen on doing research in this area, but it won't be research for the heck of doing research. It will be research for the creation of products for enterprises.
Am I getting this right, sir? You are saying that even if India has not been at the forefront in this race, it is not such a big impediment that we will not get across. How far away are we from SLMs becoming mainstream and India coming at the forefront of this whole argument?
I think we are pretty much going to be there in next 1 year.
Next 1 year
itself.
itself.
I think there'll be enough SLMs around for different applications to start with, but work will carry on for the next 3 to 5 years.
There was a question asked to the first panel of investors at the start of the day that when do we see the first $100 billion AI enterprise out of India? The answers varied from 3 years to 5 years to faster than you think. What's your sense, sir?
3 years to 5 years.
You think earlier than that? Oh no, you're saying 3 years to 5
3 years to 5 years.
Okay, my final question. We have a minute and a half and then we need to wrap up. But my final question, the listed market universe, the investors believe that the models are getting appended. We see in the market cap erosion, the P multiple erosion of what AI can do to software companies. And ITs, you're associated with one for your longest time. You founded HCL. Yeah. Can the business model be appended in such a way that a high workforce enabling sector could change dramatically in that it may still maintain the revenues, but it may not be able to keep the workforce employment going at the same way that it has in the past 3 decades?
You know,
we have 60 seconds, sir.
I think the earlier session also talked about it, so I don't want to repeat it.
Your opinion would be very helpful.
But I think what I'm saying is that AI are tools. And if you use tools, humans have to use tools. And therefore, I don't believe you'll be able to remove the human in between. And that's what I believe will keep this whole ball game going. The ball game of AI, IT services will keep on going. Some lower end work might just go away, but then those things will change. You see, in Indian IT has gone through many such challenges in the past and has come out of it. Earlier, everybody thought when cloud happens, Indian IT will lose out. It's not happened.
Okay.
But one last point I want to make before I close is that don't think that we are behind in quantum. We are really there. As far as quantum communication is concerned, we are world class. Okay. If we talk about quantum computing, we were at 7 qubits last year. We are at 64 qubits this year. And in sensing, we've already started creating products. So, you know, a lot of people think that the government doesn't spend enough money on quantum and AI. It's not about money. It's about what you do with that money.
This is coming from the man who's leading the mission for quantum in India. A round of applause for Mr. Chaudhary. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today.
There it's written there, Veer Singh, co-founder and CSO, Adverb Technologies. Coffee or if you want. Careful, it's very hot.
Alex, you know, we tried everything. We tried dressing up differently, talking differently, using AI, not using AI, just to go viral on social media here at the NDTV IND.AI Summit. Of course, you had Stuart Russell, you had Chris Lehan, Rishi Sunak, the biggest names in tech. But we still didn't go viral. I'm just saying. You know what went viral? The robo-dog outside.
It's right there. It's looking at you.
Is it?
Yeah. It's actually crouching. It's ready to pounce.
It's staring into my soul.
It's actually gotten up. Ayush, it's going to pounce on you right now. There.
Are you controlling it?
I have nothing to do. Okay, let me walk out here so that you know where my hands are. I'm not controlling the robot. Who is though?
Can you spot someone from the audience? Someone's connected through neural networks, or is it voice commands, or what is it, Alex? This is you're pulling a fast one on the tech guy.
No, I actually saw this being done with a DualSense controller. You know how you use it on the PlayStation?
Yes, how you beat me in FIFA very often.
There you go.
And it's got an ID as well. Ladies and gentlemen, meet our next guest. A huge round of applause, please.
This is the Adverb Robo-Dog. At least that's what I'm going to call it. In fact, let's call on stage Bir Singh, who's the co-founder and CSO of Adverb Technology, so that he can tell us what this is all about. Let me get you a mic, sir.
A huge round of applause, please, for Bir Singh.
This is exciting, right? So, so nice to meet you. Can you tell us about this device, sir?
So, this is a robo-dog. Hold it up. This is a robo-dog, but like, we don't say, it's a embodied AI. AI inside a machine.
It's AI inside a machine. Yeah. What is its primary objective? And does this look cute, in your opinion? It's really cute. So all the women in the audience are like, oh, so cute. It's actually turning this way and that way because it wants to look extra cute. But it's not supposed to just look cute, right? It serves a purpose. What is it?
So, this is a machine which can work on shop floors, right? Which can collect data, which can give you insight about what is happening on the shop floor, so that you can take corrective action based upon the data which this kind of robots have brought to you.
So let me hold this for you. Let me hold this for you. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll hold it. Yeah.
Okay. So these machines can do anything which you want to do on a dangerous environment. And so what happens in shop floor, sometimes there is a slippery floor, sometimes there is a gas leakage, sometimes there are things in which human beings cannot work. So in these areas, these machines can work and provide all the information which you want.
Bir, this is a quadruped. I just want to understand, because we've been talking about AI here at the summit so much. It's the real theme. AI in practice. Now, of course, like Alex said, this is being controlled by a DualSense controller in full transparency. But how much of this robot, if I was a B2B client and I wanted this on my shop floor, how much of this robot is making its own autonomous decisions? How capable is it?
So I'll tell you, in this robot, so we are talking about AI from the morning and from last 3-4 days. But this robot, if you see, there are so many things which I want to explain you, but I don't have time. But I'll tell you, one thing, this robot is seeing a lot of objects. This robot is seeing terrain, this robot is seeing human beings and their intent. So based upon all these things, it can take decision, and that is a different AI.
It can take a decision,
it
but
can
I see
take
that somebody is controlling it.
So somebody is controlling because right now we have not given it the autonomy, right? We have removed certain sensors from it, like LiDAR, etc. is not present. But once we put that sensor, then it will give I'll not say complete autonomy, but at least 70-80% of the autonomy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. And in terms of some of the major use cases that you've seen for this particular robot, I know if you can't mention the brands, that's all right, but where can we see this in action?
You can see this action inside the industry, inside the warehouse. You can see it in action in a lot of defense events. You can see it in action where we as a human being don't want to act, like in a situation which is dangerous, which is dirty, or which we don't want to do.
Sure, but defense, what are the specific requirements that you would have to deliver payloads, to deliver parcels? How does it work?
So if I'll ask you in defense how a soldier works.
Sure.
Yeah. So if it has tools, it can do so. Right? So this robot can carry a rifle for you. This robot can carry a ration for you. This robot can do surveillance for you. If you put certain kind of infrared sensors, this robot can actually give you a lot of edge.
Okay.
Without putting you in a difficult situation.
You know, at this point, it sounds incredible, rifles and various other things. But I'm told that the robot can actually shake hands.
If he's in a friendly mood. Let's try this
Are
out, guys.
you wanna try
You know
this
how
out?
he's going to do this?
Hey, there, look.
Okay.
It's saying hi.
I was going to get them to really get charged up, but okay, he will do this if you guys just say NDTV really loudly. And 3, 2, 1. All right, did you like that, Mr. Adverb? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
there
he
you go.
is. There you go. Come on, the louder you get the applause, the more he does on stage. Also, Beer, this is a robot, of course, manufactured at your facilities, completely made in India.
Jumping.
So before saying completely made in India, I'll say as a adverb or as a organization, we don't believe in borrowing intelligence or hardware from anywhere else. So it's not assembled in India. Okay. It's completely manufactured in India. From hardware to software, from the intelligent cards, firmwares, everything. Yes.
Even the chips?
Chips. So when I say chips in isolation doesn't work. But when I say card, like the intelligence card, which is having chip is from Intel, NVIDIA, but the complete card we have built ourselves in-house.
But there's a multi-billion-dollar question, Beer.
Yeah.
What's this robot's name?
So normally, when we give it to our customers or when we put it in our own factory, we give them a name. But we bought it here so that you will get a chance to give him a name or her a name.
Okay, we could do this at the end.
We can do a poll.
Yeah, we do a poll, but we gotta have.
Let's see. Both of you give a name and
I like the name Indie, because it's an indie robot, right? It's an indie dog. Not bad, eh?
Anyone in the audience has a suggestion? I'm going to come to you very quickly. If you do, maybe that's the nomenclature. Anyone? Put your hands up. All right, right here. We're going to come to you. A quick name for the robot. Anything.
Maybe an extension of Indie Row.
Indie Row. Okay.
Okay, does any...
You've got another?
Indie Bot.
So if you can give a name which is more like us, then only we'll be able to connect better.
He's going to feel better. He or she is going to feel a lot better.
You need to make them. It has to be collaborative. We call this kind of robots collaborative robots because it can work along with human beings. If you again give them a name which is sounding like a machine, how you'll connect with them? Give him or her a name which is more connecting.
Give us a nice option, and then we'll do a quick dipstick with the audience very quickly.
So any name which you can connect better, maybe like your family member, maybe the way we give name to our dogs and all these things.
Yeah. Okay. I was connected to my German Shepherd for the longest time. Tila. She's a warrior princess.
Yeah, Tila. That's cool.
Tila is a good one?
Yeah, it's good.
I like Rocky.
Okay, who wants
Indie? I like Indie.
No, okay, who wants Rocky? Put your hands up. Okay.
I get one. Okay, cool.
Who wants Indie or Indie Row?
Indie.
Who wants Tila? I got quite a few.
I think Indie Row one. Indie Row one.
Okay, we got it.
Okay,
We've
cool.
got this. We've got the naming sorted now. Namkaran is done. Okay. Now tell us a little bit more when, this is obviously one of the robots you have at Adverb, but I have seen humanoids as well when we've been doing our tech coverage. Humanoids are being made in full swing. Are they being operated from the Adverb facilities? Are they being sold outside in the rest of the world?
So humanoids, so there are various form factors in which we are building humanoid. One is biped, another one is top torso is like humanoid and the bottom portion is like a vehicle. So that we have launched this month itself, in the beginning of this month. The biped, we are training it. So all these machines, it's not like this, you program and it will start running. This has to be trained in a way so that when it comes into our environment, it's safe to us, right? So the first rule of any robotics, it cannot harm human being. So for that, we need to train them. We need to make sure that when it comes to the shop floors or the normal floors, it has to be safe.
I'm pretty sure that your developers and you both had some ideas about where you want to reach with this. How far, on a scale of 1 to 10, have you reached?
So for me, beginning is the important step. So before the session was happening, how far behind we are? You are always behind if you don't start.
Right.
But once you start, it all depends upon how fast you move. So I can say we are moving quite fast, and maybe in near future, you can see not us, companies like us will be leading robotics in the world. Because the kind of data which we use to train this kind of robots, we have capabilities to generate it at a faster pace than anywhere else in the world. Because this robot doesn't work on a data which is available on internet, websites and all. This robot works on a real-time data. Means, suppose if you fold your t-shirt and if you want to teach this to a robot, you cannot teach it through LLMs and all these things. You need to actually show it, do it. So this is the data we are building, and we are building at a faster pace. So sooner our robots will be more like us, and we are pretty sure that will be
robots that do martial arts and stuff.
Yeah. So that's like, that's an entertainment thing that, like, you can do it, but the real work, because what we do here, if something fails, it's okay, it's tolerable. Even if our mic, I'm not able to, like, hold my mic properly, it's okay. But in shop floor, during war, or during anything like this, the tolerance is
room for error.
Almost zero, right? So this is what we are doing.
Cool.
Beer, I cover tech for a living, and it's a proud moment that, of course, Adverb is doing this. But a robot I spent a day with all over Las Vegas was the Boston Dynamics a dog named Spot. They're using him for surveillance. Police is using him in the Middle East as well. He's used all over the US. He does some crazy things. How far are we from building a Spot competitor? Or better?
So I said not far, we're there. So you see, like, so if you see the Spot journey, it's almost 25 years.
Yeah.
The journey of tracker is only, like, so the real training started 6 months back. We built the hardware, it took us 1 year. But now, after that, we start teaching it, we're building our own models, data set, and within 6 months, we are able to do this. So maybe, like, another 6 months will be better with minimum hardware. Right? And the second thing is, like, technology will become, will come into day-to-day use when it is affordable, right? You build something which is not affordable, then it is good in videos, like, in showcase, etc. But if it is affordable, it's a real use case. So what we are doing, like, we will be more affordable than our competitors soon.
Okay,
Alex, he has better form in his push-ups than you do. But
certainly.
Also, before we wrap up, very quickly, the tech geek in me has to ask you, you said minimum hardware? So what are we expecting here? LiDAR sensors, cameras? What's maximum hardware and what's minimum hardware?
So minimum hardware in the sense,
on this particular
like,
robot.
So the sensors which we are using right now, so these sensors come from X price to 10X price.
Okay.
How you are able to do it with the X price is the important thing, right? Then the actuators, again, the actuators are basically motors, etc. Is again come from it's a big range, right? With minimum range, how you are able to make it more stable, more safe, and, like, good. So this is what we are doing.
Okay,
brilliant.
Exciting times. Big round of applause for Indiro and Beer. Thanks
Indiro,
so much,
you want to
Beer.
do one jump and just say goodbye? Maybe. I think he's in mood to do it. All right, he's prepping. There you go.
There you go.
That's
All
good
right.
form. A lot of smiles in the audience. Thank you so much, Beer, and more power to you and the team at Adverb. Come, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like my name, Ayush. Indy, but Indiro 1. So.
I liked her variation of Indiro, I think.
Yeah.
It was quite fascinating that everyone actually was probably just hanging out with Indiro now.
Yeah.
Now that you come to think of it, more than anything, coffee breaks were Indiro breaks at the NDTV summit, huh?
Yeah, in all probability. I actually took Indiro for a run.
Really?
It's quite easy.
Really?
Yeah, very intuitive.
Because you're good with the PlayStation controllers.
You know it. And that's how I beat you every time we play. But so in 2026, the intersection of culture and technology has reached a tipping point. As seen in the recent union budget, the creative sector is no longer peripheral. It is being described as a high-growth engine for employment.
India and indeed governments worldwide are formalizing the orange economy as a core pillar of GDP. So artificial intelligence has shifted from a disruptive tool to a creative collaborator, as we just saw in the film we screened earlier this evening, Alex.
Absolutely. In fact, before we call upon our next panel, here is another one of the films from the In Video Film Festival organized by local host. The film was called Anhad. It is by Bharat and it won the award for Best Storytelling last evening. Take a look.
क्या देखा तुमने? I'll ask again. क्या देखा तुमने? तुम शायद समझ नहीं रहे. Okay, let's do this your way. क्या दिखा तुझे? 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 क्या दिखा तुझे?
अरे वही 8 पैर वाले सुअर।
टार्डिग्रेड्स बोलते हैं उन्हें.
टैजिए से होते नहीं, सुअर ही है भाई वो, बस 8 पैर वाले।
इस बार तू जाएगा.
पर रिपोर्ट तो बनाएगा।
मैं ही बनाता हूँ हर बार. तू जा यार.
डियर ऑडियंस, आज हम आपको चांद पर ले जा रहे हैं.
आ गए अपनी फेवरेट जगह पे.
शानदार.
I am sensing a different life form.
हाँ सुअर.
No, it's something else.
Something else?
I don't know.
वो रहा 8 पैर वाला सुअर. मैंने बोला था ना यार, मैं अकेले न रख जाऊंगा या फिर इनकी शक्ल कुछ.
It's here. Follow me.
Guys, Ethan in T-1 minute. जल्दी निकलो.
It's alive, but ज़्यादा देर नहीं.
But I want to help it.
अबे तू पागल है क्या? मैनुअल में लिखा था not to make contact with unknown life forms.
Saru, tell me.
Not sure, but a shock might help.
अरे यार, T-20 सेकेंड. भागो. T-5 सेकेंड. निकलो वहाँ से.
I guess मैनुअल में गलत लिखा था.
कभी पढ़ा है तुमने मैनुअल?
Come in guys. What's happening? Dave, can you hear me? Dave, can you hear me?
एक बार भी नहीं लगा ना, मुझे जगह देना चाहिए था.
मैं जल्दी काम फिनिश करना चाहती थी.
और मैं मर जाता तो रोती मुझे याद करके.
हो गरीबों के गोविंदा, तुम यहाँ नहीं मर सकते. The atmosphere is same here as Earth.
एक सेकंड, मतलब मैं सांस ले सकता हूँ?
तुम सांस ले रहे हो.
अरे मेरी सरोगती, मतलब बिना हेलमेट के.
According to my calculations, yes.
Feels like home.
But right now we need to get back.
ज्योतिरूपा गौरी माँ करुणा करो करुणा करो
Dave, it's okay. No hostility detected.
ये मैं कहाँ गया?
कहीं बहुत दूर।
मैं यहाँ कैसे?
तुमने जो जान बचाई है उसकी वजह से तुम में करुणा है, बाकी इंसानों से अलग।
मैंने?
हाँ, मेरे बच्चे की। तो ऐसा कुछ है जो तुम चाहते हो?
मैं क्या चाहता हूँ? ऐसा कुछ है नहीं जो मैं मांग सकता हूँ।
कुछ भी नहीं?
शायद मैं फिर से वो 3 हाथ पकड़ना चाहता हूँ।
3 हाथ?
पहला हाथ जिसने मुझे कहानी लिखना सिखाया, दूसरा हाथ जिसके साथ मैंने अपनी कहानी लिखी, और तीसरा जिसको मैंने अपनी कहानी लिखना सिखाया।
कभी कभी सोचता हूँ तेरी आंखों से सच्चा कुछ देखा ही नहीं। कितने फूल देखे मैंने तेरे जैसा कोई महका ही नहीं। मैंने सिक्के फेंके थे नदियों में, टूटते तारों से तुझे मांगा था। मैंने सपने देखे थे बस तेरे पक्के दिल से तुझे पुकारा था। हो कभी कभी सोचता हूँ वादों का इतना पक्का कोई देखा ही नहीं। कितने फूल देखे मैंने तेरे जैसा कोई महका ही नहीं। मैं कांटों का आंगन था, बेमौसम सावन था, फिर तू आ गया। हो कभी कभी सोचता हूँ तू ना आता तो कोई आता ही नहीं। मैंने सिक्के फेंके थे नदियों में, टूटते तारों से तुझे मांगा था। कभी कभी सोचता हूँ देखा ही नहीं।
Alex, this has been an action-packed summit. I think we were missing the popcorn with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I found it amazing. You didn't have to ask the audience to give applause. That's the best kind of applause, I must say. And so take a bow, right? You did already. Maybe you want to do another one. And they'll give you another big round of applause, yeah, because it's well deserved.
If you had to come up with some of those fantastic pieces of art, how many prompts do you think it would take you?
I don't know. I would need to know how many prompts that took.
We're gonna have NDTV's very own.
Because then you need a frame of
Shivarur,
reference,
who's
right?
going to dissect all of that.
Yeah, you need a frame of reference.
You know, the
Ayush.
newsroom, we call Shivarur the algorithm because he pretty much dictates it.
I can totally believe that. I walked into the newsroom yesterday, and he had his hands behind his back, and he was standing in front of this wall of monitors, and everybody else was moving around, but this man, you could actually see everything passing through his eyes. And I had to say hi, and then he's like, Yeah, so I can totally believe the algorithm.
The algorithm. That's going to be the nickname for now. Of course, we've already let that one out. This panel will be moderated by my colleague Shivarur. And now let's call the stellar panel on stage.
In fact, let's invite on stage Vivek Anchalia, who is the founder of Amazing Indian Stories and director of Naisha, India's first AI-powered Bollywood film. We've got Hardeep Gambhir, who's a co-founder of Local Host as well. And we also have in the audience Chandan Perla, who's a co-founder of Local Host. Hardeep and Chandan were the organizers of the AI Film Festival last night. And in the audience, we've got Bharat, whose film we just watched. And you all know him by now. You've clapped for him at least 3 times.
And now we can clap for the panel on stage. A huge round of applause, please. Over to you, Shiv.
Thanks very much to all of you for being with us all day today. We're nearing the end of this summit, and I can't think of a better way to do it than to be in the presence of people who've used AI to create. You know, we've talked about policy, we've talked about the dilemmas, now we're talking about creativity. And may I first acknowledge Nandita Das and Prasoon Joshi. A big round of applause. They've joined us in the room. So we are in the presence of true greatness, and you're going to hear from them in just a short while. But Nandita and Prasoon, with your permission, I'm going to sort of set the foundation for the conversation that's coming up in just a few minutes. From 2 people here, who've been part of something very special here in the national capital yesterday. And I was so happy to hear about this. There was an AI film festival in the national capital yesterday. I can't wait to go and see what some of them made. What you saw on your screen right now, Anhad and Chandan and Bharat, what an amazing film. Congratulations to you guys. Truly, truly amazing to see something like that. And the truth is, we are only going to see more of that. Vivek, you're like neck deep in this now, because you're credited, as I've just read, with making a full Bollywood film entirely using AI. And Hardeep is the man behind the film festival that happened, in Delhi. And he's been trying very hard. He's faced challenges. Bollywood first sneered at him, and now they're breaking down his door, trying to be part of the festival. I'm going to start with you, Vivek. How difficult is it to make a film with AI right now?
So I'll correct you a little bit. The entire film is not made on AI. I am a traditional filmmaker. I've been doing this for 20 years. So the attempt also was to see where the AI can fill the gaps, which is where we did most of the visuals, where the film has multiple songs which are sung by singers. Then the music was done the traditional way and everything. In fact, now also we are doing another version of the film because the technology changes very, very fast. But there are human voices, which has done the dubbing, and there are actors. So we are using AI as a layer, because we feel like the film that we just saw also is a very deep personal voice, right? Films work when the voices are deep, when the voices are personal. And what we are doing with Naisha, in fact, another film which has just come out a couple of days ago is a film that Saregama and we are co-producing called Shiv Sati, where we are telling the story of Shiv and Sati, which also we are building. AI is being built as a layer on top of traditional filmmaking, where you have actors and directors, DOPs. So that's the way we are working around it. So I would say as difficult as the traditional filmmaking was, but what AI does is aid us. Like how when digital cameras came, they made our work a little easier. When lights came, like LED lights came, then you wouldn't have to carry those bigger lights. Now today, yesterday, if I wanted 10,000 people in my frame, it was not possible, right? Money was a problem for me. But today, if I want 10,000 people, I can get it through AI. I can get it very fast also. Like traditionally, if you wanted to do it in CG, you could get it, but it'll take time. So now it saves time and it saves money also. And that's the process we've been following, that how can we build on top of our traditional filmmaking and do this.
It's one of the most exciting spaces to be in, because there's the creativity aspect, there's the cost aspect like you mentioned, but also there was a huge bridge to cross. Hardeep, I want you to tell us about that a little bit, because it was not easy getting here for you, to get the industry that pulls all the strings as far as film are concerned, to buy into the idea that AI is here to stay as far as the creative process of filmmaking. How difficult was it to convince the people that matter?
I don't think we had to convince anyone per se. I think we just had to tell a story. And the people who were open enough, people who wanted to actually adapt to the new technologies, people who wanted the film industry to progress, they were able to, I think they just got convinced automatically. And I think that's the beauty of doing something novel, that I think that people, when they see the right intentions behind what you're doing, they'll always come by and support you because they know you're doing it for a good cause. I think a common misconception is that AI is only going to kill jobs. Yeah, video gen, but I think the best people know that it's going to create a bunch of new jobs. There's so many fields that are already starting to open, like creative technologist, creative director of AI films, and I'm sure Vivek knows that as well. He's been in the industry, and yeah, I think it's been very inspiring to see. So not that hard. I think we just had to do what we really were passionate about, and the right doors were opened.
One of the amazing things about the film that you just saw, Anhad, is that I can bet that every single person in this room, every single person in this hall right now has used generative AI to create an image. Everyone here in this room has done it at some point in the last year or so. Maybe a smaller number of you have made a video using, or a video clip using generative AI. Just as a tiny experiment, because what you saw was mind-blowing. That's like a short film that was made. Purely as an experiment, I asked my team, I gave them literally 15 minutes. And I said, take some pictures of me that you find on the internet and just create like a small little clip. And let's see what you can throw together in 15, 20 minutes. I just want to play that out for you. I want to warn you guys, this was made in like 10 minutes with a few prompts. And I said nothing else to my team. This is what they came up with.
NDTV.
I really wanted to remove that last frame, but my team said, no, that's the best part. You've got to keep it in there. That was done in 10 minutes, guys. Okay, so I'm not surprised by the quality of what is being put out there. So my question to you now, Vivek, is it's, when one watches AI-created video or a film, at the back of your mind, you can sort of tell that AI has been used. Is there going to be a point very soon where nobody will be able to differentiate between what's been made in AI and what is real?
Yeah,
With pictures, that's already the case. With video?
Yes, I think we are very close. In fact, I think we are there already. The technology does exist. There are, we are working on some projects where while we are working on it, we can't tell that it is AI anymore. And it's about physics, it's about a lot of things that the machines have been learning over time, have been fine-tuned and everything. The data sets are getting better and better. And now we are at a point, the film that we are trying to do is a mix of traditional AI and CG. So if you're watching it as an audience, you would not be able to tell that this was made on AI or this was made on CG or this was made, doing the live shoot. So that I think we are already there. What happens is, but you do need, like I said, if you need to get to that quality, then you need people who understand the craft that much, so that they can take away that layer of fakeness that you get to see in AI videos. But it is possible to take that layer off.
No, because that layer of fakeness, Hardeep, has already evaporated in images. One cannot tell the difference, literally, unless you have a very, very trained eye. You look at this very closely. You were watching the films that came up at your film festival as well. At what point, how soon do you think we will be at that point where we're not going to be able to tell the difference?
I think it's really hard to put a timeline to it, but I do think this year is going to be one of the most transformative years for AI video gen. Like, we hosted the Mumbai AI Film Festival as our first iteration in November, and right now we just hosted the India AI Film Festival in Delhi yesterday. So that's about, like, I'd say 4 months, three and a half months. And I think in that time, you can just see the amount of models that have come out, how advanced they've gotten. 2 weeks ago, Seed Dance 2, it's a model from China that just got released, and it's just impeccable. And I feel like they keep getting better and better. So I think it's going to be very soon we come to a point where you can distinguish AI films from actual films. And that's sort of our goal, actually, with the AI film festivals. I think our success is done well when, like, in 1.5 year, we don't need to host AI film festivals anymore, because the real film festivals that exist in the world already incorporate AI films in there.
One of the most daunting aspects of AI created films and the creative economy using AI so much is that one part is what we just discussed, which was this. The other is that the creative process becomes not so much about creativity as we understand it, but about prompts and how we deploy different models to affect that creativity. There was a recent very, very viral example which some of you may be familiar about, and I just wanted to show you a small bit of that. This was Seed Dance, the Chinese model, where someone spent apparently 3 minutes asking them to put together a fight sequence involving Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, fighting over Epstein being killed. How did that look? 3 minutes. This is what they did. Take a look at this.
You killed Jeffrey Epstein, you animal! He was a good man! He knew too much about our Russia operations. He had to die, and now you die too. Epstein was the key to our evil Russian operations, but no one will ever know, because the truth dies here.
And the crazy thing about this clip is that there were no prompts for the script. It was a single prompt saying a fight sequence between Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt over one of them having killed Epstein. The dialogue was generated, the voice was masked, the expressions, every aspect of it, the fight choreography, the whole thing was thrown up by this model in a few minutes. That's a great scene, right? That's a great scene. Again, one can tell, of course, that it's a little bit of AI, because when you zoom in at the tight shots, you can tell it is. But there's going to be a point where this doesn't happen. How do the creative people feel about all of this?
As far as...
to you first.
Yeah, so I think I've seen it. I think the ones that I'm mostly surrounded by AI filmmakers, and I feel like they definitely feel good. We can probably even take the chat a little bit.
I'm going to ask them for sure.
Yeah. And I feel like the AI filmmakers, especially who I'm surrounded by, I feel really good about it. There's definitely been some friction, especially by, I feel like, some of the traditional artists and filmmakers. And I really hope, I think folks start adapting in a good way to actually empower their craft, because I think the common misconception again is I think AI is just going to kill the craft and the beauty of art, but I think in my opinion, I think it's going to raise the standard of what good art looks like, because the best people will benefit from it.
Okay, so I'm going to thank the both of you now, because that flows into the next part of this conversation that I'm going to have, with two stalwarts who whose lives have been devoted to that kind of creativity, and they are going to offer us a very unique perspective of what this intersection actually looks like. So thank you very much, Vivek and Hardeep. A huge round of applause for the both of them. They are going to be sitting in the front row because I need them involved in this conversation as well. Yeah, very quickly for a picture. May I invite Prasoon Joshi, please, and Ms. Nandita Das up on stage. Oh, you wanted to sit there? Fine. Sorry. So we're going to start now. Thank you very much and welcome Prasoon and Nandita. So amazing and a privilege and an honor to share a stage with the both of you. Can't wait to hear what you think about the AI inflection point in the creative economy. But before that, since you just walked in, I did want to play a very small bit of Anhad, which is a movie that won an award. Made by Bharat sitting over there, the filmmaker. He's an award-winning filmmaker who's just done this. I want to play that out for you because it's going to get your wheels turning, and then we're going to have this conversation. Can we just play out that operative bit of this amazing film?
क्या देखा तुमने? I'll ask again. क्या देखा तुमने? तुम शायद समझ नहीं रहे. Okay, let's do this your way. क्या दिखा तुझे? 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 क्या दिखा तुझे?
अरे भाई यार पैर वाले सुअर
टार्डिग्रेड्स बोलते हैं उन्हें।
टर्जियस होते हैं सुअर ही है भाई वो, बस 8 पैर वाले।
इस बार तू जाएगा
पर रिपोर्ट तो बनाएगा।
मैं ही बनाता हूँ हर बार, तू जा है।
तो ये ज़बरदस्त ट्रेलर आपने फिर से देखा है यहाँ पर फिल्म का, ज़रा ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ ज़रा समा बांधिए। इसलिए क्योंकि फिल्म, सिनेमा, आर्ट, कल्चर जो कि शुद्ध रूप से विचारों पर आधारित है, शुद्ध रूप से क्रिएटिविटी जिसकी हम बात करते हैं उस पर आधारित है। और वहाँ पर जब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का रोल आता है तो इस पर बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ आज एक बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त पैनल है और एक आज की शाम का ये ग्रैंड फिनाले सेशन होने वाला है। तो फिर से मैं चाहूँगी ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ प्रसून जी का, नंदिता जी का एक बार स्वागत करेंगे। अवार्ड मिल चुका है प्रसून जी इस फिल्म के लिए। क्या कभी एक वक्त में ये सोचा था कि ये दौर ऐसा भी आएगा जब कलम चलती है सफ़ेद कागज़ पर और विचार उस कागज़ पर निकल कर आते हैं? मैं तो जब भी आपका लिखा हुआ पढ़ती हूँ, सुनती हूँ, तो दूर उस आकाश की गहराइयों में एक नदी से बह रहे हैं आदि योगी। वो विचार जहाँ से जनरेट हो रहा है, और आज की तारीख में जब यहाँ बैठकर हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात कर रहे हैं, लगा था कि कभी ये होगा जो आज हो गया है।
ये देखिए, बहुत सी चीज़ें इन द ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री, देर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स विच वी डिडंट इमेजिन विल हैपन, होती हैं। ये लगातार होने की प्रक्रिया है, ये एक माया है, ये होती रहती है, इसमें बुलबुले उठते रहते हैं। एंड तो मुझे आश्चर्य नहीं होता, बिकॉज मुझे तो पूरी रोज़ जब मैं पूरी सृष्टि को देखता हूँ तो तभी मुझे आश्चर्य होता है कि ये जब बनी होगी, ये सृष्टि जब बन रही है लगातार, ये एक चमत्कार नहीं लगता आपको? एक फूल का खिलना चमत्कार नहीं लगता आपको? मुझे तो लगता है चमत्कार ही हो रहे हमारे चारों ओर। और मुझे तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में आर्टिफिशियल जैसा कुछ नहीं लगता, बिकॉज यू नो ऑल द we call artificial intelligence, it's all based on human data, which is a real human experience. So there is nothing artificial about it, because when we say artificial, we mean like perfume होगी, कोई फूल की खुशबू नहीं है, परफ्यूम है। But artificial intelligence में actually artificial कुछ भी नहीं है। Everything which is there is being produced by human minds. उन्होंने human minds ने जो produce किया है वो ही आपको किसी और फॉर्म में मिलता है। तो उसकी एक तो ये डेफिनेशन। दूसरा देखिए, जब हम लोग, मैं कविता लिखता मैं सुनाता हूँ, तो मुझे अक्सर ये एक्सपीरियंस होता है नमिता जी, कि लोग जब मेरे पास आ रहे हैं, मुझे कई बार लगता था कि मेरी कविता की तारीफ करने आ रहे हैं, बट सो मेनी टाइम्स वो मेरे पास इसलिए आते हैं कि मेरी कविता सुनकर उन्हें अपनी कविता सुनाने का मन हो रहा है। नाउ दिस इज वेरी नेचुरल, एंड समवेयर there is artistic condescension which comes in, a hierarchy that I am an artist and this person is not an artist. I think what artificial intelligence has done is that democratized it. Now, if I want to produce, if I want to tell my story, I have tools to tell my story. And I can also tell my story. It is not necessarily that I have to be coming, कोई कहीं और ग्रह से आया हुआ व्यक्ति है. So that speciality has gone. In fact, if you see, it's very, very Advait Vedanta for me. Oneness. There is no localized intelligence. It is intelligence as a whole. Intelligence एक है, पूरी intelligence. उस intelligence का हिस्सा सबके पास है. Everybody has access to it, portal into it. Hence, everybody in that sense is equal. Everybody can create. Now there, I feel artificial intelligence has done wonderful job, and it is going to grow. What is going to be a question mark is the process, the product. The time has become very, very important when you talk about artificial intelligence. आपने भी जब अपनी फिल्म की बात की कि मैंने लोगों को ब्रीफ दिया, ये 15 मिनट में हुआ, ये 15 मिनट में हुआ, आपने कहीं 3-4 बार बोला। ये मिनट इतने इंपॉर्टेंट क्यों होते जा रहे हैं? आर्ट के लिए तो वक्त को रुक जाना चाहिए, समय को ठहर जाना चाहिए। उस समय जो ये मुझे थोड़ा वरी करता है कि बटन दबाते क्रिएटिविटी, द प्रोसेस विच इज अ ग्रेट प्रोसेस, बहुत अपने आप में महत्वपूर्ण है, लेकिन प्रोसेस आर्टिस्ट के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। जो आर्ट है वो फिर भी प्रोड्यूस होगा, लेकिन मुझे लगता है आर्टिस्ट विल सफर समवेयर, बिकॉज आर्टिस्ट विल हैव अ डिग्री ऑफ सेपरेशन फ्रॉम आर्ट दैट डजंट फील दैट ग्रेट, बट as far as we are collaborative with AI, as far as AI is our collaboration, I'm fine with it, because it will give more opportunities to more people.
You use the word suffer, which is an important one, because I think the dilemma is, where does suffering end and collaboration begin, which we'll explore a little bit more. But Nandita, if I could ask you, as an artist, what is your instinctive response when you see AI generated art, like, you know, a small glimpse of what you've just seen?
I mean, frankly, it's pure awe. You know, you feel, really, ये सब machines ने किया है, ये some prompt has been given, and oh my God, you know, it's like a child looking at the miracles of life. But like everything, there is a duality. I mean, I have to be frank, when in the beginning when we had these conversations about AI, it felt like it's going to take over and everything is going to be terrible and it's going to wipe out people and all of that. It felt very daunting, and also the dangers of it. They were also being talked a lot, right? We were all talking about it's going to have a mind of its own. That it, कभी कभी तो लोग इतने प्रेजुडिस्ड होते हैं इन द सेंस कि हमारी पेट्रियार्कल उसमें उसको बहुत लोग ही बोलते हैं, विच इज़ अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग कि उसने ऐसे बोला था. मैंने कि वो आदमी है, तुमको कैसे पता भाई? तो एक ये जो AI है इन अ कंट्री दैट्स लार्जली अनएडुकेटेड, ट्रेडिशनल, पेट्रियार्कल, फ्यूडलिस्टिक, यू नो, ये सारी चीज़ें भी हैं और एक सडन ये एक टेक्नोलॉजी भी है. तो ये कौन बना रहा है? जो डेटा डालने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इसके देखिए जो फ़ायदे हैं, लाइक प्रसून राइटली सेड, इज़ गोइंग टू डेमोक्रेटाइज, you know, everybody can do it. It's not going to be in the hands of a few, which is what mobile has done, right? Earlier you needed a big camera. The cameras became smaller and smaller to an extent that, you know, there is a phone. You all are journalists. You must be thinking sometimes कि यार हम इतने सालों से एक जर्नलिज्म कर रहे हैं, कोई भी आके कुछ भी बोल देता है कि मैं यहाँ झुमरी तलैया से ये कह रहा हूँ. तो वो सवाल तो हर प्रोफेशन में आ रहा है कि डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन के फ़ायदे हैं, बट उसके बाद फिर आप एक स्टैंडर्ड कैसे मेंटेन करते हैं. उसके गैर फ़ायदे भी, मतलब AI के डरावने भी हो सकते हैं फ्रॉम एन आर्टिस्टिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, बिकॉज आई फील दैट देयर माइट बी अ होमोजेनाइजेशन of art, because we are going to give the same prompts, you know, make this character, make Shiv in 5 most popular Hindi film characters. Popular नहीं, 5 best Hindi films. अब वो best क्या है? कौन define करेगा वो best क्या है? अब वो ही 5 जो फिल्मों जिनसे लिया गया है उसी को best माना जाएगा. तो जो इंडिपेंडेंट माइंडेड लोग हैं, जो शायद हम जैसे लोग हैं, जो शायद बेस्ट कुछ और 5 फिल्मों को कहना चाहेंगे, हमारी बात नहीं आएगी उसमें. तो यू नो, और जो प्रोसेस की बात की प्रसून ने, तो जर्नी की बात की, हम लोग एज आर्टिस्ट वी ऑफन टॉक अबाउट दैट द जर्नी इज़ मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन द एंड. मैंने खुद ये 1000 बार ये सेंटेंस कहा होगा, यू नो, दैट फॉर मी द जर्नी इज़ मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट देन द एंड. अब वो जर्नी की कोई अहमियत ही नहीं है, बिकॉज you know, it is about time, and I think that also is amazing. The fact that time बचेगा, experimentations हम कर सकते हैं. So I guess there is that duality. I would imagine in a conference like this, we of course you all must be talking about the technology and seeing the potential of it, but we maybe also need to talk about the conscience. Who are the people who are going to drive it? Who are going to be the decision makers? How do we use this amazing tool for the good of the world, you know, because like everything, it can do good and it can do bad, it can destroy and it can create. So I think that's also a conversation where we need to sort of deeply talk about.
I'm very happy that you mentioned that, Nandita, and I'm happy to tell you also that just before the both of you arrived, the 2 sessions that preceded the both of you were precisely on that.
Wonderful,
and
yeah, I'm sure.
We will share those with you.
Absolutely.
The guardrails, the safety, the conscience, and I'm glad you used that word because that is very important to this. Prasoon, same question to you, from the specific area of you being a poet and a lyricist. What are your concerns when you look at AI? Because AI is churning out poetry and lyrics and, it can get anything to rhyme on any topic in a matter of seconds. What concerns you as someone, who is a poet and a lyricist?
See, Nandita touched upon that. And what happens is, and this is could be limited to my experience, but there is a lowest common denominator of the exceptional. There is the lowest common denominator of what you call exceptional. The majority view of exceptional. For example, आपने कहा कि भाई मुझे डेस्टिनेशन और जर्नी की बात करनी है, and I give the prompt, and it would sound very profound that the answer would be रास्ते ही मंजिल हैं, journey is the destination. Very profound, but I might not write that. I might write जब मंजिल मुझ ही में रहती है तो सफर ही क्यों करूं?
क्या बात है?
डुबकी क्यों ना लगाऊं खुद में? So what happens is the definition of exceptional suddenly gets, a lowest common denominator of that. So you might not be that exceptional as you think you are. What artificial intelligence does is that gives you a lot of options, numerous options in front of you. तो आर्टिस्ट का क्या रोल है? एक्चुअली हमको ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि आने वाले दिनों में आर्टिस्ट या क्रिएटर का क्या रोल है. जब उसके सामने चीज़, वो इमेज, वो पिक्चर, वो पोइट्री, वो लिखा हुआ, आई बिलीव दैट एज वी स्पीक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बेहतर से बेहतर होती जा रही. तो रोल क्या होगा हमारा? शायद चॉइस विल बिकम योर रोल, कि मैं इन 5 में से खुद को क्या समझता हूं, मेरा विचार कहां सबसे अच्छी तरह से व्यक्त हुआ है, ये है. सो उस पर जब आप मोहर लगाएंगे, द चॉइस, द क्यूरेशन इज गोइंग टू बिकम व्हाट आर्टिस्टिक चॉइस इज, एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी डिसाइड ये किसका है. क्योंकि मैं ये तो नहीं मानता कि एक डिस्टोपियन और यूटोपियन बोथ व्यूज, देयर इज गोइंग टू बी समवेयर इन बिटवीन. I feel that AI created image will also survive, and a painter's painting will also be there. There'll be a place for it. There'll be a demand for it. कि मुझे, as far as we are transparent कि ये किसने बनाया है, I'm fine, because eventually you only have a vantage point. देखिए एक नदी बह रही है, आपने नदी नहीं बनाई. नदी के साथ तैरने वाले के लिए नदी बड़ी एग्रेसिव है, आक्रामक है. The one who's swimming against the tide would call the river aggressive. The one on the river shore, river bank, looking at the river might say it's very calm. The vantage point decides what artist, because नदी ना ये बना रहा है, नदी ना वो बना रहा है. वो बनी हुई नदी को किस दृष्टिकोण से आप देख रहे हैं, that decides आपका क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है. आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन यही है कि आप उसमें साक्षी भाव देख रहे हैं, और आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन यही है कि आप उसमें संघर्ष देख रहे हैं. So that will, the intent of the artist will very much be present there. All the films you saw and you heard them there, they talked about how they collaborated. I'm very fine with this collaboration. But आलसी ना हो जाए क्रिएटिव लोग. आलसी हो जाएंगे तो we will have art which उबासियां लेगा, वो आर्ट आप देख लेना.
मेरा सवाल अगला इसी से जुड़ा हुआ है. ये पूरी जर्नी कैसी रही, इसका प्रोसेस क्या है और इसके चैलेंजेस क्या है, उस पर हमने बात की. लेकिन आपका पर्सनल अनुभव क्या है? डेली लाइफ में आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस यूज कर रहे हैं?
देखिए,
मुझे ये जानना है कि आपके मोबाइल से क्या प्रॉम्प्ट्स जा रहे हैं, या जा भी रहे हैं, नहीं जा रहे हैं.
With all the hats that you wear, Prasoon, all the different hats.
Yes, all the hats. I wear advertising, I wear poet, screenwriter, जिस फॉर्म में भी. मैं बड़ा ही कौतूहल जिसे कहते हैं ना, मेरे अंदर बहुत क्यूरियोसिटी है. So my use of AI has been curious use of AI, not a dependable use, depending on AI, but curious use of AI is there. मुझे जो एक चीज़ बहुत, जब AI और ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी की बात आती है, देखिए AI के पास डेटा है, बहुत डेटा है, लेकिन ह्यूमन क्रिएटिविटी आती है अव्यक्त से, जो अभी तक न कहा गया है न सुना गया है. सबसे सुंदर गीत लिखा नहीं गया अभी तक, सबसे सुंदर ख्वाब देखा नहीं गया अभी तक, तो वो डेटा में है ही नहीं, वो अव्यक्त है. और वो अव्यक्त है, द ones who believe, have a spiritual bone will understand what I mean, is that when you go deeper into yourself and somewhere you feel, I'm feeling like this, my instinct is telling me to do this, वो अव्यक्त है. वो ह्यूमन के पास जो अव्यक्त की, अनएक्सप्रेस्ड की वेल्थ है, that AI does not have. उसके पास सिर्फ व्यक्त है, उसके पास सिर्फ एक्सप्रेस्ड है.
I want to explore that a little bit more, but I'll come to Nandita first because I want to counter you a little bit, with your permission, Prasoonji, by saying that the models will learn even the stuff that you're talking about. you know, the example that you took about the poem, how you would write it differently, the model will learn from that contradiction and do it better next time and maybe write exactly like you.
नहीं साहब, हमारे यूपी में कहावत है कि जब कोई खूबसूरत चीज़ देखते हैं तो हम बोलते हैं यार इसको बनाने से पहले सांचा तोड़ दिया होगा। कहते हैं सांचा तोड़ दिया होगा भाई। सांचा तोड़ना इस बात की परिभाषा है कि ये चीज़ कितनी अच्छी है। तो आप जो कह रहे हैं वो सांचे में शामिल हो गया। जैसे ही वो सांचे में शामिल हो गया वो एक्सेप्शनल नहीं रहा। जब वो सांचा तोड़ेगा तब वो एक्सेप्शनल होगा, और सांचा तोड़कर फिर से सांचे में शामिल हो जाएगा तो फिर उसको तोड़ने के लिए दोबारा कुछ और नया करना पड़ेगा। दैट इज वेयर आई सेड द अनएक्सप्रेस्ड ऑफ द ह्यूमन इज व्हाट ह्यूमन पोटेंशियल लाइज इन, एंड दैट्स द रीजन दैट वुड ऑलवेज एग्जिस्ट, बिकॉज वो जो उसकी जो समृद्धि है, उसकी जो विरासत है, उसकी जो ह्यूमन के अंदर वो खूबसूरती है, वो उसको एक यूनिक बनाती है। But it doesn't mean that everyday creativity will not be, you know, replaced, or you won't see AI there. In professions, I'm seeing that. I'm in creative profession. I can see already the everyday work is getting definitely handed over to AI. So वो जो monetized काम है, लेकिन जहाँ पर आप wealth की बात कर रहे हैं, but जहाँ investment ही soul is your investment, वो आर्ट की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, जिसे हम हिंदी में स्वांतः सुखाए कहते हैं, उस आर्ट की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। वो जो है वो फिर भी बचेगा और उसके लिए शायद ज़्यादा समय मिलेगा और ज़्यादा खूबसूरत हो जाएगा।
Same question for you, Nandita.
बड़े ऑप्टिमिस्ट हैं आप।
As a creative powerhouse, how do you use AI? Is it part of your life, everyday life? How do you use it?
It is. It's basically to shorten emails. And you know, to find the right word sometime for something.
Prompts के लिए struggle करना पड़ता है?
नहीं, prompts के लिए नहीं, prompt वो भी एक कला है ना, वो भी मैं सीख रही हूँ कि क्या लिखने से क्या होगा। क्रिस्पर चाहिए, वो भी आपको बार बार कहता भी रहता है ना कि भाई क्रिस्पर चाहिए, warmer tone चाहिए, like it's a little game that you're constantly playing with AI. But like some of the memes say, right, the AI, I want the AI to wash my dishes and do all of that, and you know, iron my clothes and do all the menial work. Leave the artist, leave the art to the artist. But I think Prasun, I think you're very optimistic कि आप जो कह रहे हैं अव्यक्त चीज़ जो नहीं, AI सब करेगा। AI का अपना एक दिमाग है which is beyond like everything that we put in. It's a quantum leap from what I understand. It's not our traditional. I think people like us who are in our 50s, we have to also expand our imagination क्योंकि हम सोच भी नहीं सकते। हमको लगता है ये एक चीज़ है, उसको हम बता रहे हैं तो वो वही करेगा। वो तो अव्यक्त चीज़ को और 10 गुना आपको 50 प्रॉम्प्ट्स देगा। आपको ये अच्छा नहीं लगता, चलिए आप वो दे देते हैं।
2 और 2 का जोड़ हमेशा 4 कहाँ होता है? सोच समझ वालों को थोड़ी नादानी दे मौला। सो ये जो नादानी है ना, वो नादानी की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं कि इट्स नॉट मैथमेटिकल, बियॉन्ड मैथमेटिक्स,
फॉर श्योर,
बियॉन्ड ब्रेन, beyond calculation and permutation combination.
No, I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm saying that is going to be marginalized from what I understand it. Like पहले ज़माने में monitor नहीं होता था, जब आप shoot करते हैं, only the cinematographer knew what was being shot. Some of the greatest films have been made in an era where there were no monitors. There was, you know, you had the sound of the thing. I mean, technology was not developed. And we thought, okay, now with all the technology, can we say the films are getting better? So I think we will go over this cycle. There'll be a lot of work that will come out. There's going to be quantity over quality. And then when we will have a saturation, and then people will start respecting and admiring those little things that human beings bring. Because human beings are all very unpredictable. Like I was just coming and I have this big bag and there's a little thread, you know, एक woolen thread जैसा है, उसमें एक छोटा सा एक बैग है जिसके अंदर मैं अपना एयरपॉड रखती हूँ। तो फ्लाइट के एयरपोर्ट में किसी एक लेडी ने मेरे साथ बात करना शुरू किया। She was like, oh, this is a really nice bag, but what's that thread? She looked at it like with some disdain. क्यों स्टाइलिश नहीं था, एक गंदा सा पीच का कुछ एक थ्रेड था। तो मैंने कहा मेरा बेटा ना क्रोशे करता है, उसने मेरे लिए एयरपोर्ट के लिए क्रोशे का एक छोटा सा बैग बनाया। नाउ इफ़ यू आर गोइंग टू डू a bag of a working woman coming to an AI conference, you will have her carry a bag, but it's unlikely that you will add a little crochet pouch that the mother, who is also an AI speaker, is carrying. So I think the particularity of things that human beings will bring, that will also continue. And you know, आजकल सब जगह वाईफाई, हमें होटल में जाते हैं हम वाईफाई चलाते हैं. आजकल ऐसी भी जगह है जहाँ पर लोग जाते हैं जहाँ वाईफाई नहीं है. They are seeking out places, but that's always going to be a minority. So I think we have to become collaborators, क्योंकि अगर हम जंग लड़ेंगे between AI and us, you know, it's a losing battle.
Prasunji, I want to, sorry Meenakshi, sorry for interrupting. Bharat is the man who made the movie you just saw.
I know, amazing.
Is that, you know, because you said that many of the things that you, the way you look at AI is out of curiosity. Is there anything you want to ask him? Young filmmaker, just won an award, it's put together this incredible film that's playing still on the screen behind us. Anything that you would like to ask him, Prasoon or Nandita? Anything you're curious about?
I was curious that, you know, you are also in the film, right? So there is, it's sort of live action and AI.
So it's mostly AI, but some of the scenes are, we shot it and then we stylized it. So basically motion capture. The acting at some part with the dialogue is done. So I acted with the dialogues, then we used AI to stylize it, put it in the movie.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, that there was some parts that were real. You know, and in the film after that, there were these scenes with children and mother and, you know, those things. Was that also, that also...
yeah, that was purely AI.
That was purely AI?
Purely AI.
The one with the children and the mother?
Yeah.
That's interesting, because the production design of that was quite interesting.
We'll just play a bit of that.
Very realistic.
Let's tell everyone what we're talking about. Can we just play a bit of that second film?
Seeing is going to be no more believing, that's for sure. That saying is going to be out of the window.
Your uncle's strange. He's always mad. He never smiles. You know, he never left Varanasi. And he takes photos of dead.
Incredible,
Seeing isn't believing. You're right.
Yeah.
It's...
No, but also the story is very interesting. Did you make these as well? Who did that? I'm curious to know whether the story was...
Yeah.
So this film that you see is made by a filmmaker called Daryl. Daryl is one of those finest people who look at culture and also look at the approachability. So if I have to summarize what happens in this film is, this is a film called Portrait Number 72. What the premise is, there's an old man who takes the picture, who decorates himself as that it's his deathbed picture, and he takes one picture a day for 72 days. Wow. Because the doctors say that 72nd or the 73rd day is the day when he's going to pass away. His philosophy and ideology is that nobody has a great death photo. We all agree? I mean, we don't know yet. So that's exactly the point where he just sits, decorates himself and then takes a picture. So those visuals on screen are exactly that. What happens is that in the quest of getting that best picture, the child, one day while getting the flowers, there happens to be a small overflow of the river, Varanasi, river in Varanasi. And that's when he happens to drown in river Ganga, and the kid passes away. Now, the irony is that the child, before passing away, plays around with the camera and basically takes a bunch of pictures of the old man. And in them, he happens to find that one picture which he realizes that, you know what, I don't need a picture like that. I finally found a picture of me smiling. So,
no, this is it's amazing because you know, to listen to someone feel so passionately about a film that's been made completely on AI. Meenakshi, you were going to ask a question.
I just wanted
similarly.
to ask
Continue
one
on that.
quick
Yeah,
question,
please,
if you
please.
don't mind. Is it the images, of course, are all AI generated,
That is
right?
correct. Completely. By Darryl.
What about the story? I'm curious to know because it's an interesting story as well. Was the story also? Was it his story, this person who made it?
So Darryl was supposed to join us today, but it
But
happens
do you
to be
know,
that...
I mean, do you know whether the story was also AI generated with prompts or was it his own story that he implemented through AI?
It's 100% written by him. It's
Written
his
by
own story.
him, right?
Yeah, it's
the
not
person.
AI. Yeah.
So I think what's really, of course, once you know that AI can do everything, after a point, I think our fascination for it will decrease. Right now, we are sort of climbing that place. Now we're like, wow, this can also be done with AI. And then everything will be done with AI.
One of the
But it's
interesting
the
things...
story, I found that sort of really interesting. And that was done by a human being.
I was looking at a use case, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, and Meenakshi can jump in on this as well, is that creators and writers are putting together plot points or just basic sequences, the tent poles of a story or a poem or a script, and asking the model to suggest whether this is the most exciting way to tell it. And, you know, getting suggestions from them. Which actually brings me to my next question. Meenakshi, you want to go first, then I'll come in. Right? Okay. So, because this comes back to what Prasoon was talking about. I am wondering whether with a lot of AI, the one thing we can all agree on is that much more AI is going to be used in the creative process. Does this just increase the premium on stuff that's made completely by humans? Is that premium factor going to increase? You know, will there be a time when we will say, no AI in this film?
Yeah, I think I've heard this a lot, and I think you know, anything which becomes part of the museum, we have to worry about. Yeah. Okay, so if human art becomes part of the museum, and it is like, you know, a novelty, we'll have to worry about, because, you know, human expression, and I do not actually worry in that sense. I feel AI is an extension, it's not an expression. When it's an extension of me, then, see, any creative person will tell you, while I'm doing a song, I can talk about doing a song, the creation reveals itself in the process. You have a mota idea that this is what I want to do. You don't have the clear, you know, absolute clear image of what final product I want. So you gradually write something, you hear it, you go back and forth. In the entire process, the art reveals itself. Art reveals itself. एक कृति जो है स्वयं को उद्घाटित करती है, अपने को दिखाती है, आपको प्रकट करती है. आप जानते नहीं हैं अभी तक कहाँ जा रहे हैं आप थोड़ा बहुत समझते हैं कि मुझे उधर विली नीली पहुंचना है. आई थिंक एआई के साथ दैट पॉसिबिलिटी स्टिल इज देयर. यू गोइंग टू एक्सपेरिमेंट. एज फार एज इट्स कोलैबोरेटिव, I think it's great because it's going to give you more options, more collaboration. Acha, what if there is no instrument in this entire song, just human voice? Or what if there is, you know, no rhythm, and immediately you are getting those things and you're making. Also, what it allows, I think AI does is, a lot of idea infanticide happens in India. Idea infanticide by the एक आइडिया की भ्रूण हत्या होती है. जन्म लेने से पहले वो आइडिया दम तोड़ देता है, बिकॉज पीपल डू नॉट समहाउ डोंट प्रेजेंट इट वेल, और उनको लेके सामने नहीं, और जो जिसको पिच कर रहे हैं उसको समझा नहीं पाते कि हम क्या कहने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक AI कैन बी अ ग्रेट अलाई इन दैट, एंड आइडिया इन्फेंटिसाइड, आइडियाज की भ्रूण हत्या, वो रोक सकता है AI. सो देर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स देयर, बट एज फार एज इट्स कॉन्शियसली डन. देखिए, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम ये डिस्कस करें कि AI एंकर्ड कहाँ पे है. वेयर इज AI एंकर्ड? देयर इज अ चेकआउट स्टोरी कॉल्ड मिस फॉर्च्यून. In that, he talks about these two friends and one friend's wife. One friend is attracted to the friend's wife and does not meet her, but keep telling the friend things because he knows that he is very close to his wife and he'll tell her what I am. So he tells beautiful things which he knows is going to be supplied to this woman. And gradually, this woman is falling in love with him without actually meeting. And there is one day when she decides to meet him. And that's what he has been waiting for. And which Chekhov has intended, and I am elaborating the end, that she meets him and tells him that you are amazing, you're great. But you know what? I have to decide. And my decision is to be with someone who is very transparent and childlike. I think he has more integrity. You have been very manipulative. You could never come to me. You enticed me. But this guy has been very trusting to you and me both. In my value system, I would go for this. Now, you can say whatever you want to say about our decision, but every decision comes from a certain value system and certain anchoring. Now, we need to debate where is AI going to be anchored in, which value system. Every society has a certain value system. It could be from your family, it could be from your religion, it could be from your books you've read. But you know willy-nilly when a child is talking to you how to respond to a child's question which might be age inappropriate. But you know how to handle it. You know how to give what to talk and what to tell this child. That comes from a certain filter. Now, it's important at this juncture where we are unleashing AI and celebrating it, and we must, that where is this anchoring going to be?
इसी बात को मैं
maybe
आगे
that's
नंदा
why
जी
it's so
आपके पास लेकर
dangerous,
आऊंगी।
actually.
हाँ। जब आपने इस एंकर और आधार की बात की, नंदा जी कुछ देर पहले मेरी बात विवेक अंचलिया से हो रही थी, और शिव सतीश टाइटल के साथ वो फिल्म बना रहे हैं आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के ज़रिए, कुछ ही समय बाद रिलीज़ होगी। लेकिन आज के वक्त में जब आप किसी भी ऐसे सब्जेक्ट पर फिल्म बनाने के लिए जाते हैं, जब नॉर्मल फिल्म भी बन रही है, तो लोगों की भावनाएं आज बड़ी जल्दी जल्दी आहत हो जाती हैं। समाज में एक परिस्थिति ऐसी खड़ी हो गई है, और ख़ासकर अगर विषय इस तरह के हैं तो उसमें और ज़्यादा है। ऐसे में आपका आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस उसके लिए कितना तैयार है? हम तो ये देख रहे हैं नॉर्मल फिल्म मेकर्स भी अगर फिल्म बना रहे हैं तो उन्हें भी कई बार कितनी तरह की आलोचनाओं का, कितने सीमित दायरे में और किस तरह से काम करना पड़ता है। तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर कितना भरोसा किया जा सकता है और कितना उसे उसका आधार कितना मजबूत माना जा सकता है?
ये देखिए, जो ह्यूमन बायसेस और प्रेजुडिसेस हैं, हम ही लोग वो डेटा डाल रहे हैं उसमें, तो जो हमारे बायसेस होंगे वही चीज़ें उसी को वो एक क्वांटम लीप लेके 10 गुना उसको शायद बढ़ा देगा। अभी जैसे आपकी फिल्म थी, एंड डू नॉट प्लीज टेक इट एज अ क्रिटिसिज्म, बट यू नो देयर इज़ वन शॉट वेयर दिस वुमन्स हैंड कम्स आउट, राइट, एंड इट वाज अ लाइट स्किन्ड हैंड, because our notion of a beautiful woman is somebody who's fair and lovely. And so if our bias is that beauty equates to somebody who's fair, then that bias is going to come, and you are going to put in these beautiful white, you know, peachish hands, and your color or my color is not going to be represented, right? So I think beyond a point, it is जो हम उसमें डालेंगे, जो हमारी खुद की जो चीज़ें होंगी वही वो निकालेगा। जैसे अभी प्रसून बोल रहे थे कि वैल्यू सिस्टम क्या है, हमारी वैल्यूज़, मुझे तो इसीलिए बल्कि AI से डर लगता है, क्योंकि हमारे खुद की मॉरल कंपस एज अ सोसाइटी, एज अ कंट्री, एज अ कम्युनिटी, इंडिविजुअली क्या है। आप किसे कहेंगे कि क्या हमारे वैल्यूज़ इतने सही में हाई स्टैंडर्ड के हैं कि हम सच को झूठ से परख पा रहे हैं या क्या सही है क्या गलत है किसके लिए है, वो सारी चीज़ें जो सच्ची में अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड हैं, मार्जिनलाइज्ड हैं, उनके बारे में हम सोचकर ट्रूली डेमोक्रेटाइज करना चाह रहे हैं, क्या ये सारी चीज़ें हैं? और अगर नहीं हैं तो फिर उसका इस्तेमाल कितनी ज़्यादा जिम्मेदारी से करना पड़ेगा. And you know, this fascination with images is amazing, but is it going to in fact increase that prejudice and bias? Because you know that's what we are going to feed it.
No, that's an incredible theme that you've pulled up, and I want to get more into that. I want to quickly welcome Nishant Tahil Ramani, who's the head of production of InVideo. He's with us here. Thanks for finally joining us. I know you were stuck in Delhi traffic. Nishant, welcome. Nishant is the head of production of InVideo. It's an AI-powered video generation platform that is wildly popular. Prasun and Nandita, it's used by creators to make AI-generated video. Some of the things that you've seen have been made on InVideo as well. Nishant, you want to add to this? This is a fascinating conversation. You know, you've got two creative powerhouses talking about the concerns, the need for anchors. You've got two maverick filmmakers in the audience, you know, who use some of your products and others to create this.
Yeah.
Where do you stand? You know, what is your perspective on this?
I feel like what we try to do is provide a platform for anyone to tell the stories that they want to tell. Storytelling for us, like humans have always been storytellers. Like ever since we were cavemen, we inscribed things on walls. What has happened is that the medium has changed over the years, the way we've told our stories. And people who are telling these stories, filmmakers, it's where we come from an industry that has always had change. We've gone from film to digital when we've shot. We've changed from live action, we introduced we introduced animation, right? We now have new tools that are telling the stories, but at the end of the day, it's if you are coming from a point where you want to tell a story that is true to you, we now have a new tool to do that.
Nandita, would you get behind
I'd love you to train me
of a product,
and
use it because you've made films. You've been in front of the camera. You've been behind the camera. You know, would you ever step into that kind of a place where you're deploying AI to unleash your creativity?
Absolutely.
For a film?
I mean, absolutely. And you know, I would love to explore it. I'd love to learn, and I'd love to see how it can enable, collaborate, enhance the work we are doing.
Right.
But without sort of losing, like I say, the social conscience of it, without the creativity of it, you know, without making films a science. You know, already, I mean, before AI came in, when abhi hamare paas bhi hain, like mainstream, I don't want to name anybody, but everybody, like mostly when you make a mainstream film, you go to these agencies, they do, you know, they show it to a bunch of people, you have to fill in forms. Ye iska ending sahi nahi tha. This character needs to be a man. You know, they suggest certain changes and then they incorporate it. They do a little, so it's like a science, right? You kind of tweak it. It's not really your vision then. You tweak it and you tailor it. Now you will just give it to an AI and say, hey, tell me, is this going to make money? Is this, you know, is this not hurting anybody's sentiments? Whatever the prompt may be. You know, is this going to be, is the ending right? And it's going to give you 5 options. So it's slowly, if art is going to become science, then that's going to be sad. Because art is all about alchemy. Art is about not knowing what's going to emerge. You know, I write a script, we shoot it, the actors bring something different, the cinematographer, some magic happens on set suddenly that day, you change it, then on the editing table. So there is that journey, that process is what people like us, I'm assuming, enjoy.
Absolutely.
You know, but if you can hasten certain aspects of it, if you can help us experiment more, if you can widen our creative thought process, you know, all of that is amazing. But I'm not sure, you know, if all of art
You're getting live product inputs, by the way.
Yeah.
From
Loving
someone who
Absolutely.
wants to make a film using
Oh,
AI.
absolutely. I'll connect with you after this, and there are enough witnesses that, you know, now you'll have to commit.
Absolutely.
निशांत, आपको टाइम कितना लगा इस फिल्म के प्रोडक्शन में?
So the film that we had premiered is not this one. There's another film that we introduced. It was an idea called Vedic Odysseys.
What? Sorry, can you-
Vedic Odysseys.
Okay.
It's an idea that we've had for almost half a decade at this point, and we've taken it several times to studios and creators and producers to be like, this is something that we want to create. To us, it was a beautiful story about the future of civilization. But if India went back to the knowledge that it had in the Vedas to then explore the galaxies. Yes, it's sci-fi. Yes, it's one of those things. But it's something that just never got greenlit because you needed immense amounts of money to make that kind of a concept. And it kind of saddened us that the whole script sat in a laptop somewhere gathering dust. The moment these tools emerged, we were like, okay, what can a bunch of people, if they're truly determined, come in a room and create? And my partners who've been directors and DPs, we all came together and we were like, okay, we now have a tool that allows us to do this. And we said, okay, let's go about creating it. It took us a week. It was an 8-minute film. It was day and night. We were absolutely sleepless. But then now we can present this story to the world because we have a tool like this, and we don't have to wait for the people to give us a green light to go ahead and create it. This is a story we want to tell, and now we can do it with these tools.
And Prasoon, you did touch upon the cost aspect of it. Filmmaking, the creative process is a wonderful thing, but it's also hugely expensive. And the cost.
इसमें बस एक पॉइंट ऐड करूंगी, जस्ट एक पॉइंट, क्योंकि जो बात मेरा दरअसल निशान से सवाल पूछने का उद्देश्य ये था कि सिनेमा के इतिहास में जब भी बात होती है, मुग़ल आज़म हमें एक कालजयी रचना के रूप में वहाँ पर दिखाई देती है, और मुग़ल आज़म को बनने में कितना समय लगा वो अपने आप में एक रिकॉर्ड है. उसके लिए कितना काम हुआ, सेट्स से लेकर, कॉस्ट्यूम्स से लेकर, प्रेजेंटेशन से लेकर, और आज जब निशांत हमें वही बात बता रहे हैं आज के दौर के हिसाब से, तो ये तो क्रांति है फिर. लेकिन उस क्रांति के लिए भारत कितना तैयार है, हमारी ऑडियंस कितना तैयार है, हम जब इन कहानियों को पर्दे पर उतार रहे हैं, क्या वो उस तरह से रिसीव की जाएंगी. मतलब मुझे याद है कि मधुबाला को अगर हम आज भी उस किरदार के आईने में जब देखते हैं तो हम उसके बियॉन्ड नहीं सोच पाते मधुबाला को, वो वहाँ पर चस्पा हो गई है उनकी वो छवि. तो जब आप आज के दौर के क्रिएशन को, रचनाओं को देख रहे हैं, आपको लगता है कि फिर हम उस गहराई को छू पाएंगे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के प्रयोग से?
देखिए, ये जो उन्होंने फिर से समय की बहुत बात हो रही है, एंड दैट हाउ फास्ट हाउ यू कैन कोलैप्स. ऐसा लगता है कि क्रिएटिव प्रोसेस से सबको प्यार नहीं है और क्रिएटिव प्रोडक्ट की जल्दी है. तो अगर क्रिएटिव प्रोडक्ट की जल्दी है और प्रोसेस से प्यार नहीं है, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं क्रिएटिव के पूरे जो उसका जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, उसका कारण जो है, कोई क्यों क्रिएट करता है, वो कारण को ही अलग कर देता है. क्योंकि मैं किस कारण उसमें मुब्तला होना, उसमें डूब जाना, उसका हिस्सा बन जाना, मैं और वो एक हो जाए, और ये जो पूरी प्रक्रिया है इसको कोलैप्स कर देना. देखिए, कन्फ्यूजन जो है ना, एक कन्फ्यूजन का दौर आर्टिस्ट गुजरता है, कन्फ्यूजन के दौर से वो बहुत डिस्कम्फर्ट होता है उसमें. बट इट्स द लिमिनल स्पेस. वो जगह है, लिमिनल स्पेस है, विच इज़ द मोस्ट कन्फ्यूजन का टाइम जो होता है मोस्ट फर्टाइल होता है. इट्स अ लिमिनल स्पेस. इट्स लाइक ना वो समुद्र है ना वो धरती है, उसके बीच का हिस्सा है वो बीच. उस बीच में जो उस कन्फ्यूजन से जो उसको आप एकदम से हटा दें, वो आर्ट कैन नॉट बी सो डेफिनेटिव. एज आई सेड, वो धीरे धीरे स्वयं को प्रकट करता है. ये प्रक्रिया अगर ख़त्म हो जाएगी तो आप जिस तरह की इमेजेस देख रहे हैं, और दूसरा देखिए, अभी तो ये अपनी किशोरावस्था में जो आपके सामने AI है, वो इट्स एडोलेसेंट एज में है, और उसके अंदर किशोर के जितने भी खूबसूरतियाँ हैं और जितनी भी व्यग्रता है, वो सारी एक साथ है. वो उसके बाद उसके अंदर एक मैच्योरिटी आएगी. मुझे लगता है कि AI अभी उस दौर से गुजर रहा है जहाँ AI का प्रयोग ही अपने आप में क्रिएटिविटी माना जाता है. जहाँ पर क्या कहा जा रहा है उस पर अभी ध्यान कम जा रहा है. AI ने ऐसा कर दिया, इसका अम्यूजमेंट वैल्यू, उसकी चमत्कार की स्थिति है. जब चमत्कार से वो संसार में उतरेगा और उसमें एक मैच्योरिटी और गंभीरता आने शुरू होगी, तो आप देखेंगे कि हम AI, अभी किसी ने इन्होंने कहा कि AI फेस्टिवल अलग से होंगे ही नहीं, आपको AI की अलग फेस्टिवल करने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी। आज ये तो नहीं कहते ये कलर फिल्म फेस्टिवल है, ये ब्लैक एंड वाइट फिल्म फेस्टिवल है, तो ऐसे ही होगा धीरे धीरे। सो जब टेक्नोलॉजी आत्मसात हो जाती है, जब वो आपकी धमनियों में तिरने लगती है, तब वो आपके जीवन का हिस्सा बनती है। लेकिन अगेन आई वुड से, हमको इस AI के पूरे रेवोल्यूशन में तिनका नहीं बनना है जो लहरों के साथ बह रहा है, तैराक बनना है जो अपनी दिशा में तैर रहा है।
प्रसून जी कुछ लिखा है अभी इस पर, कुछ कोई रचना
How can we not end without your poetry
नहीं,
on
आपको
AI?
हिंदी
Yeah.
हिंदी कविता का शौक है
By
शिव?
popular demand, please, yes.
कोई बहुत ऐसे मतलब राइम वाली पोएम नहीं, AI से मैं नहीं लिखता। AI को मैं अपना समझता हूँ, मेरा श्रोता रहेगा AI आने वाले दिनों में। एल्गोरिदम, अब आप देखिए एल्गोरिदम में मैं उनको मोतियों से कंपेयर कर रहा हूँ, तरह तरह के मोती हैं। एल्गोरिदम, छोटी माला, बड़ी माला, अंगूठी में मोती। एल्गोरिदम, छोटी माला, बड़ी माला, अंगूठी में मोती, या टप से टिप्पे खाता एकाकी मोती, या टप से टिप्पे खाता एकाकी मोती। मोतियों की हाट है, मोतियों की हाट है, डेटा की मोतियों की हाट है। ढेर लगे हैं मोतियों के, लोग मुट्ठी भर भर के ले जा रहे हैं मोती, लुढ़का रहे हैं, उछाल रहे हैं, एक दूसरे पर फेंक रहे हैं, मोती ही मोती। इधर आकाश की ओर मुख किए मौन होकर देख रही एक सीपी, इधर आकाश की ओर मुख किए मौन होकर देख रही एक सीपी, उसकी तपस्या भंग नहीं होती।
क्या बात है, बहुत खूब, बहुत खूब। सर अब तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि आप बस सुनाते चले जाएं, हम रुके ना, लेकिन अंतिम दो पंक्तियां तो अद्भुत।
एक और सुना देते हैं। वो कहते हैं, वो कहते हैं कलम मौन हो जाएगी। वो कहते हैं कलम मौन हो जाएगी, कूचियां और रंग एक दूसरे से नहीं मिलेंगे, कूचियां और रंग एक दूसरे से नहीं मिलेंगे। द ब्रश एंड द कलर विल नॉट मीट। वो कहते हैं कलम मौन हो जाएगी, कूचियां और रंग एक दूसरे से नहीं मिलेंगे, स्वर कंठ की गुफाओं से निकलकर आभासी दुनिया में बस जाएंगे। कंठ की गुफाओं से स्वर निकल के आभासी दुनिया में बस जाएंगे। कृतियां स्वयंभू हो जाएंगी, कृतियां स्वयंभू हो जाएंगी, रचनाएं स्वयं ही गर्भ धारण करेंगी, रचनाएं स्वयं ही गर्भ धारण करेंगी। वो कहते हैं सृजन स्वतः ही होगा, वो कहते हैं सृजन स्वतः ही होगा, दृश्य और दर्शन का अंतर मिट जाएगा, ध्वनि स्वयं को उत्पन्न कर स्वयं को ही सुनेगी। When they say AI will become the audience and AI will become the creator, वो कहते हैं सृजन स्वतः ही होगा, दृश्य और दर्शन का अंतर मिट जाएगा, ध्वनि स्वयं को उत्पन्न कर स्वयं को ही सुनेगी। तब हम तुम क्या कर रहे होंगे? तब हम तुम क्या कर रहे होंगे? हम तुम साक्षी बन जाएंगे, हम तुम साक्षी बन जाएंगे जो किसी स्रोत से फूटी धारा को कल कल छल छल बहते देख रहे होंगे। देखेंगे नदी का बहना, देखेंगे लहरों का नृत्य निर्लिप्त। AI ध्यान का आरंभ है, एक अभूतपूर्व ध्यान यात्रा की तैयारी कर लो।
माय गॉड, AI ध्यान का आरंभ है,
बिकॉज वो आपको साक्षी बना देगा। अगर AI ही क्रिएट करे और AI ही कल के दुनिया में AI ऑडियंस हो जाए, AI से आज कहते हैं ना एजेंट्स आर टॉकिंग टू एजेंट्स, सो व्हेन दे विल स्टार्ट क्रिएटिंग, हम क्या कर रहे होंगे? हम साक्षी भाव से ध्यान मग्न होंगे और ये होता हुआ देख रहे होंगे, एक नदी को बहते हुए देख रहे होंगे।
Nandita, any reactions to that AI poetry about AI?
My brain is sort of, I'm having a parallel conversation with myself, frankly. No, I want to actually address something that Prasoon said earlier about creative product and creative process. कि हम वो process को, but वो तो हमारी journey है ना as artist. देखने वाले को तो कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है कि वो के आसिफ ने 10 साल लगाए और उनकी जो सारी behind the scenes की जो stories हैं कि पैसे लेकर वो बोरी में साइकिल पे जाते थे और फिर 2 सीन करके फिर आते थे, फिर पैसा नहीं होता था. Who cares about it? I mean, sorry to sound cynical. People want quantum, right? अभी Netflix, Amazon, आप किसी पे भी इतना सारा है उस पे कि कई बार समझ नहीं आता कि क्या देखें. So I think, the creative product is where, unfortunately, that is what we are wanting. Independent filmmakers, what we call artists, जो कूची और रंग वाले भी जो artists हैं, आजकल, my father is an artist, so I'm a little bit exposed to that world, that's also become an industry. People are doing photo transfers. If they can do a photo transfer and then fill colors, why bother actually painting? So that's why I feel it's really a moral question. That we are all saying that AI needs to be a collaborator, we need to embrace it. I agree with all of that. But for that, we ourselves need to be far more conscientious. We need to truly value creativity. We need to know how that collaboration, where the human intervention will be and how much the AI will, ये जो दोनों को साथ मिलाने वाली बात है, क्योंकि मुझे साक्षी नहीं बनना है. मुझे ये नहीं चाहिए कि मैं बैठ के विटनेस कर रही हूँ और वो क्रिएटिविटी चला रहा है, उसमें क्या मजा है?
No, I think final word to you, Prasoon. I saw you reaching for your mic. You seem like you're ruminating about final word. I wanted to end on your poetry, but this can go on forever now.
I think what she said, I completely agree with. कि ये कॉन्शियस डिसीजन है हमारा, हमारा निर्णय है. देखिए, ढोल का शोर होगा तो बांसुरी नहीं सुनाई देती. ये हमारा निर्णय होगा कि हम बांसुरी बजाने वाले को दूर पहाड़ी पे लेके कहें, यार तुम बांसुरी बजाओ, ये ढोल से मैं तुम्हें शोर से दूर लेके आया हूँ, मुझे बांसुरी सुननी है, मुझे बांसुरी की परवाह है, मैं बांसुरी को जिंदा रखूँगा, इसलिए उसको वो पहाड़ी पर ले जाऊँगा और उसकी पहाड़ी पर उसकी वो बांसुरी ज़रूर सुनूंगा.
Thank you very much, Nandita ji, Prasoon ji for.
ढोल ही बज रहा है, लेकिन प्रसून जी बांसुरी वैसे ही जो बजा रहे हैं वो वैसे ही सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है. तो ऐसा मत करिएगा दुनिया को कि सिर्फ ढोल और तेजी से बजने लग जाए और बांसुरी वाले चले जाएं.
Prasoon ji is going to be a gentleman and not carry this on, because if we have a poetry off now, we'll be here all night. But thank you so much to the both of you. First of all, for being at least part of the conscience. And I love the fact that both of you use that word, because it's not a word we see very often in the context of AI. But speaking with the kind of moral authority, curiosity, hunger, creativity that the both of you bring to this conversation, I think even those who are sort of immersed in the policy and the technology of it will return today with a lot to think about. Thank you very much to the both of you. A huge round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you so much.
Hardeep. Yeah. This has been an action-packed event, Alex. It's been long, arduous, and a little tiring, but I've enjoyed hosting this show with you and with this lovely audience.
Every
there to
minute
listen.
of it, every minute of it, Ayush, and it's been the cutting edge of everything that's happening on artificial intelligence, and it's been right here at the NDTV IND.AI Summit.
No AI used right here. Thank you so much. We're going to be viral in 5 minutes from now.
5 minutes from now, all it takes is for Mr.
Shivarul
to post it. All right, but on that note, thank you so much to everybody sitting in the audience and everybody tuning in from home for being part of this event. It wouldn't have been possible without you.
Absolutely, and we must now thank our partners and sponsors as well for helping us put this magnificent event together.
Knowledge partner, Dayanand Sagar University.
Co-powered by DP World.
State partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh.
Handset partner, Motorola.
Insurance partner, Axis Max Life Insurance.
Associate partners, Rocket, Union Bank of India, and Tata Power Solar Roof and Zoho.
Impact partner, Adani Solar and Adani Ports and Logistics.
Special partner, Lokpriya Gopinath Bardoloi International Airport, Guwahati.
Real estate partner, Eldeco.
And Alex Matthew, thank you so much for being a great co-host.
Ayush Alavadi, always a pleasure.
Until next time, adios.
Good night and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Huh? You put this off, right? Okay, everybody else who's in this hall right now is clearly the most enthused about the adoption of artificial intelligence, right? Yeah? Everybody who's still in the hall right now? Okay, so we'd like to have a few photographs with the NDTV team and of course Shweta and the team. Please